Welcome, members. I'd now like to call on our chaplain, Pastor Dan, to say prayers, please.
This weekend just gone at City Life, we had about 50 churches that came together in unity around the theme of no limits. So I thought it would be good for us to pray a prayer of no limits this afternoon. Shall we bow our heads? Father God, we thank you that your love has no limits. We thank you that nothing can ever separate us from your love. And Father, we just pray that you would lift off any limitations in our lives. We thank you there's no limits to what you can do through this city. And we thank you that you've placed great potential within every person in this room. We just commit this council meeting to you. We commit every council member to you, and we pray your blessings on their lives and their families and on this city. May heaven's light be our guide. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. You're more than welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but if you wish to escape, I quite understand it. Please be seated. Yep. A few points before we get on to the items. I know there's some councillors still stood outside chatting, but we have unfortunate news that we've had the death of Elma Gibson, who was former Lady in West and wife of the former leader Ian Gibson. Her church service, I've been told, will be on Friday 11 o'clock at the Church of the Resurrection, for those that are interested. It's also Michael Lawver's last council meeting with us, so I'm sure we can all make it. I'm sure we can all make it a council meeting he won't regret leaving for. Thank you very much. So, declarations of interest. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interest or personal prejudicial interest to declare on the items on the agenda before us, can you please indicate? Councillor Smith, please.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to let you know that 16F motion, I'm in unison paid employment, so I'd have to leave the chamber as I have a pecuniary interest.
Thank you much. Anyone else? No. Okay.
I'm going to be mentioning parking zones, and I live in one that's currently been subject to consultation.
Thank you much. And Councillor Weems.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. For reasons you will know, I've not actually read the council agenda as yet. But I'm advised that there's a notice of motion dealing with Unison, and I am a member of Unison, so I declare that as a non-pecuniary interest.
Thank you much, Councillor Weems. Councillor Winton.
Ditto to what Councillor Weems has just said.
Thank you much, Councillor Winton. Anyone else? Unison? Councillor Smythe.
I'm also a member of Unison, although I don't believe the motion is about Unison. So.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Udy.
Well, if it's about all trade unions, because it's asking upon trade unions, I receive an honorarium from my trade union, the GMB, for being a branch president.
Thank you much. Councillor Rob Wood.
Just to say, my wife is a representative of Unison.
Thank you much. No lights, no hands waving. In that case, we move on to the minutes. It is proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Jones that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 12th of February 2019, previously circulated with the agenda, be confirmed as a correct record. Are the minutes agreed? Cool. Thank you much. Moving on to item 3, communications. So far I have received apologies from Councillor Tompkins, who has injured Achilles, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Morgan, and Councillor Fuller said he's going to be late. And I've got Councillor Jonas.
Jonas or Jones?
Jones, sorry.
Thank you. People do think I'm his daughter anyway. Thank you very much. Councillor Ben Swan may or may not get here coming from a work thing. I'd also like to just place on record that Councillor Hannah Hockaday, I'm just looking over my shoulder, is going to be a few moments late. She finished work just before 2 o'clock, so she's en route now. And I'd also like, if I may, just to say about Councillor Frank Jonas, that he wishes me to pass on his thanks to the Council Chamber for all the well wishes he's had. The stroke isn't great, but the kidney stones are now causing him more grief than the stroke. But thank you very much for everyone's generous comments. It's much appreciated.
Okay, thank you very much. I did see Councillor Hockaday earlier with her students in here, and so I gave them a quick tour around.
She's had to take them back to Highbury and then come back again.
Councillor Dowling.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Apologies from Councillor Will Purvis. He is en route, delayed from work.
Thank you much. Cool. Councillor
Joseph Zackley, I'm sorry, he's away on holiday.
Okay, thank you much. And Councillor Fielding.
I've just heard word from Councillor Stephen Morgan that he should be attending at some point today.
Okay, thank you much. So, so filming procedures, just a reminder that all microphones are controlled by me. Last meeting of that. Members wishing to speak may press the talk button or wave furiously at me until they get my attention, or activate your microphone in your turn. I'll also turn off your microphone at the end of your time. The cameras for the webcast will go to the speaker of the microphone that is active. With regard to members of the public attending to address the Council, the webcast will not show them speaking, but we will hear your words. For the attention of those members of the public wishing to record proceedings, the Council's rules prohibit the filming, photographing or recording of members of the public unless they are addressing the meeting, and only then if they do not actively object, which I haven't heard from any of the speakers that they do. So, and filming from gallery to gallery is also not allowed. And if we need to evacuate, the assembly point for this meeting is in front of the Queen Victoria statue in Guildhall Square. I know we do have the CIMEX exhibition going on, but there is space out there for it. And there are building evacuation signs displayed both inside the public galleries and the chamber itself. I also take this opportunity to welcome in the gallery a delegation of Portsmouth University journalism students, who I'm sure will find this meeting fascinating. And they are here as part of the local government element in their studies. I hope you'll find our meeting informative and helpful to your studies, and likewise we will not be too offended if your lecturer decides to let you leave before the end of the meeting. High Sheriff as well, I have been notified that on the 13th of March, Her Majesty the Queen was pleased to appoint Miss Sarah LeMay to be High Sheriff of the County of Hampshire for the ensuing year. And finally, we move on to deputations, item 4.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, there are 3 deputations received this meeting and 1 written deputation. Details have been circulated in the Chamber. May I proceed to ask Ms Paula Savage to make her deputation on item 16A. Ms Savage, you have 4 minutes. The buzzer will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Can you all hear me? Hello everyone, I'm Paula Ann Savage. I'd like to just say thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand up here and give my reasoning as to why I am in full support of the climate emergency motion. I am driven by my own conscience to speak on behalf of all living creatures and nature itself. All of us here are fully aware of the 1.5 million children across the globe that took to the streets last Friday. I attended the climate strike here in Portsmouth with ambivalence. Although I think that it is incredible how Greta Thunberg, who at the tender age of 15, has inspired this movement, a movement that implores those in power to take note of what the many, many scientists across the world who for the last 40 years have been collecting and analysing their data, their reports are frightening. I have a very heavy heart as why it has taken a child who has chosen to skip school to highlight the foreboding time ahead for us. My 14-year-old daughter attended the climate strike here in Portsmouth. This leaves me with such a sadness because when I was 14, I wasn't thinking about the rapid shrinking of ice sheets, decreased snow cover, declining Arctic sea ice, sea level rise, extreme weather reports. Have you seen the latest images of Nebraska? 74 cities, 4 tribal areas and 65 counties have declared emergencies in the wake of flooding. Towns have turned into islands. Portsmouth is surrounded by sea. We're already an island. So think about what would happen to our city and everything on it if that happened here. I look at my daughter and I want to cry because of how unfair that 95% of global warming is the result of human behaviour. Why is my daughter looking at the prospect of not living a fulfilled and long life? Because our planet is warming at such a rapid speed due to many contributing factors, too many to mention here today, but one of the main causes of the greenhouse gas is fossil fuels. I don't want to teach anyone to suck eggs, but just a quick reminder about greenhouse gas, a gas that absorbs and emits radiant energy within the thermal infrared range. Greenhouse gases cause the greenhouse effect, so we are living in a greenhouse without a door. So what can we do as a city? I speak to all those in power here today, knowing that Portsmouth has one of the highest pollution levels in the UK. Pollution caused by transport, particularly road traffic, industrial, commercial and domestic sources. Portsmouth, we live by the sea. We go for long walks along our 3-mile beach for fresh air. Fresh air. No, it isn't fresh air at all. Dr. Daniel Rutherford, a marine transport expert at the ICCT, the International Council on Clean Transportation, reports that toxic fumes from ships and large vessels rely on the filthiest fuels for power, resulting in huge volumes of emissions being pumped into the air around port cities. There are uneven laws governing pollution on the high seas. Another report from the ICC, toxic fumes from ships are great contributors to asthma, heart disease and cancer. Britain is fourth in line for premature deaths due to shipping fumes just behind China, Japan and India. In 2018, 43 million nebulizers were prescribed. I could go on about that, but meanwhile, our marine life is becoming extinct or choking on the plastic that we throw away. Throw away, there is no throw away. 70% of potentially recycled plastics in Europe end up in landfill, in oceans or are incinerated, leading to the release of devastatingly harmful toxins into the environment. The impact of climate change is largely irreversible but not unstoppable. If we act now as a city and be one of the cities across Britain that have declared a climate emergency, there is a small chance of hope. We need to change our ways collectively. We have to work together. We are in this mess together and we need to clean it up. We need a starting point. We need to transform our city with ambition and imagination. Can I just finish? I've got one little sentence. Portsmouth could be an excellent example of leading by example along with other cities that have declared a climate emergency. Am I asking for a miracle of love and unselfishness? We have to treat the cause and not the symptom, as the climate chaos we face is nature's way of saying enough.
Thank you, Ms Savage. Can I now ask Dr Christopher Brown to make his deputation? As before, you will have 4 minutes. The buzzer will go when there's 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's Dr Christopher Brown. I'm a researcher at Portsmouth University, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Portsmouth branch of Extinction Rebellion. Over the past few weeks, we've been working with a number of councillors to bring this motion forward. And we hope that today Portsmouth City Council will join 48 other local authorities across the country who have all declared a climate emergency. So why is this motion important? Why should the Council vote this through? The climate is warming, we all know that, and it's warming at an increasing rate. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports that we're on course to exceed 1.5 degrees of warming, the target of the Paris Climate Agreement, between 2030 and 2052 if we don't make any changes. Just to give one topical example of the potential impacts we may suffer from this, yesterday Sir James Bevan, the Chief Executive of the Environment Agency, warned that climate change and rising populations will lead to large-scale water shortages in England in just 25 years unless we take action. The UK Statutory Committee on Climate Change estimates that by 2050 the UK will be running a water deficit of between 5 and 16% of demand. Now this sounds worrying. However, the most recent reports from the IPCC, published in 2018, give us reasons to be hopeful. The key message of those reports is that it's not too late to act. If we act now, by reaching and sustaining net zero global CO2 emissions, it's highly likely that warming can be halted without exceeding 1.5 degrees. The caveat is that to achieve this, rapid and far-reaching changes will be required to the way we use energy, land, transportation, buildings and industry. The transition required is unprecedented in scale. Even the least optimistic scenarios, in which societal and technological development follows historical patterns, require minimum CO2 emissions reductions of 95% by 2050, and that involves the use of large-scale carbon dioxide removal to make up the shortfall. Therefore, if we want to limit warming to 1.5 degrees using technology that's available today, it's imperative that we strive for more ambitious emission reduction targets. It's due to these realities that we believe the emission targets set by central government are insufficient. The UK is a signatory to the 2015 Paris Agreement, and Parliament passed the Climate Change Act in 2008, which sets an emission reduction target of 80% of 1990 levels by 2050. However, this does not meet the targets required by the models put forward by the IPCC, even with the use of hypothetical carbon removal technology. If central government will not take sufficient action, then we believe it's up to local government to show leadership on this issue. A climate emergency declared by local authorities can be a powerful catalyst for community-wide action when paired with a clear local plan. According to the Local Government Association, councils have significant scope to influence emissions in buildings, surface transport and waste, which together account for 40% of UK greenhouse gas emissions. Furthermore, polls show that 76% of the public agree or strongly agree that councils have a key role to play in tackling climate change. Failure to act now will not spare local authorities any money in the long term. Rather, the costs associated with climate change will only increase. In contrast, being a leader in decarbonising our economy could bring new opportunities for Portsmouth. The Department for Business, Innovation and Skills estimates that low-carbon industries are worth around £26.2 billion to the UK economy, and they've grown by 6.8% in 2017. If passed, this motion will be a huge step towards safeguarding Portsmouth's future, but it's also just the beginning. It's no good to just sign a declaration. Real, substantive action must follow, and the realities of climate change should inform all future policy enacted by this council. It won't be easy, but over the past month, I've spoken to various council members from across party lines, and I've seen firsthand their passion and determination to make Portsmouth a better place. And I believe that you all understand the scale of the problem we face, and that you're willing to take action to tackle it. Therefore, I ask you to vote for this motion, and together with leadership from the council and support from the local community, we can all move forward towards a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. May I now ask Mr. Nicholas Sibley to make his deputation? You have 4 minutes, and then Basil will go when there's 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Okay, thank you. I'm not particularly used to public speaking, so please forgive me if I'm hesitant or I ramble. First of all, thanks to the councillors who proposed and seconded this climate emergency motion and worked with us on it. 48 other councils have passed a similar motion, and the language used in that motion is a climate emergency. It is not hyperbole. It is not a polemical device. It is the sober analysis of the scientific community. We are in crisis. So if you are a rational person who believes in the scientific method, then it is absolutely essential we take this seriously. The IPCC are not polemicists, they are scientists. They are telling us we have 11 years. When I look at this problem and I look at how we've got to this urgent situation, what I see is that there's the enormous complexity of it as part of the issue. But another thing I've observed is that there's been a huge passing of the buck, where nobody wants to take responsibility even for their small share of the problem, because other people aren't doing so. I'm here today to ask you to stop passing the buck. I want to talk about Greta Thunberg. This was a 15-year-old girl with Asperger's and who was diagnosed with depression. 8 months ago, she decided to skip school and go and protest outside the Swedish Parliament. Her parents tried to persuade her not to. None of her friends joined her. She did it alone. The next week she went back, and the week after, and a movement grew around her. 30 weeks after she first sat alone, 1.5 million school children and students joined her in 125 countries across the world. And her message was this: You are never too small to make a difference. And I want that message to really be heard today. You are not too small. So if a 15-year-old girl can achieve that kind of mobilisation, what can we achieve in this chamber with our skills and collective intelligence and passion? She managed to get the EU, Juncker, to pledge that 1 in 4 euros of the EU budget would be put aside for climate mitigation. That's an amazing achievement. And she did it because she had grit and she believed in the science and she aligned her actions with the science. I'm asking you here today to align your actions with the science. I have a 7-week-old baby, and I'm not going to allow the people in power to abdicate their responsibility for her future. There's 23,000 students in Portsmouth, and Extinction Rebellion Portsmouth are determined to radicalise that vote and make this a voting issue. So I'm here today to tell you this is going to become higher and higher on the agenda. Finally, what I'd like to say is this is an opportunity for leadership. This is an opportunity. We are the only island city in the UK. We are also at sea level. This is an opportunity for you to transform this city and show what can be done and to show what a green, sustainable city looks like, what an economy and an ecology in harmony look like. And if you did that, you would go down in, you would go down in history. It would be a great thing. So, the last thing I'd say is please go beyond the tribal and the petty and really rise to this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Selby. That brings us to the end of the deputations. If you'd like to stay for the rest of the meeting, we'd just like to retire to the public gallery. Thank you.
Item 5 on the agenda, public questions under Standing Order 25. I believe there have been none received for today's meeting. And item 6, appointments. I've not been notified of any appointments for today's meeting either. Me or the leader?
Thank you very much indeed. That's very kind of you, Paul.
Item 7, urgent business. Urgent business is allowed for under agenda item 7 and in accordance with Standing Order 26. Requisite notice has been by the council leader to the other group leaders as detailed on the green sheet. The urgent matter concerns the issue of air quality. The leader is entitled to speak on this item for up to 6 minutes, and each of the relevant group spokesmen's leaders will then have the opportunity to speak for up to 6 minutes as well. If the matter has significant impact upon individual wards, the relevant ward councillors may speak for no more than 6 minutes. As the full council is not a decision maker, there is no requirement for a council debate, nor consequently will there be a vote. Leader, can I now ask you to address the council on this urgent item? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you very much for allowing this to come forward. My Lord Mayor, as I think everybody will know, the issue of air quality is an extremely important issue, and one that we have to take extremely seriously. We thought when we had a ministerial directive from DEFRA that there were 2 areas of real concern. The area at the end of the M275 and down towards Unicorn Gate, where the modelling from the department said that there was the levels of air quality were above the level allowed, but the evidence we thought we had from the real testing on site said it was less. But also the area up the middle of the city, Fratton Road, London Road, up that central spine, was an area the department didn't highlight, but one that we thought was a real problem. What the council had done is to put in many more testing sites around the city, and the figures have come back for 2018. Now, we have to treat these with some caution, because some of them are only 3 months worth of data. But they say that the figures in 2018 are significantly worse than the figures in 2017. Now, it seems to me that we need to take action, we need to take action quickly. There is the issue of the ministerial directive, which means that we have to put a plan in place by October of this year. And if the council does not have a plan that is accepted by the department, the government have the ability to impose a zone on us that means that they can impose limits, as they've done in Birmingham, where cars and lorries have to pay to come into the city. Now, I think that's probably not what we want, and what we need to do is to come up with a plan of what alternatives there are available. So we could have taken the decision. For instance, we've got a meeting of the Air Quality Action Zone group on the 26th, which is in Purda, and we were given the advice that should not happen. Our view is we cannot wait for the 6 weeks of the election period, so we brought that meeting forward to make sure that we are doing this and addressing this properly. So, my Lord Mayor, I have written to the Secretary of State, Michael Gove. If I get time, I'll try to read you all the things in it, but there are 9 things that I have asked the Minister to do for us, to try to come up with plans that reduce the amount of car use in the city. So we've asked for a free bus pass for every resident of the city, all day, every day, to encourage people onto buses and out of their cars. To look at the creation of a trolley bus system as operated within the Twin City of Caen, as there seems to be much higher usage of tram and trolley bus systems than of buses. Investment to convert the taxi and private hire fleet operating within Portsmouth to an entirely electric fleet. That Portsmouth receives the same level of government subsidy to encourage people to cycle as is received by London boroughs and Transport for London. That we look at a transfer station, probably at Dunsbury Hill outside the city, where lorries bringing loads into the city can come and then be transferred to different tenders at the front, which would be electric to bring them into the city, so we reduce the air pollution from lorries. The government is currently increasing the number of house completions it expects from Portsmouth from around 430 flats houses a year to be completed to 830 a year. Half the air pollution is from background pollution. Some of it comes in from outside, but some of it comes from central heating. So, as I've said in the letter, it's clearly completely incompatible with having to significantly reduce air pollution to have to build yet more houses which produce more air pollution. And I'd ask for Portsmouth to be relieved of any housing targets so we don't have to make air pollution situation any worse. 7, that we look at the effect of shipping, both in the Continental Ferry Port and the Naval Base, as these air quality figures are difficult, and we work with owners to find a way of reducing this. 8, a car scrappage scheme targeted at families on the lowest incomes who often have the most polluting vehicles but the least money to replace them with something modern with low emissions. And 9, we'd like to be able to run our own bus service here in Portsmouth with a local bus depot to reduce the pollution of buses having to drive in from Fareham at the beginning of their shift. My Lord Mayor, I'd also like to say that I'd be asking that we set up a cross-party climate air quality action zone group to try to make sure that we drive this forward and that we do a briefing to all councillors to get them so that people see the up-to-date data. Finally, we are in a really difficult time in terms of what we're allowed to do coming up to Purda, which starts next week, when we're not allowed to do some things. And therefore, I think it's really important that people in the city and everybody knows the difficult situation we're in. So we're going to be sending a leaflet out to all houses to let people know what's going on and what we've asked government for. And just to assure people, there are no photographs of any councillors, no quotes from any councillors. It is entirely non-party political in any way. But I think we have to be entirely frank with the people of the city that we're in a very difficult position with air quality, and it's going to take radical change and radical action to be able to address this. So, my Lord Mayor, I've got copies of the letter I've sent to the Secretary of State to circulate. I'm hoping there'll be copies of the leaflet as well to circulate as well to everybody, and I welcome other people's views. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I now call on Councillor Jones, Conservative Group Leader.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I did have the benefit of speaking to the Leader of the Council about this with Councillor Morgan during our leaders' meeting at 12:30 today, and that was very useful. I have to say that the information we've been given today by the Leader of the Council about the first quarter modelling from 2018, those figures not being as we expected them, is extremely disappointing indeed, considering that, you know, the park and ride is getting more popular as time goes on and more people are using it. We still have dedicated bus lanes around the city. We have added more cycle cycle paths, which we did under the Conservative administration over the previous 2 years, dedicated cycle paths on certain roads, for example, the Havant Road in Drayton, and some of the main roads around the city. Still a lot more to do, I acknowledge that, but actually very disappointing that that initial first quarter of data is not as we expected it to be. I haven't seen the data, and I'm not questioning Councillor Vernon Jackson's word on that, but I would very much like to see the trend and just how much more significant those nitrogen dioxide levels are than we thought they would be. Because it is right that under the Conservative administration, as Councillor Vernon Jackson said, the DFT modelling about the nitrogen dioxide levels in this city are based on traffic modelling, i.e. how many cars they think from Google Earth and other things they look at pass through Velda Avenue, the M275, and actually our equipment that we put in was specific. It actually specifically logged and tested the levels of air quality. In fact, we have an air quality testing unit hidden behind a bush in Victoria Park, just off the back of Anglesey Road. So we can actually monitor where traffic is stationary going down towards Gunwharf, one of our very busiest roads. So they are disappointing, However, what we did do as an administration over the previous 4 years, from 2014 to 2018, was, I think, and excluding Labour from this because you haven't been running the city for a number of years, but actually, as an administration, I think the Conservative Party took more steps forward to try and improve the green issues and make Portsmouth a greener lung for its residents than ever before. We put in electric charging points around car parks. We had plans to put in charging points in lampposts around the city. We had applied for funding under Councillor Bosche's Watchful Eye. We put in the cycle paths. We created Pedal Portsmouth and guided bike rides around the city so that residents could start to learn how they get from A to B. I live in Cosham. I work in Commercial Road. How do I even get across the Cosham roundabout? Actually, we then took them on guided bike rides to show them how to do that. And to the Lib Dem credit, that is continuing, and they are growing the guided bike rides, which is fantastic. I am, however, a little bit disappointed that the community bike scheme, the next bike scheme, which is effectively a Boris bike type scheme, that we had announced last year in March, was then stopped straight after the election. It was not going to cost this council a penny. And actually, we were hoping that we would be able to cycle around the city by June of last year on those bikes. And Councillor Bosch and I met with the director of Next Bikes. We met him at the Hard. We had the press there and the lady, and we actually wanted to have that community bike scheme around Portsmouth, because that really would have helped with people's health levels and also to reduce the emissions in the air. I think this document that's gone out, I only found out about this morning when I was contacted by a BBC journalist. The fact it's costing over £10,000, £6,500 just to send it out to everybody around the city, I think is not a great use of public money, nor the fact that it's on paper. When we could email it out to people on our email system. We're a council, we've got thousands of email addresses. We can put it on our website, we can put it on our Facebook page, we can put it on our Instagram and our Twitter. So I get the point, but I'm not sure this is the best use. I think it's a little bit old-fashioned. Secondly, some of the asks. I think if we're going to go to the government, and we've had some very impassioned speeches today from members of the public, and I think they made some very good points. If we are serious about addressing this issue, we need to be realistic about our asks. And actually, some of the things we've heard today, a zero housing target for the city of Portsmouth. Is that really helping our residents? Is that really what we want? Because actually, we need to have homes for young people to move into and live. So
I'm afraid I have to just stop you and pause you. You want to step in straight away.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Point of order, 39B. I don't do standing orders, but
39B. Yeah.
And it's not true about Next Bike. They actually pulled out themselves because they said they couldn't afford to do it. So we were very disappointed. We've negotiated. We've tried our best to get them back in, but they haven't. So thank you.
Fair enough, Rob. I have raised this before, and that's the first I've heard of that information, but thank you for clarifying, Councillor Stagg. That's useful. I think what we need to be careful of when we are...
Sorry, Councillor Jones. I think you want one as well. Of what you were just signalling me for.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Hopefully this will be a bit briefer. Councillor Vernon Jackson did not mention a zero housing target. The idea was to remove the artificially imposed housing target, which is actually more than our city, which is a greater number than our city's planners actually believe this city can theoretically cope with. So I think that's slightly different to a zero housing target as a point of order, Lord Mayor.
No point of order.
I'm going to use Standing Order 39A, Lord Mayor.
We're not in
entitles
debate.
me to raise on a point of order. We've had two members citing 39B, and rather than being a little bit pedantic, the opening line of 39B says, a member who has spoken on any question may make a short explanation, and neither of those two have actually spoken, and therefore it's out of order for 39B.
39A is also out of order because we're not actually in debate, but...
It's going to be a long...
Yeah. Councillor Jones, if you'd like to continue.
Thank you very much. I will refer to the leaflet in front of me. Under point 4 of the request to the Secretary of State, it says, removal of government housing targets, currently 830 completed homes a year. If we remove that, we would have a 0 housing delivery target per year. Now, that may not be the intention, and I acknowledge what Councillor Sanders is saying. I think we need to be very careful in the impression that we're creating here with residents, because what we're all trying to do is actually quite a good idea. In fact, it's an amazing, it's an obvious thing to be doing, but I think if we're going to write to the Secretary of State, let's be realistic in what we're asking, because otherwise you denigrate the offer, or you denigrate the request, and what the good cause that you're trying to achieve by making Portsmouth a cleaner, greener, healthier place for our children to grow up and our children's children to live in for future generations. By asking for some of these things, you almost make some of the sensible things look a bit, you don't take them so seriously. So I think that it's right to have aspiration. I think it's right the administration have aspiration for Portsmouth, but I would ask that they are sensible in their requests, and I will do everything I can to support Councillor Vernon Jackson in his, plight to the government as best I possibly can, and that includes any help around next bikes, because Councillor Bosher had a good relationship. So if there's anything we can do, Councillor Stagg, we're happy to work with you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. I now call on Councillor Fielding, who is the Labour's Environment and Community Safety spokesman. Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We fully support this, although we're disappointed with its timing. Why not act before now? Are you only acting because of the climate emergency motion before us, or are the government on the brink of forcing Portsmouth to act in light of recent air samples? The urgent need to call together a strong group to represent community and interest and concern is an important matter, and we find this may be affected by PERDA, which you've already addressed. The letter you've sent to the Minister of State asked, for example, for funding free bus travel in Portsmouth. We can, of course, all write to letters to ministers, but we know what the reply will be. This, to some extent, is the stuff of unicorns. We think this is the evidence of the administration sleeping on the job and only taking action under pressure to do so. We, of course, do fully support the statement that's said and believe that we should now be moving forward to support the motion before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fielding. Is it a point of order or... Okay, I have a point of order from Councillor
Sorry, Councillor Field, 39A, and I have spoken. 39B, A, B, C,
we're
D,
not
or
in
Z.
debate, but yeah, no, short.
But Councillor Field, just to reassure you, the data that we're getting from Richard Lee is we've only just seen it. There is some changes potentially needed to it, but it seemed to me that you have to take this seriously and act now when we're in possession of facts, as opposed to waiting for another 6 weeks to go when things like... And so that's the reason for doing it with this level of urgency.
Thank you very much. And if I could ask Councillor Fuller if he has any declarations of interest. So far, it seems to be if you've got a Unison membership, you need to declare it, but other than that, it's... Okay. I haven't got anyone signalling from any wards that feel they'll be majorly affected by this, so I'm now going to be moving on to item 8, recommendations from the Cabinet meeting held on the 26th of February 2019, Ravelling Group of Companies. Members, a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on the 26th of February concerning the Ravelling Group of Companies has previously been circulated with the agenda. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I therefore call minute 21, Ravelling Group of Companies. Councillor Jones? Okay. as there was objection to item 21, I call for a proposal and seconder to recommendation. Can I remind members details of any amendments are to be given to me in writing before commencement of the debate. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
I'm happy to propose it, and I think my colleague Councillor Dowling will be second.
Councillor Dowling, are you happy to second it?
Happy to.
My Lord Mayor, I'm happy to introduce this. Councillor Jones said she did have some technical questions about some, so I think we'll just wait to see what the question is and then see if we can answer it.
Okay. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I mean, you know, as the report says, Ravelin Holding Company and Ravelin Limited were both created in 2016 under the executive of the previous Conservative administration. And, you know, this is a bit of a conundrum for us because we knew what we were trying to achieve, but actually in doing so, we created issues which were predominantly of a tax nature. Now, far be it from me to encourage Portsmouth City Council to avoid paying tax, but of course, anyone wants to mitigate the amount of tax they pay, particularly when it's on behalf of members of the public who we're trying to serve. Now, the point of the Ravelin Holding Company and the Ravelin Limited is that, of course, we want to be able to redevelop sites for various purposes, be it commercial or residential, and this report very much focuses on the residential, which I understand, but we want to do that because we want to make sure that we are utilising the best resources we can, and I'm pleased that the report on the second page refers at the bottom to one of the key purposes for Ravelin group of companies is to generate income, and that's something that this council was not talking about prior to May 2014, and I'm delighted, absolutely delighted, and I put on record thanks to the executive, to the Liberal Democrats, that they are continuing with that because it's absolutely the right thing to do to protect services for the people of Portsmouth. However, what it does say in 2.1 of the recommendations, it talks about the delivery, to create a new subsidiary company to support the delivery of HRA projects with a project development manager, etc. Okay, that, you know, I can only give you my thoughts and opinion. Ultimately, you are the executive. It's for you to make those decisions. But I also think it needs to really focus on general fund purposes as well, and not just through housing revenue as account projects only. It really shouldn't just be about housing. There's so much opportunity within the general fund, and yet the report doesn't specific in the recommendation. It may refer to that further in the report, but it doesn't in the recommendations. And I think for anyone out there, and to not tie yourselves up, because what this is giving is delegated authority to the Section 151 officer and the leader of the council to agree business cases and borrowing where there is a substantiated business case to pay back the borrowing and create enough of a surplus. But it can be slightly misleading if you are intending to also look at general fund projects, such as, for example, Dunsbury Hill and some delivery of that at some point. You know, 2.1 is misleading because it talks about the housing revenue account specifically, and it should say, and other general fund projects. So that's my number one. And apologies, I should have come to Cabinet and said this before today. I wasn't able to make the Cabinet meeting for other commitments. Secondly, in 2.4.1 of the recommendations, it talks about us today as a collective of 42, or however many of us are here today. It talks about us delegating authority to officers to make changes to the budgetary framework. I'm a bit concerned about that. Now, I might be concerned unduly because it might be a completely fair enough, reasonable thing to do. But actually, I think when this is a new company, it's a bit like when we first bought MMD, now called Portico. When we first bought Portico back in 2008, I think it was, 2009, we had regular updates back to this chamber. And I think for Ravelin Holding Company and Ravelin Limited, it would be really useful for us to have regular reports back, or in some other guise, back to a cross-party, which I'm sure the leader will agree to, so that we can make sure we're monitoring this going forward. The report also talks about the purpose of this coming forward today is because we need to appoint directors, non-executive directors to this company, but then it doesn't make a recommendation about whether that should be cross-party, whether it should be 2 Lib Dems, 2 Conservatives, 1 Labour, whether it should be 3 councillors and 4 industry, Vivid Housing, director of some, it doesn't cover that specifically in that recommendation. And again, I'd like to see a little bit more information about that. And thirdly, my biggest concern, and again, I could be worrying unduly here because I appreciate I'm not close enough to the detail on this any longer, but our concern before, when we had the models of Ravlin Holding and Ravlin Limited brought to us, Luke and I as leader and then Cabinetman for Pred, was that the proposal was to actually create this company for Dunsbury, to help deliver Dunsbury in a quicker, more private sector friendly way to enable, to bring in a top quality project manager to deliver this for us. However, at that point, the officers that were speaking to me hadn't given consideration about moving an asset worth probably at that point 10, 12 million pounds into a limited company that's subject to corporation tax. And then when you take it back out, if you want to do that once it's developed, you then have to pay capital gains tax if you've made any kind of profit. If you haven't, you have to be able to justify that very clearly. Likewise, if it's left in the limited company and it's producing you an income stream back for Portsmouth City Council, you're then paying corporation tax on your profits. So we did commission a piece of work from Deloitte, from the big accountancy firm, because they have a very specialist tax department, and that report should be available for all councillors to see. That was commissioned in end of 2016, and that is a report that's worth looking at, and I'm sure that Chris Ward has gone further and taken that beyond where it was when we were looking at this previously. But that's why, as a Conservative administration, we didn't take it any further at that stage, because the conundrum of multi-million-pound assets going into companies that are, whilst wholly owned by the council, subject to UK taxation, really does mean that to be able to justify doing that, there has to be an exemplary business case supporting it. So I would like to get closer to the detail on this if I have the permission of the executive to work with them on it. I do think it's something that I can potentially help with because of my background, and I specifically would like more details on directors. I'd very much like the Conservative group, whoever that may be, one of us, to have a voice on that as a non-executive, but would also welcome industry experts if that's what the executive chooses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Councillor Orchidea, do you have any declarations of interest, please?
No declarations, and apologies for being late, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Moving on, I've had Councillor Stubbs indicate in debate.
Just to build on that and sort of throw in another question and point. So, in the structure of the proposed Victory Energy, the part of the structure of that involved effectively a charitable trust which took a part of the profit and then distributed that. And one of the reasons for that is to do with taxation. And so one of the things I thought I might see in this is something about a similar consideration given for Ravlin in the event that Ravlin made sufficient profit that it couldn't be transferred back in by different interest rates on the loans made out to the company, that maybe a tax efficient way of distributing that profit is through some form of charitable trust to take on some of the responsibilities that otherwise fall to the council and set up a vehicle along those lines. So I'd like to ask if that has been considered. I also note that I'm still listed as a director, and if it's helpful, of course, I'm prepared to resign that position.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. Councillor Dowling.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll just speak very quickly on this because I think everyone's broadly in the same position. In terms of directors, you'll note under point 6 of the report, it talks about governance. We were hoping to bring forward a paper, I don't think this is secret particularly, outlining how we wish to move forward as an administration in terms of the governance of all PCC-owned companies. That paper, unfortunately, wasn't ready in time and in a fit state to go to Cabinet, but we intend that if we are the executive after the election, it will be on the first Cabinet paper for the first Cabinet meeting that we hold. So that kind of covers off the director's part. Although I think we've been fairly clear about broadly how we want to see that. We're talking about non-executive directors that have to apply and are unpaid, and we're talking about cross-party representation from all three of the main parties on all companies. So that's broadly where we're looking. In terms of budgetary, I can never say that word, budgetary framework, I've just had a chat with Chris Ward to check that I wasn't going to make something up, which I'm not, which is good. And the main part of this, the change to the framework, is around the borrowing limit, because this is a case where we've never really had to borrow such a significant amount. Perhaps the exemption to that is Dunsbury, and we used very similar wording when we made that full council decision in relation to Dunsbury, however many years ago it was as well. So hopefully that helps with that. And all I would say is, whilst I am only the cabinet member for another 2 months or however long it is, in that time I'm very happy to work with Councillor Jones or anyone else who wants to get a bit more into the detail of Ravelin, and I'm sure that will be an offer that if it's a Lib Dem who succeeds me, and I obviously think it will be, then I'm sure they will be equally happy to work with whoever wants to have input.
Thank you very much, Councillor Downing. Councillor Ferret, please.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I'd like to echo what the leader of the Conservative group said in welcoming the fact that the administration are continuing to look at ways in which we can bring revenue in, because we all know about the horrendous cuts that we've had to face over the years, and clearly this would appear to be another initiative along those lines of not only bringing revenue into the city, but also doing something about the housing shortage that has been referred to earlier. I suppose my point is that people listening in could see some of the things as contradictory about what have been said today already, in terms of going to the government saying we shouldn't be building as many houses here as they want us to, but at the same time looking to set up vehicles which enable us to build more houses within the city. And Councillor Dowling just alluded to the fact at the last Governance and Audit Committee we were asked to pass a recommendation to increase the amount of money that can be invested into the subsidiary company from 20 million to 30 million to facilitate the establishment of a subsidiary company to develop housing in a greater Portsmouth area on a commercial basis. I suppose my question to the council leader is, what do we see in terms of the trajectory for building houses, and are there any targets as such that we have either in the medium or long term?
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I now call on Councillor Lyon, please.
Thank you. You probably need that. I, as you know, am not the greatest fan of unlimited discretion to anybody, and I'm particularly concerned, and it will happen in the Treasury Management Report, that we are looking at just giving carte blanche yet again for things we do not know and cannot predict. I mean, I think those people who started with MMD did not predict that they'd be lending £20 million-ish, maybe a bit more, and then in 2 or 3 more years, 30 plus. We cannot possibly, as a council, have this kind of position on a kind of a carte blanche basis to officers. Not because we don't trust them, it's because we are accountable for the decisions that we take, and we should therefore be in a position as councillors to make the decision at particular stages. I'm not saying for every £10,000 or so. And therefore, what I'm hoping someone is going to do, I know we can't amend it today, but somebody must look at this and remove it as a recommendation to the council, and next time repeal it, because we either do that or we don't actually pass the minute. Can we stop the minute from being passed? I don't know. But because this is another demonstration, as we'll find at the end of the meeting when we're finally on our last legs at about 11 o'clock and Councillor Smythe stands up and tells us all how badly this constitution serves the people of Portsmouth. But this is another reminder. We had it with Vessel, we're having it with MMD, which we're coming on to in a minute, and we're doing it here again. We cannot possibly abrogate our responsibilities any more than the chap said in terms of environment, and simply say, oh, it's somebody else who needs to deal with it. It is our responsibility because it is our residents' money, and we need to make sure we keep a handle on it, because it will just run away. It has done in the past, and we all know the examples. I'm not necessarily going to rehearse them right now, because I've got something to say a bit later on, but it's absolutely clear that this is just setting us up yet again for writing a blank cheque and saying, oh, well, we agreed it back in 2019 in, I don't know, 4 or 5 years' time, so clearly it's fine. No, it isn't. Let's do something about it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyon. I also have Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to echo some of those sentiments from Councillor Lyon, we are charged here and elected to execute the responsibilities for managing the finances. And what I would say is, although this might not be popular, what we've seen is time and time again is that the senior officers of this council cannot be trusted with the finances to be able to run away with them. Someone once said to me that there are three powers in this building: the administration, the opposition and the officers, and that's been proved true on every account, and so therefore I would urge you to be more responsible with this.
Thank you much, Councillor New. Well, you can have your speech. You can't have a point of order because you haven't spoken, but you can speak. Well, you can have a speech anyway, so there's no one else.
No, I'm just concerned because perhaps I wasn't listening properly, but did the councillor say that he didn't trust the senior officers in this in this city? Yes. My golly, I'm not sure you can say that according to the standing orders. Well, no, you're denigrating officers. Well, no, if you want to put a notice of motion down to that effect, we'll all vote against you, I suspect. But nevertheless, you cannot denigrate officers in public. And it's wrong anyway, because the senior officers are excellent.
I will move on while I let the city lawyer check his standing orders. As no one else has indicated to speak, therefore I hand it back to the leader, Councillor Vernon-Jackson, to summarise.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The point of setting these companies up is to achieve the objectives that the council has set in the most efficient and tax efficient way possible, to make sure that we can do the things, including building more council housing for local residents who can't afford to live in private accommodation. So the point of having these companies is not to set them up in their own right just to be there, but it's to be able to deliver the objectives set by the council in the most efficient way possible. Now, if that means that there's a charitable arm to it, etc., that's fine. But that's years down the line, and I'm sure we will be given advice on that. I would plead with councillors, this came to Cabinet, Cabinet's got the ability to do all these amendments. If people had all of these things, please do come to Cabinet and engage there, because then people's amendments can be taken on and built into this to make things better. So overall, the objective here, and we are very clear, is that we need to be building more council houses in this city to be able to meet the needs of local residents. So when the two tower blocks that we can see through the window come down, they have 272 flats in them. The undertaking we've given is that at least the replacements will have 272 council flats in them. But my hope is that it will be significantly more. The planning on it says that potentially we can do up to 441 flats on that site, because we've also bought the car park from the university next door. Now, if we can make sure that a significantly higher number than 272 of those flats are council flats at council rents, then we are achieving a major objective. But that may need us to be building some other stuff to be able to fund that. So I think Councillor Jones is entirely right. We'll be needing to look at both HRA and other sites here. So we'll be looking at the Arundel Street site and the development there, which may then fund. It may not be right for council housing there, but hopefully it'll fund council housing somewhere else in the city. So in terms of directors, the advice we have, and it's advice I find difficult, but the advice we've had from the lawyers is that we should not have councillors on the board. Our view was that we should have three, one from each of the groups, to make sure it is all cross-party. And I sit and have done on several boards of local authority-owned companies, and as a cross-party thing. But the advice from Michael Lawther, who has been out for external advice, is that we shouldn't do that, and that therefore there should be an area above for the councillors to set the policy framework that these companies operate from, but there should be non-execs who are not in any way connected to political parties who are then doing those things. So we will have to have a debate about that when it comes forward, and it's always sensible to listen to the lawyers. So my Lord Mayor, this will be is a work in progress to try to make sure, and it is only here to try to make sure that we address the objectives that the council has set in terms of what we want to do. And for me, making sure there is more council housing available for local families is an absolute top priority. Finally, the comment from Councillor Robnew and from Councillor Lyons, all of us involved, both in Parliament and in councils, where we are given the responsibility for looking after public money and making decisions. None of us are coming to this as professionals. We are, in both places, a group of lay people where we're given those things. And we have to rely, both centrally and in local government, on the advice from council officers and for civil servants. If we think that we are not getting good advice, then we need to say so. But my view is that we, on the whole, get extremely good advice and support from council officers in all areas of the council. And I think it is deeply unfortunate to make comments about people where they have no right of reply. And that seems to me entirely wrong and to be against everything that the council is meant to have in terms of respect for people. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you much, Leader. Before we go to the vote, I have back here, Standing Order 35, references to employees of the Council. The Chair shall rule out of order any comments.
Could you read it a little louder?
Okay.
Or slower?
Standing Orders for the Regulation of Business. Point 35A, references to employees at the Council. The Chair shall rule out of order any comments relating to the conduct or capability of any officer, unless that officer's conduct or capability is the subject matter before the Council. And if we do need to discuss this or go into debate on it, we need to enter into exempt session. So, could I have an apology, or if it was out of order or withdrawn, or... Councillor New, apparently. Councillor Madden, you're...
Well, Lord Mayor, I'd point out to you Standing Order 34, which says it's within your remit, 34A 4, Roman 4, that you can ask a member to withdraw any statement that is defamatory, which I believe the statement from Councillor New was.
That's what I've just done. I'm doing it under 35, as that's what the city lawyer... It's his last day, we've got to do what he wants. Councillor Rodney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to withdraw that upon your advice.
Thank you much. Okay. And which case we now move to the vote. Can I see all those in favour? And all those opposed? And all those abstentions? And that's carried. Thank you much. This is the one drawback of... The one drawback of paperless office is if you don't do anything with it for a while, it locks you out. So, moving on to item 9, recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 12th of March, Annual Capital Strategy. Members, the recommendation from the Cabinet meeting, which met on the 12th of March concerning the Annual Capital Strategy, has been previously circulated and is attached to your green sheet. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind members that, remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 35, Annual Capital Strategy. That is then approved, and then we move on to item 10, recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on 12th March, Treasury Management Policy. Members, a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on the 12th of March concerning the Treasury Management Policy has been previously circulated and is attached to your green sheet. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which there is no objection will be made will have been deemed to have been approved. I now call minute 34, Treasury Management Policy. Objection, Councillor Lyne. In which case, I now call for a proposer and a seconder to the recommendation. Can I remind members details of any amendments are to be given to me in writing before commencement of the debate? do we have a proposer? Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Steve Pitt. Okay, I now call on the leader to propose the motion.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm happy to hear what the question is.
Okay, I now call on Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The question is, as I simply put only about 10 minutes ago, which is that the maximum limit of investment in a subsidiary company be increased from 20 million to 30 million pounds, without discussion, without going back and asking why this has happened and how we prevent this kind of event from occurring again. It seems to me that all we do as a council is we sit here, all 42 of us if we happen to turn up, and we just agree to what we're being asked to do with absolutely no understanding in most cases as to precisely what that is. If I'm right in what I think this refers to Portaco, which used to be MMD. It's a new name, I understand, but it's very close to the one used by building merchants that help people to go to the loo on building sites. And actually, if you think about it, if we really have spent 20 million on it, we might just as well have given £100 to every man, woman and child in this city and asked them to flush it down the lavatory, which is exactly what has happened, effectively, from the point of view of how this works. We cannot, every time this comes up, say 25 million or 30 million or 35 million, because it will, there's absolutely no doubt about it. It has always been in an upward trend of loss-making as opposed to a downward trend. There is no way that we should each time say, oh yeah, well, let's just agree. We've got to look deeply at this company and decide whether we can close libraries or public conveniences particularly, just to keep this company going. And I know all of the arguments that net we get a bit more than we actually spend, but no company works on that basis, and we have not looked at it properly. I've tried to get this in my 4 years here. It's one of the things that I've been on about for year on year on year, and with a certain amount of prevarication, I might say, it has been possible for the officers to delay us looking at it properly for each and every one of those 4 years. Now, I know there are directors of this company sitting in this council chamber who may have different views about it, but we as a council have a responsibility to look and read and understand what we are doing. I've looked at it, I've read it, and I don't understand it, and I think it's about time somebody got a grip of what was going on and gives the whole council, anyone who wants to turn up, a proper description of what's happening, a history which shows the business plans that have failed and failed and failed again for this company every single time, and to give us an understanding of where they think the cut-off point is. Should we just throw another 10 million in, and when we get to 30 million we'll say, well, we've got there, we put so much in, we'll put some more in. It's not good enough. No one runs a business like this, and we shouldn't run a council like it.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Lyon. I now call on Councillor Ferret.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I'm a bit confused by that last contribution, given that in the previous debate, I did raise the issue of the increase in the maximum limit of an investment in a subsidiary company to be increased by 20 million to 30 million, and I understood that was with specific reference to the housing company that we were discussing in terms of for that investment to be made. And we did have a debate about this at the Governance and Audit meeting, the last Governance and Audit meeting. Unfortunately, Councillor Lyon couldn't be there, and how we missed his presence at that particular meeting. But nevertheless, we did have a discussion about this. There was a lot of detail that was provided to that committee. And I'm just concerned that anyone listening in to this, and we have a number of people in the public gallery, and we may well have some viewers out there who are watching this, but I'm just concerned that the impression that's given about the finances of this council, about how they are managed, and about how we've already had, and I accept that that comment was withdrawn, but we've had comments about the officers who preside over the finances. And I would just like to refer people to the fact that we are audited by external auditors, and all of those papers are available and made available to councillors, available to the public. I did serve as chair of the Governance and Audit committee for some time and worked with those auditors. And it's clear from the reports, and if you want to compare those reports to other councils, that this is a well-run council. And if you look at how we've been able to handle, for example, the cuts, which have been severe, but have been able to mitigate those through the administration, working with the officers of this council, I think most outsiders would say that that has been not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but that has been a good example of councillors being able to deal with some very difficult circumstances through the administration and officers, working within, let's face it, the rules. Working within the rules. There are clear rules about what councils can and can't do in respect of borrowing and in respect to financing things within their administration. So I wouldn't want the public to have the impression that things are being done here carte blanche, there's no auditing of it, there are no rules or parameters around this, because clearly they are. And from what I've seen in my time, I think I've been on Governance and Audit Committee now for the past 6 years, is that this council is well run, and that in terms of its finances, what we do is on a prudential basis. And I think to give the impression otherwise is quite frankly not on.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I now call on Councillor Downing.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I broadly echo most of what Councillor Ferret has said, so I'll be very quick. Firstly, I should say that I am a director of Portico. I'm a council-appointed director and therefore do not have a prudential interest and do not need to leave the chamber, but I thought people would just be clear and open about it. I think if Councillor Lyons worries that there are members in this chamber that do not read the papers, it is incumbent on him and any other councillor who may or may not feel that way to encourage other councillors to read the papers. We're not in a situation where we can force people to, but obviously I would echo that people should read the papers, but it's up to the individual to do that. And if reading the papers is not something that people want to do, then I'm sure senior officers and members of the administration are happy to make themselves available for in-person briefings as required. I just want to clarify, I think Councillor Ferret has already clarified this anyway, but just to be absolutely clear that the raise from 20 million to 30 million is complete in direct relation to Ravelin. It's got nothing to do with Portico whatsoever. Possibly, but the decision being made has been made on the basis of it being related to Ravelin. I've had that confirmed by the Section 151 officer in this debate. And in relation to Portico moving forward, perhaps in the spirit of reading papers, I'd encourage everyone to read the Cabinet papers that went to the last Cabinet meeting. I know we had deputations from members across the Chamber, and that was very helpful, but that outlined just how robust the research and business case for that is. But happy to take questions in the future by email, post, Twitter, however you feel like it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dowling. I now call on Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much. Well, like Councillor Dowling, I'm also a director of Portico, but, you know, I can kind of see both sides of this. And I think that when Portsmouth City Council, the biggest fault, probably, if there is any, and it's not about pointing blame, because we can all learn from hindsight, it's a wonderful thing, but the biggest thing that Portsmouth City Council probably did wrong was the speed at which we have turned the company around. But honestly, that really has started. It's happening. In fact, it's not started. It's already happened. We've brought in new people that have got a lot of commercial experience. People from ABP, Mike Sellers and Steve Williams, and Ian, the new newish. He's been with us about 9-10 months. Business development manager, who was head of business development at ABP in Southampton, one of the largest, most successful ferry ports in the country, one of the busiest in Europe, in fact. And actually, there are some real success success stories. I think it's, good that governance and audit have actually really got under the skin of former MMD, now Portico, over the last year, and I think a lot of that is thanks to Councillor Lyon. I think it's important and right that the District Auditor knows that councillors are really taking this seriously, that there are councillors that are reading the papers, digesting them, and if they need greater information or clarification, they are seeking it. That is very important. When I was leader of the council, I didn't always feel that way about it. And Councillor Lyon and I would often have a conversation where I'd say, just come and talk, but actually, listen, that's the role of governance and audit. That's what it's supposed to do. As a director of the company and someone who's very much been on the journey with Councillor Dowling about the vision of where Portico is going in conjunction with the leader and the rest of the administration, it is really getting that. I'm actually quite excited about the future of Portico, but the world is changing, and previously that was a wholly fruit importing company, and now it's not, and it's quite right that it's not anymore. It needs to diversify, which is why now having wind turbine blades coming in from MHI Vestas in the Isle of Wight, which the Section 151 officer and I think can take credit for some of that, because we went to the Parliamentary Blades launch there a couple of years ago, and we came back, well, we can't take all the credit, but shortly after a contract was awarded to MMD for the blades to come into Portsmouth. But nonetheless, having that diversification de-risks your business. If you put all of your eggs or all of your, let's say, oranges in one basket, and the basket drops, which ultimately is what happened with the competitive nature of bringing in fruit into ports, and that was an issue. Now, furthermore, when containers arrive on the Maersk ships, and they're full up with pallets of pineapples or oranges or whatever it may be, punnets of strawberries, what happens is they have to go into refrigerated units. Now, do we get paid a whole load more cash as a company because we're keeping those containers in refrigerated units on the quayside? No, we don't, or certainly not to justify the space it was taking up. There's been a massive shift in the way that containerised fruit moves around the world, and any commodities that need to be refrigerated. And that is that now you have electric sockets in the ground, and the container has a battery in it, and a refrigeration, effectively an air conditioning unit. So you dump it on the concrete in MMD, you plug it in, and you're not having to lift and shift all of this fruit in and out and then back onto the back of a lorry. It's time consuming, it's using up more diesel, it's making the port more dirty, which is then blowing onto our air quality monitoring equipment on the M275. So actually we've taken a significant shift, and the money, the investment that will be going into Portico is actually, we've started some of this already, but it's to knock down some of the old refrigerated sheds, put in more electrical equipment so that we can plug the containers in, but most importantly to diversify the business. And before this decision went forward to the executive, and before they finally sign everything off, we did look at the alternative uses of the site. Could it be turned into, for example, a 5-star luxury cruise liner terminal? Do we think that in Portsmouth our berths are long enough to be able to take a Royal Caribbean type cruise ship? And maybe they can be. Would we ever get as big as Carnival? No, we wouldn't, not unless we took over half the naval base, which of course we don't want to and can't do. So actually, we have considered all options. I think it's good and important that councillors who are not so close to the detail of Portico are asking the information, are asking the questions, and actually that's very much helped my learning on the journey as well. But I do believe that it's the right thing for the people of Portsmouth. This company, we've owned it now for over 10 years. It's right and proper that we are almost there now, 3/4 of the way through the transitions that we need to do, that we have changed the way the shift patterns work. We've been through negotiations with the unions. That's been on the whole extremely successful, and we've had their support on a number of the changes that we've made. I think we've got a great management team in there. I think we've got a great officer team, and I think the finance team at Portsmouth City Council have supported MMD as a wholly owned local authority company extremely well, and I can't recommend enough the investment into this company, because we're in it now. If the decision was to abort it back again in 2008, maybe we would have taken a different position, I don't know. But at where we are right now, it's the right thing for the taxpayers of Portsmouth to invest in this business and to make sure that it is giving us the best possible return for the people that we represent.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Since no one else has indicated, I now call on the proposers to sum up. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's been an interesting discussion. I'm disappointed that Councillor Lyons has these strong views about Portico, this company that we own. The business plan came to the Cabinet meeting, an open meeting on the 26th of February, so it was available to everybody. Likewise, there was a tour offered to all members of the port just a couple of weeks ago, and again, it was open to everybody, and I'm disappointed with this great interest in it that you weren't available to come to either of those things. I think we've got to be clear. Either we're a council that accepts the cuts that get sent down to us, or we have the ambition to be the masters of our own destiny. And I think it's a really clear choice between the two. Now, we might disagree sometimes about the routes, and we have a difference of view about victory, but on the whole, I think it is right that we think about how we can make sure that we protect services to the people of this city by creating income where it's possible. Now, it's not a short-term thing. This has been going on for years. In the 70s, this council created the ferry port. The ferry port is a hugely profitable business, which is part of the council, making over £7 million profit last year to be able to put the surplus into. Ian, I didn't interrupt you, and I would be grateful if you would show me the same courtesy. So the port makes over £7 million profit, and the surplus is put into making sure that services are available to the local residents. Now, we could choose to stop there, and there is an argument that says that Portico, or MMD it was in the past, has lost money in the past, and therefore we should give up. Now, that was one of the options placed before us at the Cabinet to decide on that. Effectively redevelop it and turn it and make it into house or whatever, or just get rid of it and stop. But we decided otherwise. And here we have to rely, we have to take things with a pinch of salt, but we have to rely on the financial advice. And the financial advice about going with the option we have done is the level of profit to be able to put back into services for the people of this city is so much greater by going down this route, by a multiple of 10 of any other option, that I think we would have been rightly taken to the auditors and told off and rightly criticised if we had not taken this route. Now, it may not work. Not everything in this life is perfect. Things sometimes go wrong. Sometimes the Lib Dems aren't running the council, which is a terrible thing, as we all know. But I think it is absolutely right that we think about how we can protect service. And that means that when we as a council had an income generation strategy that came before all of us, we said we would do other and different things as well. That we were prepared to invest council money in regenerating our city. That we were prepared to invest directly into companies to create jobs and support work here in the city. That we were prepared to look at building council housing and making sure that people got decent places to live. And I think that's absolutely the right and proper thing for councils to do. Now, our job is to look at the financial results that come through. And we have an incredible record of the predictions of what is going to happen financially, and then what happens financially at the end of the financial year being almost exactly on target. And you will have seen that time and again in the governance and audit thing. So I have confidence that we have good people advising us and that we are taking the right way. Just as a final thing, at the end of this year, when the council finishes its finances, we will have more money in the council's reserves than at the beginning of the year. So under this administration, we are saving money and putting those into the reserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jackson. We now move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. All those against? And any abstentions? The item is therefore carried. Recommendation from the Cabinet meeting on the 12th of March, modern slavery statement. Members, an information to note recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on the 12th of March concerning the modern slavery statement has been previously circulated and is attached to your green sheet. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 27, modern slavery statement. Opposed. Okay, can I now have a proposer and a seconder? Councillor Vernon Jackson, do you propose? Yep. And Councillor Pitt, you're seconding. In which case, can I now ask Councillor Vernon Jackson if you'd like to introduce the item, please?
My Lord Mayor, I understand this is a statement that we have to make by law, and I'll be interested in the question about it.
Thank you very much. I will now call on the objector to speak. Can I also remind that everyone that any amendments need to be me in writing before commencement of the debate. I now hand over to Councillor Weems.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First, I don't wish, pardon me if I stumble over my words, I'm still struggling with my recent stroke, so please forgive me. And it is actually the reason why I've stood today. I don't wish to diminish the efficacy and the importance and the value of this statement that we have to make, and I accept it and I'm fully behind it. I just want to thank people across the chamber for their good wishes to me, and because it's about modern slavery and most of us in this chamber are slaves to our party machine, it seemed about the most appropriate place to stand up and make a statement of this sort. Firstly, I just wanted to thank everybody for their good wishes, and I also wanted to pay tribute to those who are standing and standing down in this year's general election, local election rather, sorry. Hopefully I'm not Freudian slip there. But no, I'm not standing down. But nonetheless, it is important that across the chamber, we don't always agree, but it's important that we recognise the value of democracy and the ability to stand in this chamber and say to one another, I disagree with you, sometimes strongly, but to recognise that those in this chamber, not everyone in this chamber, may return to it. And I wish to pay tribute to them for their fight for democracy in just merely participating in democracy. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Williams,
because of my stroke, I may leave a little early, if that's okay with everybody.
I think everyone wants to leave a little bit early, so it's thank you very much. We had no one else indicate to speak, therefore I call on the proposer of the motion to summarise it before the vote, please.
Lord Mayor, I'm sure everybody wants to join me in wishing Steve well in his recovery, and to echo his thoughts. I think it's an important report that we have here, that we need to take the issue of modern slavery seriously, that there are people who are forced to work in different circumstances in an appalling way by people, and it's right that we are taking it seriously and doing this. So I hope people will be supporting this.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I see all those in favour? Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? And that's carried unanimously. I now move on to item 12, recommendation from Pred meeting on the 26th of February, review of Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan. Members, a recommendation from the Pred meeting, which was held on 26th of February, concerning a review of the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan has been previously circulated with the agenda. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which there is no objection will be deemed to have been approved, and if there are any amendments, they need to be moved before we enter into debate. Item 3, point 3, review of Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan. As agreed. We will now move on to the next item of business.
But this comes to us, I think, every year, and I don't think often anybody objects to it. Is it possible? It's 125 pages. In future, can we not print it and give it to everybody in whatever? But can we, if members request it, can they be given a copy? But otherwise, can people look it online and save the paper?
I agree wholeheartedly, and I wish that more people would actually have their agenda on a computer or tablet and not actually have any of it printed.
I'm told off by my husband.
So we now move on to item 13, recommendation from Employment Committee meeting on the 26th of February, pay policy statement. Members, a recommendation from the Employment Committee meeting, which met on the 26th of February concerning the pay policy statement, has previously been circulated with the agenda. I now propose to call the minutes. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which there is no objection will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 8, pay policy statement. As no one has objected, it is now carried, and we move on to the next item of business. Item 14, recommendation from Governance and Audit and Standards Committee meeting on the 8th of March, Health and Wellbeing Board Constitution. Members, a recommendation from the Governance and Audit and Standards Committee meeting on 8th of March concerning the Health and Wellbeing Board's Constitution has been previously circulated with the agenda. I now propose to call the minutes. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to be approved. I am told I have to read out all of this each time, so I do apologise for the time it takes. Item 22, Health and Wellbeing Board Constitution. We have it opposed. Therefore, can I now call for a proposer and seconder to the item? Can I remind members details of any amendments are to be given to me in writing before commencement of the debate? Do we have a proposer? Councillor Madden, and do we have a seconder? The two of you are fighting over it. Yeah, I'm going to go with Councillor Rob Wood because Councillor Smith is pointing at him. So, therefore, we'll have Councillor Madden. Would you like to introduce?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. As you rightly said in your introduction, this was discussed at the Governance Audit and Standards Committee on the 8th of March. We had a good discussion in around it. Councillor Ferrer, to be fair, did raise some particular issues, but did agree when I asked that this matter go forward, and if you still had some concerns or reservations or whatever, to bring them up today. So he's doing that, so I'll listen to what he has to say. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you much. I now call on Councillor Luke Stubbs.
And just a couple of brief comments, really, because we discussed this in the Health and Wellbeing Board itself. And I can't remember now if I've been on the Health and Wellbeing Board continuously since its inception, but I have definitely been on it for most of the time it's been in existence. And I have had only limited exposure to the Safer Portsmouth Partnership. Nonetheless, I have seen some meetings on that. And I just want to make the comment, really, I don't personally see a great deal of overlap between the content, that when you look at the things which are discussed in health and well-being, while there is some overlap between that and children's, the level of overlap between that and the whole Safer Portsmouth agenda, I do think is quite limited. Now, I'd accept, obviously, there are always exceptions to some extent. Everything is connected to everything else, but you have to draw boundaries somewhere. I personally am not convinced of the necessity to merge these meetings together, and the thing which did concern me a little when we had discussion about this was, well, it was sold to us in terms of the need to make the board more strategic. Now, I have to say, I think there is no separation between strategy and implementation, and it's misleading to think that there is. So those are my comments on it. Now, obviously, the administration needs to be given enough room to be able to implement its agenda, which is why we're not moving any form of amendment, and I will be happy to vote for this. But I just wanted to make those comments.
Okay, thank you much, Councillor Stubbs. I now call on Councillor Ferrer, please.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. As Councillor Madden stated just now, I did raise reservations at the Governance and Audit meeting about this, along similar lines, I think, to those that have just been expressed by Councillor Stubbs. And from my experience as part of the Safer Portsmouth Partnership a few years ago, I can remember that particular body, Councillor Alcott might remember, that body had a particular focus, certainly on the time that I was there, on youth crime, on crime reduction, on looking at issues around asylum seekers. So a whole host of issues that you see in the media now, and clearly we know, particularly with the rise in violent crime and the concerns that the public have around, for example, knife crime, that I wouldn't want to see us losing our focus on those issues. I did say that I would let it go through governance and audit, subject to looking at what the deliberations were of the various boards and whether there were any objections. I was sent the minutes. Clearly there was agreement, I think unanimous agreement, about merging them together. So I clearly wouldn't want to stand in the way if the participants in those bodies, and that includes many experts as well, certainly from the police and other emergency services, if those bodies believe that the Health and Wellbeing Board can be a suitable forum for not only exploring those issues, but also setting some plans and hopefully leading to some improvement in terms of things like crime statistics and youth justice issues.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I now call on Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think when we've been looking at this, the idea is to try to make sure that, along the lines that Councillor Stubbs has said, that we try to make sure the Health and Wellbeing Board is strategic, but also is doing real work. And I think if this doesn't work, then I think we need to think again and look at how we do this. I think I'm very happy to have an undertaking that we'll try this for a year, and if colleagues feel that it hasn't worked, we need to think about it again. Very happy to look at that. I think personally, I think if we look at the reactions to knife crime, it seems as if the work being done in Scotland, where they've treated knife crime as a health issue and worked on that way of trying to reduce it, seems to have been more effective than a strategy that just looks at it as an issue of criminal justice. And everybody wants to make sure that we're reducing knife crime. So I think there is some overlap there. So I hope that... I know it's only aside, but I think one of the decisions made in the previous administration to stop the Safer Portsmouth Partnership being cross-party and exclude the opposition has meant that other people have been excluded from it and haven't seen what it's been doing for 4 years, and so it might have lost some support and whatever knowledge there. So I'm very happy to say that if people feel that it's not, this new way of working is not working, and I hope it's going to mean that the Health and Wellbeing Board will be doing meatier and real stuff, that we'll happily come back and look at it in the future.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vernon-Jackson. I now call on Councillor Winnington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And as the joint chair of the current joint chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board, I just thought I'd say, I mean, I endorse a lot of what Councillor Vernon-Jackson says there, and I also think it's really important. And I think this came out quite a bit when we had our report from our annual report from the Adult Safeguarding Board in the City at our last Health and Wellbeing Board meeting, that one of the things that really came out of there is the overlap and the fact that we don't have currently within the Health and Wellbeing Board the resources to pull on from outside, from some of those other services. I think that really does go to show that a lot of it, there is a lot more overlap than you think. And I think a lot of what happens doesn't necessarily leap out at you as being stuff that goes on over, but I think, as Councillor Vernon-Jackson said, the stuff like about seeing some parts of knife crime as a health issue. So much of what goes on in for both the in the children's area and in the State Report Partnership area does come through people's poor mental health. It comes under their poor well-being situation, so whether that be housing, whatever it might be. So I think it is a real opportunity to bring everyone together, see if it works. If it doesn't work, as Councillor Vernon-Jackson says, I think we will look again. But it also gives an opportunity for the Health and Wellbeing Board to look at maybe subgroups of it, but it gives you a wider group of people you can pull on from wider perspectives to take perspectives on things that at the moment are far more compartmentalised within those three committees, within those three boards that exist at the moment. So I think it's got some real opportunities, but we have to make it work. And I think that's, if everyone who's going to be on it is going to make it work, then I think it will be really good. If people are still pulling and siloing and sort of not really engaging, then we'll have to look at it again. But I think it's got some real opportunities there. And I know from the meeting, the last meeting of the Health and Wellbeing Board. It was certainly a positive approach towards what we want to do, and hopefully that can make a real difference for the people in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Winton. I now call on Councillor Wood. Rob Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I just back that statement that was made there? This is really about making sure there are no false walls between various areas. As a young person going to adulthood, the transition is seamless as far as you're concerned. Why should we make sure that we have separation with how we deal with it? The health and well-being of people is the most important thing, and society as a whole. So I think this is very important to make sure we make sure that all the experts in a given area look at all the facets that make up a young person's journey through life. And I think it's very important that we should try this out and see what happens over the year, because many times when I'm dealing with issues, I wish I could be on the other side of what is a false barrier to try and help out a young person or an adult, and I can see where it happened. And this is an opportunity to make sure that we have the right experts and the right sort of input into this process. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wood. I have had no other indications, therefore I call on the proposer of the motion, Councillor Liam Madden, to summarise.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Could I first of all deal with the question posed by Councillor Stubbs? Was he on the Health and Wellbeing Board as at inception? You were not. Yeah, I was. It was a shadow board for a year, and then it became the board itself, so I was co-chair of the original one and that one. Can I say that I first saw this constitution when I was actually back on the Health and Wellbeing Board as a co-optee last year in my capacity as the chair of HOSP. And there were some concerns raised about it then, not about the particular cross-working that we're very good at, and the very good senior level we have working, but actually in relation to would some of the things, as Councillor Firth said, actually not be dealt with. And the issue, of course, when we looked at this a couple of weeks ago was in relation to knife crime particularly. And would that be lost in a Health and Wellbeing Board if this constitution was enacted? It won't be, because what we will have are all broader issues and more a broader section of the society actually being involved. If you actually look at it, I have not said, I have to say at the start, I haven't sat on the Safer Portsmouth Partnership, or I haven't sat on the Children's Trust Board, and I haven't looked at their constitutions either. But what I am told from a report that I asked for, there was a report actually went to the Safer Portsmouth Partnership on the 11th of July last year asking them to endorse the change to the Constitution. And there's some history given to that, and we talk about the good work that we're doing. We're also talking about reviewing things, and a commitment's been given, because this actually, and we mustn't lose sight of the fact that this is a City Council board. It's given us to operate it, it's given to us to decide who we want in it or don't want in it. And we actually started back in 2013. It was more or less just us, cross-party, and it's still cross-party, and I hope it remains so, and the CCG, and someone from Health Watch, and that was it. But if you actually look at the constitution that exists at the minute, the proposed constitution, it's much wider, and I think it's much better. The Chief Executive has answered some questions to me in relation to this, because we've all talked about this people in place thing, haven't we? The people in place agenda. Well, I find it funny myself, because I can't quite differentiate between them. But nevertheless, that's something that hasn't been addressed across the board as such, and can be addressed in relation to this. We have actually seen partnerships disappear down the tubes, haven't we? A couple of partnerships that went, people tell me, the local strategic partnership has gone. The local area agreement is gone, and this is what happens. But this, of course, this particular Health and Wellbeing Board, or Health Wellbeing Boards, were established by government, and therefore will continue to exist. What I'm hoping is that the broader representation will make it much better. As Councillor Winston said, where there are specific issues to be looked at, well then they'll be done. So I mean, if there's a problem in this, there is a problem, but perhaps they would want to take aside something like knife crime and look at that, or issues with youngsters having knives and all the rest of it, as a subgroup, and it allows for that within the Constitution itself. The Health and Wellbeing Board does do some important things, and the two important things, of course, it does, is the Health and Wellbeing Strategy, which is debated in great detail, I have to say, at these boards. And again, nothing goes forward without the agreement of the board itself. So There's lots of things I could say about it. There's general consensus, isn't it, that it's going to, we're going to go for it anyway. But I think we're very good at keeping things under review, and I think we should keep this board under review and maybe come back in a year's or 2 years' time or whatever to see whether it's working or not. An actual report to the council itself to see whether it's working or not and what changes could be made. So I recommend this particular report to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madden. Can I see all those in favour? Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? And that's also carried unanimously. I now move on to item 15, appointment of monitoring officer. A report from the Chief Executive has been previously circulated regarding the appointment of a new monitoring officer. In response to recommendations set out in the report, I have received a written proposal from the leader, which has been circulated in the chamber. Could I ask Councillor Vernon Jackson to formally move a proposal?
Thank you, my Lord. I thought you were going to pass this over as an item if you wasn't going to be objected to, and poor Peter has been sitting here for hours waiting for this. Sorry? So have we, I suppose, yes. But we have many more hours to go, and Peter will be able to run away. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, the appointment of the monitoring officer is a really important post. This is the senior lawyer within the City Council, not only to look after the interests of the council, but also to make sure that we do things right here as councillors. I'm happy to propose Peter to take this job in as a successor for Michael on Michael's retirement, and I'm sure Peter will do the job extremely well. I'm pleased that both other group leaders, Councillor Don Jones and Councillor Stephen Morgan have supported this, and I hope we will be able to do this, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you much. Councillor Jones, can you confirm you're happy to second this?
Yes, I do second this, Lord Mayor, and I'm going to take my opportunity to say a few words now, since I don't think there'll be a lengthy debate about this. I would like to start by, as the leader has already said at the beginning of the meeting, but say thank you to Michael Lawther and place on record. He has served us all for many years, and there's nothing like getting to know the city solicitor well than when you're leader of the council, because particularly when you're in the next door office. I did have a glass up to his wall quite often, but unfortunately he paid for it to be soundproofed, so I couldn't hear that much. But anyway, in all honesty, thank you very much for what you've done to help us, to keep us on the straight and narrow. The place will be far less ethnically diverse when you're not here. We will not have a little Irish leprechaun in the third floor corridor. It's been a pleasure working with you. On to Peter. I think it's a very sensible decision. I congratulate the administration for bringing this to the Employment Committee, where it was ratified, and then to bring it on here to the full council. I hope that all members will support this today. I think we have a very experienced and very credible lawyer in Peter, who has a very good grasp across all range of topics, having come from the private sector, and I think that Port City Council is lucky to have him, and this feels to me like a very natural and next step for him, and I wish him all the luck in his role as our monitoring officer.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Do we have any other indications to speak? No. And we've had no amendments, so no further debate. So I'll now ask the proposer to sum up if he feels it is required.
Thank you, Rod. I think he's absolutely right that we do this unanimously. I think Peter has done great work for us, and I've worked with him happily over the last few years. And I think Donna is absolutely right, wealth of experience, and likewise to say thank you to Michael. So, colleagues, I hope we can support this change to the next generation moving through as Michael takes retirement, and support Peter. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you much. All those in favour? Anyone against? Any abstentions? And that is therefore carried unanimously. I'd also like to pass my well wishes on to Michael. I am slightly relieved that I'm aware your wife has bought you a sit-on lawnmower and various other things to complete housework at home, so it's not going to be a life of luxury for you. But I have enjoyed our meetings in the past, where I think I've had great fun winding you up more than you've had winding me up. So.
Nature of things. Thank you.
Would you like to say anything at this point?
Well, I'm sure that Peter will continue my Sir Humphrey style, which I'll be delighted about. But of course, Bernard is still staying with us, and I'm sure you won't notice very much difference in the way things are done in the future, but I think Peter has been ready for this particular role for some considerable time, and I think it's time that he took over, and it is time for a new generation. So my very best wishes to Peter, and I'm sure things will go swimmingly well for you in the future.
Thank you very much. I think we... So just remember, you've all been nice to him now, so you have to listen to everything he says for the rest of the meeting and agree. We now move on to item 16, notices of motion. We have 9 notices of motion before us today, and under Standing Order 32D, they must be formally moved and seconded. Is motion A, climate emergency declaration, proposed by Councillor Smythe and seconded by Councillor Coles. Formally moved. Councillor Smythe? Well, if yes, we now have, the mover of the motion now has up to 3 minutes on a question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Smythe.
I move that this motion be debated, please. I think it's one of the most important things that we will do, certainly this year and probably for the next 10 years. I move that we discuss it.
And can I have confirmation that this is formally seconded?
Formally seconded, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I now call on the council to vote on whether the motion should be dealt with today. Those in favour of debating it now? Those against? So the motion to debate is passed. I now call on proposer Councillor Smythe to present and speak to her motion.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm assuming after earlier in the debate that everybody has read this and that they've all checked all the references in this motion. That part of it is put in order to demonstrate the scientific background to this motion and the need for an emergency action rather than just kind of business as usual. The second thing is that we've all referred to future generations when talking about air pollution, and I'm sure I wanted to thank the deputations for their really eloquent speeches in support of this motion and the help that we've had from various people in drawing it up and making sure that those people who are very concerned about this have had an input. I'm sure most of us can think of children to whom we owe a better future. Most people will know that I babysit my first and only grandchild on a Thursday, Friday, and it is with her in my heart that I really want to make sure she has a future where she can breathe fresh air, where she can grow and thrive as a human being without being fearful of her and the health of other people all the time. So, and the third point I want to emphasise is that a lot of this is about how we're going to do it. Some people will remember that I was with the Office for Public Management before I became a councillor, and we used to use a 4-box measure of change and a methodology of looking at change. And this is about big change. This isn't just about trotting on as usual. It's about a step change in attitude and policy. We used to say there needed to be pressure for change. Well, we've got that in spades, haven't we? There needs to be a vision. The clear vision in this paper is that we should be carbon neutral by 2030 and preferably sooner than that. There needs to be leadership, and through leadership, good governance and accountability. And there needs to be the first steps leading to action. And that was a very simple change model, but I still use it now, having left my management consultancy some time ago. And if you look on the second page then, when we're asking the Cabinet to take the following actions, we're asking you to declare the climate emergency and ask partners to sign up, because we can't just do this on our own. It's about working with others. We're asking that we make a pledge that we're all accountable to, individually and severally, to go to net carbon emissions in Portsmouth. Then the first steps leading to change are about requiring the leader of the council to report back to the council within 6 months with an action plan. We don't just want nice words. We need actually an action plan that we can be held to account together as a full council for this. And then providing an annual report, that's about the accountability. And then point 5, requiring the chief executive, if he would, to produce a to establish a Portsmouth Climate Change Board, which would be cross-party, but also would involve a lot of citizens and businesses. Because, again, we can't do it on our own, but we can exert strong influence in order that everybody in the city makes this absolutely essential step change. We have got a paragraph in about writing to the government, because I think we need to get support and change government policy nationally. But equally important, and I think probably at this stage in this chamber more importantly is my point 7, which is about developing and implementing an effective community engagement plan to fully inform residents about the need for urgent action on climate change, offer a vision of healthier, more child-friendly and a greener city that's a model of best practice, and thirdly, mobilise residents in the delivery of the action plan. Because, let me be clear, this isn't just business as usual. We will need to reduce car usage significantly. We will need to reduce carbon emissions. We will need to insulate homes. We will need to make sure that there isn't so much consumption. It's a real change for everybody, and the sooner we do it for future generations, the better. So I would like to commend this important motion to you and look forward to a new era of the Council working hand in glove with the local residents, who are very, very often concerned first and foremost about this issue. Certainly when I go round asking the citizenry of Portsmouth in my patch what they're concerned about, this features largely, and I'm sure all the rest of you are finding exactly the same. So I would like to move this motion and hope that I can count on the whole chamber to support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smythe. Are there any amendments to this motion? Nope, none have been received. I now have the matter before the Council to debate. Councillor Ashmore.
Surprised me, I thought there was going to be loads of people. Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. This notice of motion brought for us today, promoted by Extinction Rebellion, who have been pushing for this up and down the country. As Councillor Smythe said, it's probably the most important and wide-ranging notice of motion we've had here in Portsmouth City Council. We've previously heard things here about the environment, about going things like plastic-free by 2020, about commitments to be better on what are called green issues. This notice of motion today calls us as elected members to actually declare an emergency. Reading through what's proposed, combined with what can be read in the media and seen on the news, all alongside the leading academic and scientific research, we had a doctor here as one of the people given the deputation, shows that it's not only real, but it also shows that devastating consequences are already being felt, and it's about to get worse at a faster rate than once thought. Now, I've been the Cabinet Member for the Environment since last May. Before that, I was the Liberal Democrat Group's spokesperson on it. Councillor Robert New was in my current position and published the air strategy in 2017, I think it was. And the Council have been monitoring the air quality in Portsmouth, submitting annual reports to DEFRA. We've been devising ways of how to improve it. You've probably seen things like our anti-engine idling campaign, Cough, Cough, Engine Off, the improvements for cycling access along Fawcett Road, the Pompey Monsters campaign to encourage children to walk to schools, the plans to improve the greenery in the city, like the extra 50,000 trees to be planted, the installation of the electric vehicle charging points, with more to come. And on Twitter, there's Councillor Simon Bosher, who's usually on hand to let me know what the previous administration did in regards to the cycling infrastructure and the installation of electric vehicle charging points at certain council-owned locations. So my point is not to say we've done that, so the council's done their bit. They are good ideas, and there'll be more happening. But we know things like air quality levels in parts of cities poor. We know about the ministerial directive that DEFRA's issued us with. This has meant that the local air quality action plan and the steering group have been working on had to be supplanted with one that's got direction from central government. So while we've put things into place that will do our air quality and the well-being of people who live here good, there's much more to be done. And we can start by passing this notice of motion. Now, of course, air quality isn't the sole focus of this notice of motion. Climate change covers a whole gamut of issues, from what is pumped into our air from cars, ships, ferries, heavy goods vehicles, etc., to the residue left over from industrial waste, to our infrastructure, to our individual household waste, to plastic in the oceans that can wipe out ecosystems, to manufacturers' packaging, to how humans treat plant life, make use of deforestation, and the knock-on effects with the animals that we share this planet with. Progress in humanity has been good over the last few centuries for us with our scientific discoveries, our medical advances, our knowledge about space and the universe. Communications come a long way, even since I was a boy, being able to speak face to face with someone in a different continent with a few swipes on my mobile phone. USB sticks, laptops and emails have probably saved a fair few trees, which have probably been once felled for paper. In a pub discussion I had about 10 years ago, I remember being told that innovation and technological advances alone would save our planet. But we can plainly see that technological advances, innovation and market forces are not sorting it out alone. Humanity's still addicted to oil, cars are still belting out pollutants and that's on the increase, aeroplanes are still leaving huge carbon footprint on the planet, wars are still being fought over one lot of people not having enough resources, and people are getting serious illnesses and even dying as a result of poor air quality. There's something like 95 people annually die in the city as a result of bad air pollution here. So globally speaking, we saw forest fires rage through California last year, with poor air quality and fossil fuels being the main driver for that event. I probably remember the floods in Somerset in 2013, the result of an unpredictable climate. And closer to home, we've seen the extensive sea defence consultation for Southsea, and one of the reasons factored into the design is the rising sea levels and devastating effect that would have on homes and businesses in not only that area, but much further afield. So this is why I agree with Extinction Rebellion that we need to declare a climate emergency. By passing this notice of motion, as are 48 other local authorities around the UK, we won't just be aiming for something, we won't just be playing politics in the council chamber that's too often become a theatre to play into the gallery, we won't just be affirming nice words. By passing this, we'll commit ourselves as a council, as elected representatives, regardless of political grouping, to facing head-on the very real challenges of climate change with solid actions that every one of us can follow up on. So thank you, Extinction Rebellion, for working on this. Thank you for coming here and speaking on this. Thank you for arranging the youth strike climate change thing on Friday. Thank you to Judith and Tom for bringing it here. Thanks to Lynn Stagg, who's put a lot of time and effort into, into bringing back those bus routes, for example, and working on cycling. Sorry, I've lost my plate now. And I'm sorry, a massive thank you also to Councillor Claire Udy, who's done so much with Extinction Rebellion. I think you were the first I know of to support it and discuss this idea with the wider council here. Okay, I've got another minute. Hooray. So a big acknowledgement not just to councillors but to council officers like Richard Lee for their contributions in helping set up the initiatives that I mentioned earlier, and who can even break down issues so that I can understand them. That's not easy going. So I can carry on thanking councillors and the council officers, but the biggest thanks and appreciation should go out to grassroots people who put thought into this notice of motion, and other groups that have been working hard over the years to get us to understand the importance of things. People like Let Pompey Breathe, Portsmouth Friends of the Earth, Plastic Free Forum, Keep Milton Green, the Cycle Forum, and the staff and the children of the Portsmouth Music Hub, who myself, Susie Horton, I think you, Lord Mayor, we've been to one of their things with the beach clean, haven't we? So I'm going to run out of time, so I'll just say I think we should declare a climate emergency because of those young people who were at the climate change youth strike last Friday said there is no planet B. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ashmore. I now call on Councillor Ferret, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I think Councillor Ashmore has gone through a broad sweep there in terms of some of the issues that not just we're facing here, but we're facing across the world. And I think this is one of many motions, questions and items that we've discussed here at Council in terms of doing something to address the issues around climate change and around pollution. And I would expect everyone to be supporting this motion today, as we've supported many others, which is an indication that words, we can all have good intentions and we can pass motions here, but in terms of outcomes, there has to be some action. And whilst we have this motion here today, and like I say, we've had numerous iterations of it before, we also have the letter to Michael Gove that the council leader has circulated, which shows that air quality has deteriorated in this city over the past year. So for all of those good intentions that we've had in the past, and I'm not saying that we haven't taken steps, clearly steps have been taken to try and address that. The reality is that air quality has diminished in this city, and the challenge that we face here in Portsmouth and that we face across the globe in terms of climate change is just as great, if not greater, than it ever was. So clearly we will need cooperation. We will need cooperation with other local authorities. We need cooperation on a national level. We need cooperation on an international level. Clearly, I think we all have fears about what can be done in the next few years in this country, given that we are at a state of paralysis at the moment. We were going to look at having a combined authority in this area, which might actually try and get a grip of some of the transport issues. I've long been of the view that we should have some sort of rapid transport system in this area to try and address the traffic issues. Councillor Madden, I think, was discussing this some 20 years ago with other councils about trying to have some sort of transport system. We still don't have it. The idea that we're going to be able to do that in the next few years, given the political chaos and paralysis that we have, I'm very pessimistic about that. And quite frankly, writing to Michael Gove is, in my mind, a complete waste of time. I wouldn't trust Michael Gove to tell me the time. The most untrustworthy person in this country, I would argue. He might well brandish his reusable cup as an indication of how committed he is to the environment, but I do not believe that. That is a man simpering at the lap of President Trump, asking him for a trade deal, and to hell with the consequences of that. And we all know where President Trump stands in terms of climate change. So, I am unfortunately pessimistic about what we'd be able to do in this country and internationally to address this, certainly in the short term. But we can only do what we can do. And alongside our good intentions, we do have to have some action as well in this city. And reading this about 2030, you could argue that's very much, Lord, make me pure, but not right now, because 2030 clearly is a long way off. There are steps that we can take in the interim, but I think I remarked at the last meeting, the budget meeting, there we were putting forward £1.8 million to spend on extra car parking spaces. There's a motion on here about parking zones, and despite what Councillor Smythe says, the battlefield at local elections is around cars, is around parking, and is not around the environment. And we have this as local councillors in Paulsgrove. Every residents' meeting we go to, 90% of the discussions will be around car parking. And we're actually looking at concreting over green areas in order to provide car parking, and that's being done to try and alleviate issues that people have that have almost brought a sense of disorder in that area because people were not able to park their cars. So I think alongside this and alongside the carrot, because I think we do have to offer incentives to people as well, not least in terms of providing public transport, I think there has to be some stick as well. And I've alluded a few times to Councillor Alcombe, he probably won't thank me for this, but making a statement talking about congestion charging. And we all know that that is one sure way of trying to reduce the amount of traffic in the city and also reduce the air quality. But I know that that will also, or could also have, economic consequences. But if you're going to do that, then clearly you have to have alternatives as well. But those are the sort of radical measures that we have to look at. Those are the radical conversations that we have to have with local residents in order that we're not just pandering to them and saying, yes, you can continue to have as many cars as you want, you can continue to drive in the city with impunity, and we will try and provide as much car parking space as we possibly can for you. Because if we continue down that route, we're not going to address the problem.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fair. I now call on Councillor Gerald Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As everybody has said, this is a massive issue, and I'm very happy to support the motion as submitted. Nice to see you, Stephen. But I think it's really important that we recognise that that's not a universal view. We must recognise that in America, President Trump does not accept that view, and that in this country, people like Nigel Lawson, the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, is also of the view that climate change doesn't exist. And we've got to remember that, and we've got to make sure that we articulate that they are wrong. They might be very powerful people, they might express their views strongly, they might be completely in hock to the oil industry and the coal industry, but they are powerful spokesmen, and we have to be realistic, and we have to keep talking about this. And that means that each of us, each organisation, must do what we can. And I welcome the motion, but Councillor Ferret is right that we need to make sure that we have both words but also actions. I'm particularly disappointed. We have solar panels on our roof at home, and it's useful to be able to see how much we generate, and therefore how much CO2 doesn't go into the air because of what we do. We were lucky. We bought ours 3 or 4 years ago. But since then, the government has removed all of the incentives to be able to encourage people to have home micro-generation of their own electricity. And that means that industry has collapsed. We could have had a British leader, and the government has chosen to destroy that industry. In the same way, removing the incentives to have electric cars, to encourage, which the government has done, with the government's decision to encourage people to keep having diesels, keep having petrol cars, is a really retrograde step. And I'm really pleased that the Council took the decision at our last Council meeting to say that we had to write to the government to say that we oppose their view on this. But it's difficult. If the government take away the incentive from people to do it, why will people do it? And I'm very grateful to Councillor Lynn Stagg for the programme to bring in electric charging points for cars to incentivise people to be able to have electric cars at home. And we're looking about having an electric car. I'm just not sure I earn enough to be able to afford one because they're so expensive. So I think we need to do lots of things. In the letter to Michael Gove, I think there are things that I hope government will support us with, particularly the idea, as far as I can see, of encouraging people to use buses by making sure we all have a free bus pass. But finally, Lord Mayor, I think we need to do more than just warm words. We need to do real actions. And I thought I'd let colleagues know that I had an email from Crown Estates asking for people's interest in terms of offshore wind generation of electricity. And I think we are the first council to express to the Crown Estates our interest in being part of a consortium to build and operate offshore wind farms in the South East Channel to be able to dramatically reduce CO2, but also to be supporting local businesses because Vestas on the Isle of Wight make the wind turbines, which are so important part of that. So I think that these are concrete things that we need to be doing, concrete things that we can do, and concrete things that we should do. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vernon Jackson. I'm just going to welcome Sue Morgan. Have you got any interest? Okay.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My apologies for lateness. I've been released from the whip and I have no declarations of interest.
Thank you very much. I now call on Councillor Lynn Stagg.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm fully in favour of this motion, but I don't think it goes anywhere near far enough. Because we're talking about 3 different things here. We're talking about global warming, we're talking about air pollution. Global warming is caused by a variety of different gases, CO2 being one of them. Nitrous oxide is another, mainly coming from fertilisers. Not we can do a tremendous amount about that here in Portsmouth. I don't think there's too much farming going on. Also, methane is one of the other projects that causes global warming, and again we don't graze too many cows and sheep here, although the common I suppose could be turned over to doing that. We've got global warming and CO2. 27% of the CO2 that is produced by transport. So we've got 2 things that are very closely linked here. There's transport and there is global warming and then the air pollution that goes with it. Now, air pollution is mainly caused, the 2 serious problems with air pollution are NO2, nitrogen dioxide, and particulates. And we're not actually dealing with those in this particular thing. I think this should all come together under a big umbrella, maybe looked at separately, but coming under the one umbrella, because we need to reduce the amount of air pollution in the city because it is dangerously high in many cases. We have, as Dave Ashmore said, 95 deaths a year directly attributable to NO2. We haven't got any particular measures, actual measures of how many people are suffering as a result of particulates, but we know that it contributes to asthma, COPD, etc., etc. So chronic illness is another thing that we need to be addressing as part of this. The other thing is one of my bones of contention that's been mentioned briefly, and that is plastics, single-use plastics. Now, if people did what I do at the supermarket, when I buy my fruit and vegetables there, I take off all the plastic wrapping, I keep it, I take it to the checkout, and I leave them deal with it. Now, if we all did that, the message I think would get through to a lot of the supermarkets that we don't want single-use plastic. And it's quite simple. Nobody gets upset about it, not yet anyway. So I think that's got to be done. The other area I think we need to start looking at, and it's been hinted at, and that is planning. Because we need to put pressure on developers to actually produce homes which are Code 5 or Code 6, so that we're not getting loss of energy through buildings. They are more expensive to build, but if they are built on a large scale, it brings down the cost. In our ward, we've got some houses which are built by one of the housing associations, Drum, which is now Radian, and there are 3 or 4 houses there which I think are Code 5. So all of that, and they've got solar panels, etc. So I would like to see all of this coming together as well, 2 levels. There's a local level, let's get Portsmouth cleaner in all shapes and forms, and that's air pollution, and that is to prevent global warming. One of my sons sent me a link a few years back of an interactive world map of oceans, and he said, his words were, Mother Stag, if sea level rises by 1 metre, you'll be the proud owner of a waterside property, which when you're living in Cockney is a little bit worrying. But it's very, very real. So I think we're going to look at it locally, we're going to look at it globally. And I think all of us come together to do all of this. So pressure on planning, pressure on supermarkets, etc., with a single-use plastic. We've got an air pollution master plan, air quality master plan, and now to have it as well with the global warming, I think, all together and have a big thing and make a launch of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stagg. I now call on Councillor Hugh Mason.
My Lord Mayor, as members know, over the last decade, I have been particularly concerned with the sea defences of South Sea and the sea defences of Portsea Island as a whole. And in this, I'm worried about the rise in sea level. I thought we were a little cautious in the level to which we're rising our sea defences. And I have become very, very worried in the last couple of weeks. The Bjerknes Institute in Bergen, which is one of the foremost climatic institutes in the north, has released a report on Spitsbergen, an area which is normally covered with quite deep glaciers and quite deep snow. They have found that the air temperature in winter in Spitsbergen has gone up by 7 degrees Celsius over the last 40 years. And it is now raining in winter, not snowing. Now, if this is replicated, as it could well be without action, across the whole of the Arctic zone, then quite frankly, we could forget this motion. Because Portsea Island will effectively be nothing more than a hazard to navigation. It won't exist. So this motion is important. I would have liked to have seen some more specifics in this on how we take this forward. I would like to have seen more in this about carbon footprint, the way in which, with our consumption, we're consuming the carbon dioxide pollution of other parts of the world. We're importing their carbon dioxide pollution. I think there were things which could have gone into this. But I am advised that this is the style of motion which has been passed by a number of other councils, and I would not like us to be out of line with them. I think there's a lot of work to do on this, and it must be done without delay. Because if it doesn't, we can wave goodbye to this island. So, although I have some reservations about the lack of specificity in this motion, I would urge members to pass it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hugh Mason. I now call on Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I would like to start by thanking the people that have brought the motion forward today, and that's Councillor Smythe and Coles. It's a well thought out motion. It's a very serious issue, which also brings me on to thanks to both, to three people, Paula Savage, Christopher Brown and to Nicholas Sebley, because actually we had very impassioned speeches, as we touched on earlier, and actually it's quite sobering. And if you think about what we're doing here as democratically elected people, as people who are trusted with the ability to make change in our own little part of the world, and here in Portsmouth, I think it is incumbent upon us to use the powers that we have wisely, and actually there can't be anything more important than protecting human life, animal life and the world, the planet that we all enjoy and love so much at the moment. Moving on, there are so many different people. We've touched today on scepticism around global warming. Well, I don't see how there can be scepticism around global warming. The world is warming up. That is a fact. I think the causes of why it's warming up have been shared, and you'll never get unanimity amongst reasons why. And yes, the world, Councillor Stubbs informs me, is about 1 billion years old, and it's warmed up and cooled down several times in the information that we've been able to trace back through science. However, whether the world is warming up because of man-made reasons or other reasons, surely we all want to live in a cleaner, healthier world anyway. Surely whatever the reasons, and let's not get drawn in those arguments, we need to change the way that we're living. When you drive behind an old motorbike or a really old car, a car that's over 25 years old, you can really smell those petrol fumes now when you're driving behind it. And when we were children, that smell was just we were so used to that because that's what was on all of our roads. And now when you drive behind it, it really gets into your lungs and you think, oh, that's horrible. And actually, we've come such a long way in just 25, 30 years, but there's so much further to go. Greenhouse gases are, I'm sure, having a huge impact on the world. And when you see some of the images of plastic in the oceans and fish swimming around plastics and fish digesting plastics, it really is incredibly, incredibly sad. And then when you think about the fact that eczema and asthma and cancers are growing, the number of cases of these that are growing okay, yes, the world's population is growing, but nonetheless, people are dying of causes very different to the ones they died of many years, 100 plus years ago. And I'm sure that this is also being affected by man-made reasons. And I think it is right and proper that we do all we can to look after our planet, and that's why I'll be supporting this motion today. I was very pleased about 12, 13 months ago to meet with the Final Straw Project, an organisation who really believe in trying to end single-use plastics in Portsmouth. And as a council, we really got behind them, and we spoke at length about how we can try and reduce single-use plastics for us as a council. Just simple things like in our staff canteen, not having plastic cutlery, not having plastic drinking cups for the water fountain, making people bring in a reusable cup, or if you have to have some kind of disposable cup, making sure it's one made from either hemp or from some kind of recycled paper. I think that the Cough Cough Turn It Off campaign mentioned by Councillor Ashmore is great. I think it's really, really good. It's catchy. It's very, very... Oh, is it you, Councillor Stagg? One of the two. Yeah, it's great. And actually, it's easy to remember. And if you're driving on the road and you see one of the posters on the billboards, you don't need to think what's that about. It's obvious. It's a really good slogan. So well done to whichever councillors and officers were behind that. One of my friends, a lady called Sarah Mackay, who lives in Southsea, he's been really focused on clothing recycling. And I spent some time with her talking about this in January. And she feels very strongly about the amount of textiles that are just landfilled every single year, and it's got a few of us amongst my friendship group talking about how we can upcycle and exchange things, and actually a couple of them are really good dressmakers, so actually altering clothes to use them, and if anyone watches the Great British Sewing Bee on BBC Two, you'll see how they were doing that brilliantly just last week. In April 2018 we were fortunate enough, there'll be some in the chamber that won't agree with this, to have Chris Grading down, Secretary of State for Transport, and I did say some won't appreciate it. And in April last year, I was able to talk to him specifically about our Green Pledge, the Conservative Green Pledge, to wanting to do whatever we can to make Portsmouth cleaner and greener and to have that green lung of the city. And that does include, and we followed that through in our budget last year and the year before, and we did it this year, around putting more money in for cycling and putting more money in for trees. When I first became leader of the council, I spoke about having a monorail, and I was laughed at with a tall building strategy and, you know, the New York skyline and all that stuff. But actually, Councillor Madden apparently started this many years ago as a former leader of the council, and I think it's right that we do have better quality public transport. And finally, parliamentarians. Well, you know, so much starts and ends with Parliament because it's where so many of the problems come from and it's where so many of the solutions therefore can be found. And I'm pleased that the leader of the council has mentioned Nigel Lawson today, because we know that Secretary of States have such an ability to be able to make change. In particular, you know, Chris Huhne, who I have to say disappointed that he wasn't able to bring about the change when he was our Secretary of State for Climate Change and Environment, but perhaps that's because he was facing prison for lying about his speeding tickets. Anyway, nonetheless, we won't dwell on the politics of that one, as Mr. Lawson, Lord Lawson has been mentioned, but finally to say well done and thank you to Councillors Smythe and Cole, an excellent motion, first-class motion, and one that I would be surprised if any councillor doesn't support. Well done, 10 out of 10, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. I now call on Councillor Purvis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's going to come as no surprise that I wholeheartedly support this, given my own personal views. I just, rather than repeat what others have said, I wanted to take a moment, potentially as a council, I hope, to thank especially all the young people who came out last Friday in the Guildhall Square to support the youth climate strike. As a councillor, and frankly as someone who probably doesn't get to call themselves young anymore, I actually found it deeply inspiring to see those young people, hear from those young people, to see them taking a stand, challenging those of us that are in positions of, frankly, responsibility to take action and demand action from us before it is too late for them. As a small aside, I do hope that the schools that those children came from support these students' actions. Look, I appreciate the challenges around school attendance, but it needs to be recognised that young people taking action, getting passionately involved in a campaign and an issue like this, speaking out, protesting, all of that is part of their education. It's part of them growing as individuals, so I hope the schools will support them. I really hope no school will be so foolish as to punish a student for taking part in what was a very worthwhile exercise. But lastly from me, just to reiterate what some colleagues here have said, be under no illusion that this motion, this direction of travel leads us to challenging conversations. Councillor Ferret mentioned some of them, Gerald mentioned some of them in his letter particularly. We're going to need to make brave decisions, and brave decisions that might not be popular. We've hinted about the impact on drivers. I'm a driver, I drive every day for work. But I accept that things need to change, and we need to make really difficult decisions to make real change, not just speak warm words.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purvis. I now call on Councillor Ken Elcombe.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This is my last meeting, as I'm not standing again in May, so I think it's only right that I pursue my normal route and say something slightly more controversial than perhaps has been said by some of the other speakers today. I fully support climate change initiatives, but I do have some problems about how this council proposes to go about implementing them. And Councillor Ferret was right. I was the man who suggested that we should have a congestion charge coming into the city, but of course the commercial impact of that on businesses in the city and residents and employees coming in and out of the city was hard to calculate. Equally, I was the man who said that residents in the city who had too many cars were the problem that needed the solution of parking zones. A statement which managed to get me on the front page of the Daily Mail. I was also the man who took out zones MB and MC when I was a cabinet member for culture and for traffic and transportation, because I didn't believe that they worked. So having said all of that, I think some of the issues that have been highlighted today, certainly in the letter to Michael Gove, give me some concern. This council has always pledged to support the Royal Navy, and I read in today's paper, the news, I think it's called, how we're trumpeting the possibility of more ferries and cruise liners using the ferry port. Now surely, in terms of what we saw today in the presentation about the impact of vehicles and certainly ships at sea, trumpeting on one hand that we're increasing the number of vessels coming into the city, at the same time saying, well, actually they're a big cause of pollution. The Royal Navy, obviously we've got the two carriers, a bigger cause of pollution. Are we going to say that, okay, those bits don't matter anymore, they can still carry on polluting because they're suitable for what we want? So I think we need to be very careful about what we wish for and how we go about it. Because some of these suggestions are, on the face of it, great. You know, the idea that we have lorries offloading somewhere off the city and being brought in by electric vehicles, the cost of implementing that and the cost passed down the food train to the people we're trying to protect from gases, etc. Instead of gassing them, we're going to starve them because they won't be able to afford food. Because the cost of that, all that implementation would probably put the cost of a loaf of bread up by twice as much. That's a guess. But it's certainly not going to be cheap. So I think we do need to be very careful. Equally, Councillor Stagg saying that, you know, we have too many animals. Well, unless we're all going to go vegan, I don't see a lot of solution to that, because cows will naturally, and I know that from where I'm living now, will naturally emit gases, much like councillors in this chamber. A lot of it's hot air, of course. But my final response on my retirement is to wish you all the best of luck in the future in wrangling with all these issues. I'll keep an eye from afar, and I'm sure in due course, as last year, I was in a cafe in Castle Welland in Northern Ireland with my wife, when who do I bump into but Councillor Leo Madden and his family. Who would predict that? And unfortunately, he couldn't get out before I saw him, or it was the other way around. And obviously, Michael Lawther being from the Emerald Isle, I might very well bump into him in the future. But I do wish you all the best for the future. These issues aren't easy to resolve, and as I say, as I pointed out now, some of them are very contradictory in terms of what you can do and how you go about it. I've enjoyed my 8 years on the council. Would I have enjoyed another 4 years? No, which is why I chose to stand down while I still have some sanity. And for those of you who are newer in post, I wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Elcombe. I now call on Councillor Udi.
Hello, I am so glad this motion came here today. I'd like to thank personally Extinction Rebellion. I only found out about them because they were posted on Facebook and it continually came up on my feed, so I went to a meeting, helped to facilitate some discussions that ultimately came to this motion today, so thank you. I want to thank Hugh Mason at the moment because he's the only one who made the most scariest kind of claims about the fact that we're all going to be drowning pretty soon if we don't sort this out, because the main message of Extinction Rebellion is that it's a bold message and it's not supposed to be a sobering thought going, oh, we've got to stop climate change. We're all going to have to be terrified about this, because if we raise the temperature by 1.5 degrees and it's before 2030, we can kiss goodbye to our kids growing up and having a future. It makes me almost regret having children sometimes, because all I think about is that they're 4 and 5 years old and they just might grow into a world that just doesn't really exist anymore. It's not going to be like Mad Max dystopian, but we're going to see massive inequalities from poor and rich people fighting for resources as we continue to destroy the planet. I want to reference Phil McDuff's recent Guardian writing about a Marxist alternative and approach to climate change, because I do think that rethinking capitalism really will be the only way that we can almost swore, almost. The only way that we can actually combat climate change. We have to fundamentally change our lives and address this issue. We can't go on having 2-minute car journeys and being really selfish. We should all take 5 minutes every day and practice guided meditation, because I guarantee you it will change our outlook and it will change the way that we feel about everything, and we can just make decisions that are a lot more sensible and a lot more compassionate for everyone. We need to lobby our government. We can't just sit here as a room of people that are all, I think our youngest councillor is like 24, 5, like 25, that's like 10 years over school age, 9 years over school age, when children are literally going out once a month, right? Sorry. Whatever. But the point is here is that children are leaving school for one day, once a month at the moment, and I encourage children to bunk off. Sorry, I'm allowed to say that on camera right here. To strike, not just to bunk off, to strike once a month. I like looking in the camera and saying that. But to come out and push themselves forwards. Greta Thunberg, like they said, was one person, and within a year it's turned into a mass movement covering over 100 countries and having over 1 million people. If we do this once a month and we encourage like this tiny bit of civil disobedience, then we can make real change. We really can. We shouldn't punish poor people for their buying habits when it goes forward, when we say we have to make a change, because some of the cheapest things we could buy are probably not the most environmental at all, but they have no choice but to buy these things. Like I said, we need to go to the top. I said it last month that 100 companies are causing 71% of climate change. We're having mass industrial farming that is destroying the planet. And I'm not going to encourage everyone to go vegan, because I'm not. But I'm slowly getting there. But you need to appreciate the point that we're wasting meat. It's super cheap. It's being chunked out of supermarkets. We do not need to farm this amount. It's causing a massive amount of greenhouse gases, and we need to change the way that we just live, and we can eat better. And there is some amazing vegan food that is junk food as well. It just doesn't have to be eating steak all the time, honestly. I don't know what else to say now, but other than thank you to everyone who's put this motion forward. But I want to echo Councillor Purvis's things about we're going to have uncomfortable conversations. If we're all radical and we push forward really extreme ways that might be saying stop driving your car, because everyone's terrified to say that because you're all getting hard over parking at the moment. The fact is that we just need to... Sorry, I got so worked up by saying that as well. I might have to apologise for saying that. The fact of the matter is, if we all make radical decisions together and we all get voted out, then so be it, because we need to make the change to make sure that our children live a better life tomorrow, and that our children can carry on having children, and we don't blame people for having babies because they have more than a right to do that. So thank you. Cheers, everyone. Smash capitalism. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Councillor Eadie. I now call on Councillor Willington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I think this is a good time. I haven't used this for a bit, so it's a good time for a quote from Gladstone. So we have good ends can rarely be attained in politics without passion. And there is now, for the first time in a good many years, a virtuous passion. Well, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard an awful lot of passion so far today, both from our people very early on and from our speakers from the council chamber. So this is asking us to declare a climate emergency. So let's look at some places that have already declared a climate emergency. Note, these are places that are run by different parties. So we have Rushcliffe, we have Carlisle, we have South Lakeland, we have Reading, we have Mendip, we have Cheltenham, and we have many more councils around the country. So if it's good enough for them, it should be good enough for Portsmouth. What's really brings it home to me about what impact that climate change, carbon emissions, all kind of emissions, particulates, everything like that has on people is people. Sometimes we can think about climate change and we can think about air pollution as an abstract. Oh, well, it's just there. You talk about it, you talk about how to tackle it. But actually, what impact does it have on people? And that's something that I've been working with some of the officers in public health about on the council, and hope to present a paper on that later in the year. Because the effect on people, as one of our deputies said about his young daughter, me personally, I'm asthmatic. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I've been asthmatic since I was 4. I have no idea what going up and down Fratton Road every day on my bike, because that's what I do, does to my asthma. I manage my asthma very well, but what effect is that particulates? How much worse am I in my breathing every day because I've already got a lung condition? What effect is that having on me? I don't know. But what I do know is if we had less particulates in the atmosphere, if we had less problems with our pollution in this city and around the country, I'd be better off. We would all be better off. We all know that's true. So let's do something about it. I think this has been, it's been serendipitous actually. I think, as Councillor Vernon Jackson said earlier today, we got the information about the air pollution in the city very, very recently. It was, and it came as a shock, and it has come as a shock to everyone on the council, about how bad it is. I think we knew it was poor, but not as bad as it is. So it does give us the opportunity to tie this in with the letter that Councillor Vernon Jackson, on behalf of the council, is sending to the Secretary of State. And I do always, of course, agree with Councillor Ferret on this matter that it would be nice if it wasn't Michael Gove. But all those things we should ask for. We should ask for, because if we don't ask for radical changes, if they're telling us, the government are telling us that our situation in this city is really bad, then we should say, okay, well, you've got all the money, we've got very little because you keep cutting it, so you give us the money to be able to make a real change. If they really care about people in the city, if they care about people, they have to give us the money to do something about it. So yes, we should ask for unicorns, because just in this case, we might get some. But if we don't ask, we won't get. And if we don't ask, and then we don't get, we then can't make the plans that we can do, the only plans that we can do with our limited resources. And this is resources that not only are being cut across the board, but I've talked about public health already. It's the only bit of health spending in the system that is being slashed. It's completely perverse. And this is the stuff that can help people, if we had the funding that was there, that we can do as preventative measures. And then we have to look at the much broader picture, the picture across the world. And this is where it's, well, if we don't, and it's always the excuse, isn't it? Oh, well, China's not doing it and the United States aren't doing it, India's not doing it, or maybe a little bit. You know, it's, well, whatever we do, it's not going to make any difference. Well, if everyone had that attitude about just about anything, it isn't going to make any difference. Because if you don't change, and someone else doesn't change, and someone else doesn't change, and whole countries don't change, then you're not going to make a difference. So you have to make a difference yourself. And so if we can say as a city, we join those other nearly 50 authorities saying, we are going to make a change, we are going to do something different, and then the whole of the UK says, we're going to make a change, we're going to do something different, then that's going to be one less country with a 60-odd million population that's going to make a difference. So that's what we have to do. Because the consequences, as was alluded to earlier, the migration crisis you are going to have when people are fighting over water, because entire parts of this planet will be completely uninhabitable, is going to make any migration crisis, probably in the entire human history, look like chicken feed. So we need to do this now. We need to stand up for this city. We need to stand up for the people of the city and declare this climate emergency. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whittington. I now call on Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Again, I would just like to echo many of the points made in the debate, especially by Councillor Stagg about actually the issue. You've got the global side to this, as well as then what we can do as a city and also a country. And also, Councillor Winton, completely agree with you. You're absolutely right. Actually, the big countries, America, etc., I think some of the reasonings that President Trump and his colleagues over there, the way that they've withdrawn from the Paris Agreement, was absolutely. I think the world was shocked by that, actually, despite what we may think of our US counterparts. I think the world was genuinely shocked because I think that there has been a global movement towards help on the climate. But, however, it's clearly been seen to be not enough. And I think I'm not usually a fan of terms such as radicalisation, but I do think in terms of issues such as global warming, climate, I think people can't be serious enough because I think for a long time, certainly the last 20 years of my life, it's often felt like it's there on the periphery and it's small action groups, etc. I remember when they built the Newbury bypass and it was always kind of written off as fanatics. But actually, it's people that care. It's people that care about our environment. And I've been really lucky in my time as a councillor and through knowing extended people who you get to meet some incredible people who really do care about the environment, such as the Blue Marine Foundation, who want to seed 1 million oysters in the Solent to replant a natural water cleansing bivalve organism back into the Solent, which can be used to not only cleanse our water here, but further along the coast, but also provide a sustainable source of traditional foods that was grown here. And I was really disappointed to hear, many years ago actually, that we used to be the biggest exporter of oysters from this very area to the whole of Europe. And now they're nearly extinct, the native oyster. So there are some great projects that are happening here. But I think, Councillor Stagg, going back to your global point, you're absolutely spot on. And perhaps through the Cabinet and the relevant Cabinet member, they might be able to work to promote every opportunity through our twinning committees with the cities abroad, especially perhaps the ones in China. I'm just picking on them because they are a well-known, I don't want to say an industrial polluter to be unkind, but I think that's probably a fair term to put on them, just because of what we read in the media, etc. I do believe that to be true. And I think that we perhaps have an opportunity to extend the influence and the severity of what we're hoping to do here. And so based around that, I would urge people to support this, but also just to go down to item number 7, recommendation 7 here. I think that education and getting in with young people, starting to educate people from a young age is really important. And a couple of weeks ago, I had the pleasure of going and speaking with the Dreamcatchers Children's Parliament in Drayton. And it was a real pleasure to see really young minds from the age of reception up to year 6 bringing forward sensible, raising sensible issues, especially around the environment, but actually also putting forward what seemed to be very sensible solutions from the mouth of babes. And so I really commend the work that perhaps could be done off the back of this motion being passed to move forward to not only go out into schools, but into the wider community as well, because they are the future. They're going to be inheriting what we're leaving for them, and we do all have a part to play in that. So I'd urge everyone here to support this motion, and well done to everyone that's working on it.
Thank you very much, Councillor New. I now call on Councillor Ian Lyne.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It won't come as a surprise to some that I completely support the motion, but I also caution people to not necessarily discount everybody who has a contrary view. So I would like to remind the Council, who I'm sure know, about Pascal's wager. Pascal argued that a rational person should live as though God exists and seek to believe in God, because if God does not actually exist, such a person will have only a finite loss, having lost some pleasures and luxuries in life, whereas he stands to receive infinite gains, as represented by eternity in heaven, and avoid infinite losses, i.e. being consigned to hell. It therefore follows, if you put the environment where God is in this particular argument, it makes no sense at all for people to say, oh, well, it doesn't happen, it doesn't matter, when you can do very small things, and you can try to do big things, but you can all do small things to help individually to make a difference, even in a swamp, a positive Noah's flood of the problems that may occur, indeed, that we would all be swimming. There wouldn't just be one Hilsey Lido, according to Councillor Mason, and I completely agree with that. But we also need to look at the fundamentals of this. There's so much that gets conflated. So if we talk about biomass fuel and we talk about electric cars, if we get electric cars, we are simply relocating where carbon is produced because we don't have enough renewables, and we won't have enough renewables to generate the electricity, certainly to have the energy we need now, let alone to fuel cars. So we have to look as well at something that is that I believe in, which is new, better produced nuclear energy. We have to do that too, and there are lots of environmentalists who don't realise or won't accept that the argument is simple. If you want to avoid carbon spewing into the atmosphere, you might have to take the risk, certainly a better, more cleverer technology, that there is a nuclear solution which may be good. I'm talking about salt-based rather than solid-based nuclear fuel, which doesn't do what Chernobyl did, but it still is a risk. However, it is the only way we can make sure that we will produce the energy that is required. We can't do a Corbyn and just assume that everybody won't be eating meat or shouldn't be doing whatever it is that they shouldn't be doing. Human nature is something that we absolutely have to take into account. If we don't, we lose the argument. We lose the initiative. And you then go, friends of mine have got a son who's living and working currently just on a year's placement in China. He hasn't been able to get out of the house for 2 months, really, I mean, apart from to go to work but with masks, because it is so polluted. And yes, I mean, Councillor Winter is right. We should be doing our own stuff, but we should also be doing something more to prevent people polluting our planet in the way that they are in China and other places. And yes, Trump is responding to a capitalist argument, and I agree with capitalism, obviously, as a basis for making people better off and able to sustain themselves and to live and to improve. But there are drawbacks to it. But that is if you are trying to compete with one product somewhere where you actually have to put in climate change levies and you have to do all sorts of things in the West, but you don't have to do it in China. Naturally, what will happen is that the goods that are produced in China, which are polluting more and more, so don't buy goods from China. Ultimately, it seems to be the best idea here, because you are polluting the atmosphere more. But if you're buying them from China, then you are effectively driving the US out of business, and it won't accept that. We have to deal with the macro politics, macroeconomics, and the macro environmental argument. So I would simply argue here that yes, it is an emergency, but the point is when a fire starts in a big building, you don't just have the fire alarm in one part of it. It's got to go everywhere, so everybody gets out of it. So nobody gets burnt or killed or is consumed by the fire of this. So when we are doing this, it's all very well having platitudes and wonderful arguments about how to do it, but we must be specific about how we do it. We must lead by example and do our small bit, but make it bigger and try and make it bigger every year if we can. And I'm not good at following my own advice, so please don't look to me, but I will try very hard in future to recognise this emergency, and I shall think of Judith every time I do so. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyon. I now call on Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and obviously I'll be very happy to support the motion today, but I want us to not forget the impact that humanity is having on the wildlife of this planet. It's sobering to learn that we've wiped out 60% of the mammals, birds, fish and reptiles on this planet since 1970. So that has occurred entirely within my lifetime. That's an incredibly sobering thought, and one that I find utterly terrifying. We've heard a lot today about future human generations. There are whole generations of wildlife that will never ever be able to exist because those species are now extinct. This is a global issue. Yes, we can take action here, and we should do all that we can. I actually think we should go further than the motion. It shouldn't just be us writing to government. We should be contacting every other council in the country that's passed this motion, and we should be doing a joint deputation. I'd like to see all those council leaders go up to government and demand that there is action. But we have to remember the vastness of the damage that we've already done, and not pretend that this is something that we should now be picking up and dealing with. We have to hold to account the leaders of this planet who are not fulfilling their duties under the Paris Climate Change Agreement that Ed Davey, as a Liberal Democrat with the coalition government, fought so hard to make happen. We need to be blaming those people and accusing those people, and the damage that this government has done to the renewable energy schemes that were brought forward during the coalition is utterly shameful, and they should be embarrassed to vote for this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pitt. I now call on Councillor Hooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to hone in on something that Councillor Stagg said earlier. Councillor Stagg, please dump the supermarkets. I did very many years ago because I don't like the whole plastic on the turnips and the Swedes, etc. I now buy all of my fruit and veg from a farm shop. We have in our high streets all around town greengrocers, small traders who desperately don't want to go out of business. And guess what? In these businesses, the humble paper bag is still king. I remember as a child, you didn't have these plastic bags on wheels in supermarkets. You could pick your fruit and veg and put it straight into a paper bag. The farm shop that I regularly use even sell carrier bags for 5p. We need to change our consumer habits, and we can do that as a collective to force actually society to change. If you hit supermarkets where it actually hurts by not shopping there, or obviously we all visit supermarkets to buy certain products that we can't get elsewhere, but where there is choice, I suggest you take that other choice. Thank you.
Thank you much. I've got to confer you don't get bags and you go down Charlotte Street Market. I haven't got anyone else signalled to speak. No. And therefore I call on Councillor Smythe to sum up, please.
Great. I think this is one of the best debates we've had since I joined the council a year ago, and I'm grateful for all that support. I don't think I disagreed with very much that anybody said, although I rather hope that Councillor Lyons doesn't spend too much of the day thinking about me every time he makes a personal decision to change his habits. We've all agreed it. That's great. And some of you have rightly pointed out that it's all about action. I did focus on action in my speech when I introduced this motion, and I focused on the quality of accountability, governance, and a quite different way in which we should engage with the public during that speech. But of course, if we will have to be aware that those structures won't work unless we are all willing, as leaders, to be brave about our decisions. Brave about decisions that are difficult and may well be unpopular. And some of you have rightly pointed that out, and I hope that means you're steeling yourself up for that rather than that you're going to run away from it. We don't want an unseemly political race to do the least action in the future. We don't want to compete in order not to put this motion into action. And I realise now, having been a politician just for a year, that there is some danger of that. I am sure that the Extinction Rebellion will hold us to account. And indeed, my model of good governance is that we are held to account by an active citizenry, and that we can get our citizenry to be more active on this and can indeed have a proper foil when we have the necessary discussions we'll have to hold us to account. So, we're going to take action as individuals. That'll be hard. We're going to take actions as families and as groups. That may not be quite so hard if we've got the support of our communities around us and of the organisations we each belong to and the different walks of life we have. And we're going to take action as the people of Portsmouth. And we will be leading it. And that is, I think, the right role for local government. By the way, I think we need to look at another little change management philosophy we adopted when I worked at OPM. I talked about our previous framework we used for change. This framework is to do with the fact that we are aiming for zero carbon in 11 years. That's 2030. Sounds a long time, doesn't it? But it's 11 years. That means we need to be at 50% at the year 2024-25. 5.5 years we have. It also means, and this is the one that I want to leave you with, that in 2022, we need to be 25% along the road. And if we're not, we need to know that our plans will lead to that being achieved in 2023. So actually, this is one of those where we're going to all have to start taking individual action today and group action today and work together as a council to make sure that this actually happens. Because we can't wait until 2030 and suddenly say, oh dear, we didn't do it. Because we have to do it. So I want to say with pride, in 5 years, so that's when we're at about 50%, and I want to say with pride that Portsmouth is a leading green city. Not just leading on the south coast, not just leading in the south of England, not just leading across the UK, but that we're one of the leading cities in the country. And you know what? I think that'll do us terrific benefit in terms of the attractiveness to business, the attractiveness to people visiting, and so on and so forth. And with that in mind, we've only got 2.5 years to get 25% there. I would like to thank you for your support, and I'm very glad the motion has been accepted.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smythe. We now move into the vote. So can I see all those in favour, please? Anyone against? Any abstentions? So that is carried unanimously. Congratulations. I'm now going to move us to having a 15-minute break, since I think there's several people who want to have things, and yeah. I think also we're going to have noise from the people up there, and people might want to speak on the way out. So 15-minute break until we come back in again. Thank you. It's not on. Bear with us 2 seconds. Please be seated. We may have a slight technical issue, so we'll check it's going before we continue. I got bored of waiting. Going okay? Okay, now we have back connected to the internet. We move on to motion B, council housing, proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Horton. The mover of, can I just confirm those are proposed and seconded? Yep. The members, the mover of the motion now has up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First thing I have been advised by Mr Lather is I need to declare a non-pecuniary interest as the owner of a house in Portsmouth is rented out on the basis I have no large pension fund, unlike some people at the top there, and therefore have to have something to rely on. So I'm a private landlord, and therefore then everybody who is a private landlord needs to declare.
Lord Mayor, declaration of interest. I'm a private landlord. I mean, it is personal and pecuniary. So what do we do?
Lord Mayor, if I may assist, I don't think members need to declare it because it's already in your register of interest. That's a matter of public record.
I should have said at the beginning of the last one, when we had group leaders meeting, I said that on our side we thought we'd debate all of these today, and therefore we don't need to waste time on 3 minutes for each of them saying why we should. So can we please get on with it?
Yes, thank you very much. All those in favour of debating now? Anyone opposed? Okay, therefore we move back to Councillor Vernon Jackson to propose notice of motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I thought the last debate was a really interesting and good debate because it was about a real crisis. But actually I think in terms of housing for families, we also have a real crisis, and it's something that we need to address. Now, I think it has been very difficult for people because I think it is now, for many families, an enormously expensive part of what they do is to be able to afford somewhere decent to be able to live. And families spending up to 50% of their income on rent is an enormous pressure on them. Now, I think there is an absolute right for people to be able to have somewhere decent to live to bring up their families. And it's one of the things that we as a council should be striving particularly hard to do. If we look at the numbers, the City Council used to have 32,000 council houses and flats or council properties. They're now down to about 15,500, and through Right to Buy that's been brilliant for the people who bought them that generation, and it's been devastating for the generations that have followed, because we all meet people who come to us as councillors to say, I need somewhere to live, and I've been to the council and they don't have anywhere. I remember being phoned up by somebody, a family with 2 kids, and they were in a 1-bedroom flat. And we had to say to them, we're not going to give you a bigger place. Not until the eldest kid is 5 can we find somewhere else bigger for you. With somebody from Cosham, so a family from Cosham. And I've met another family recently, a family with 4 kids in a 2-bedroom flat. And that's terrible. So I think it has an enormous effect on people. And I personally think we have a moral duty to provide decent housing for people. But even if you don't think that, we know that if people in families are in decent housing, just for purely utilitarian reasons, it's the right thing to do that they should have, because we know families in decent housing, their kids do better at school, they use the NHS less, they use social services less. Things go better for families when they have somewhere decent to live. And I think this is something that governments have not been looking at properly for 40 years. The government scheme at the moment says that we should be replacing council houses that are sold one-to-one. And if from 1979 on, with right to buy, everything had been replaced one for one council house sold, one new one built, we'd have been in a fine position, but that's not been the case. Even now, when things are better than they were, to build one new council house, 5 have to be sold, from the latest figures from the LGA. So more and more families are forced into private rented accommodation. And that is really tough. I talked to a lady in a stable job where she'd been in for years. She'd lived in Portsmouth 9.5 years, 17 flats. How on earth do you bring up a family with that lack of stability? So I think we have a real duty to try to make sure that we're doing more. And personally, I think it's an enormous waste of money from the government. We've pushed the finance for housing spent by government really hasn't fallen much at all. But in the 1970s, we were building houses for people to live. Now, it all goes in housing benefit to subsidise private landlords. And that's been a terrible, terrible decision. So, successive councils have made a decision, which I think is absolutely right. Across party in this council, we've made the decision not to sell our council housing. And we were absolutely right. And I'm really pleased that over the last few years there's been movement from government to mean that we've got more freedoms. So about 7 or 8 years ago, councils were given the ability to start building houses again. And this council did. And we started it under the last administration. I'm really pleased that Donna and the Conservatives continued that. Now, and I think we should do, to give credit where credit is due, we should absolutely recognise that the announcement by the Prime Minister that at long last the cap is going to be removed for borrowing for investing in housing is a brilliant move and gives us a real opportunity. So I think we are at a place which is a really interesting place. So I think we need to make sure that we take this freedom that we're being given with both hands and make sure that we are investing heavily in building more social housing. And I'd like to record my thanks to Darren. There could not be a greater champion of social housing than Darren, and Tom to keep us on our toes as well. So I hope that we are going to be seeing the building of 23 flats on the South Sea community site, which has been derelict for many years, for temporary accommodation to get people out of bed and breakfasts. I hope that when we take down the tower blocks, we will build more council accommodation, more social housing than the 272 that we've absolutely guaranteed to replace. If there are 441 flats available there, I hope it'll be in the 300s or the 400s, the number of social housing flats that will be there. We've got to make sure that we're not building on open space, and we won't be. There isn't enough space. There aren't enough green spaces in the city as it is, and we're not going to be building on them. But I think we need to have a resounding and absolute commitment that we will be building social housing. We don't need subsidies to do it, because we've got business cases that say, with the borrowing cap being lifted, we can do that, and we can do it without subsidy, and we need to embrace that. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you much. Can I just confirm that's seconded? Yes. Okay. Thank you much. And are there any amendments to this motion? Okay, Councillor Stubbs, are you happy to circulate it? And can I have a confirmation from Councillor Jones that it's seconded? Councillor Jones, are you happy it's seconded? Thank you much. Helpful. Okay, Councillor Stubbs, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, we've got in front of us a motion which, for the most part, is a motherhood and apple pie motion. It's one of the things which, in the large part of the motion is things which people would agree with. However, I feel compelled to put in an amendment because of the attack on myself within this, and because really what more to the point, the point that the administration is trying to make on this is false. Now, I ask myself, why is it in there? Is it in there just as a gotcha moment, and they think, which the administration think will help them in the upcoming election, or is it really that it just collapses their worldview, that to be told that a subsidy is required puts in danger their belief in unicorns and pixie dust, and that being told that numbers have to add up is something they don't like to hear. But the fact of it is that social housing and affordable housing does require a subsidy. I did say that, and I use subsidy in its widest sense. Subsidy is not necessarily a cash subsidy. Subsidy is something whereby it's not commercially viable on its own and it needs extra resources in it. This is, as the amendment says, this is the basis for 106 housing. This is also the basis for a lot of development that goes on. But you have to recognise it as a subsidy. If you take some land that's worth £10 million and you put council housing on it and accept the land value is now zero, you have put £10 million in as a subsidy. It's as simple as that. And that is the view which was expressed by, as I say on the amendment, Gavin Smart, who's the Deputy Chief Executive of the Chartered Institute of Housing. In late 2017, he made a presentation along with others. There was a panel at Southampton Solent University organised by Vivid Homes on affordable housing, and anyone could ask a question. Someone asked a question, can affordable housing be built without subsidy? Well, the other three members of the panel gave lengthy answers, and he simply said no. And then he went on to expand a little on that, and he says, well, no, but you can cross-subsidise. Now, I have never said that you can't cross-subsidise, but I'm reading in here, apparently, that I did. Well, of course, this relates to the Cabinet meeting that took place fairly recently. I'm sure that's what this is about. And at that, I expressed the view, again, that you can't build without a form of subsidy. And, of course, at that meeting, Councillor Sanders asked of Wayne Layton whether that was possible. And in this miraculous age of recorded meetings, I have that. So let's listen now.
And finally, I want to back up Luke's point, because Luke is very, as usual, is entirely consistent, and mentioned this in the briefing that we had with him. He says that basically no sub-market housing can be built on the site without a subsidy. However, he includes right to buy receipts as a subsidy. And if we borrow something and we get our money back, I'm not sure I would count that as a subsidy. But could any sub-market housing be built on the site without subsidy? Any?
It's quite difficult to answer depending on the size of the development that you actually want to put on there. But it really comes down to the amount of infrastructure, the fact that you've got to spend 5 to 6 million to actually be able to make the site, to demolish the site would be incredibly challenging to just build social housing on that site. And we would have to look at some form of subsidy from somewhere.
Or to build some private, which could be building private, it could be building
through government grant, private investment, continue for our own company.
Thank you. I just want to make.
So there we have it. So according to the officers of this council, sorry, I'm playing it again by mistake. According to the officers of the council, a subsidy is required, and the subsidy can be a cross-subsidy, which is exactly what I've said previously. So I think that the motion, the unamended motion, is misleading. Now, unfortunately, motions can't be ruled out for being misleading. They can be entirely false, but they can still be debated and passed in that format. But this is false. It's extremely misleading, and the amendment tidies it up. I'm not expecting support for it, but I think that I should receive it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. For future reference, if people are going to be bringing in recordings, we do have an auxiliary cable here so that we can link into the speakers direct. So, I now call on Councillor Ferret, please.
Thanks, Chair. I was only to... I do have a lot of sympathy for Councillor Stubbs in terms of... and I think that detracts from the motion. The movers of the motion have detracted from their own motion by personally having a pop at another councillor. We've had this pattern before, and I don't think it's ever something to be advised. I can remember a motion being moved at the annual council meeting condemning me for my actions, and I think it caused total mayhem at that meeting and a walkout in front of guests from all over the world who were present, and it was all very unseemly. So I think clearly Councillor Stubbs has his view, and he contends what has been put in the motion, and feels that that's an unfair representation. So I look forward to what the movers of the motion have to say in respect to that before I decide how I'm going to vote.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I now call upon Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Whilst we support the motion in principle, as with many administration motions, we do not believe that this motion goes far enough and is ambitious enough for the city. 23 units in Southsea is not going to go very far. As John Healey MP, the Shadow Secretary of State for Housing, said when he came to Portsmouth recently, there are more than 1,000 households on the waiting list. That's 2,225 people waiting to be housed. The current rate of building social dwellings, it will take until at least 2096 to clear the backlog. I'd just like to highlight some of the policies that a Labour government would put in place as soon as in power to achieve truly radical improvements in the nation's housing policies. These policies all come from Labour's Green Paper, Housing for the Many, from April 2018. Firstly, a Labour government would build 1 million genuinely affordable homes over 10 years, the majority of which will be for social rent, and will conduct a major piece of work on building local authority capacity to deliver as many of these homes as possible. Secondly, a Labour government would stop the loss of genuinely affordable homes by suspending the right to buy, ending the government's programme of forced conversions to affordable rent, and scrapping plans to force councils to sell the best of their council homes. Thirdly, a Labour government will lift the council housing borrowing caps to their prudential limits to kickstart the biggest council house building programme in at least 30 years and review the way this borrowing is recorded in the national accounts. Labour will kickstart council house building by returning in full the previous year's share of right to buy receipt in which councils are currently forced to forfeit. Finally, a Labour government would scrap the Conservatives' proposed ban on long-term council tenancies. This motion is not strong enough, and whilst we support it, we are disappointed at the lack of ambition from the current administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coles. I now call upon Councillor Lyon.
So that was very quick. I was going to decide to speak as a result. I'm afraid of my friend over there making a statement which I just couldn't stomach. If you happen to be unemployed for 5 years or 2 or 3 years, which is of course a personal tragedy, you get unemployment benefit for 2 or 3 years or for as long as you're unemployed. In our system today, if you qualify at one point in your working life or even not in your working life for a council property, it is yours forever, apparently. You are entitled to live in it, subsidised by the taxpayer, even if you can afford, like Prescott and various other people, to park 2 Jags outside it. It is still yours for life. And it is a state-subsidised home. And it is, to me, completely extraordinary that the argument that has always been that Margaret Thatcher somehow got rid of council housing in this country is simply not true, because the average tenancy of those council houses was 47 years. And actually, quite a lot of people who are homeowners don't live in their own home for 47 years, they'll move somewhere else. And it's a fallacy to suggest that people having their own homes because they've taken responsibility, they've had a right to buy, have taken the council housing out of the system. Well, yes, obviously on a 100-year view they have, but not on a 5, 10, 15 or 20-year view, because they were going to carry on living in it anyway, and they were going to continue to be entitled to live in it, subsidised by the taxpayer. It is quite clear that we actually as a society need to work quite closely with the powers that be and understand that something that is a that is a benefit that is required at some point should not be open-ended, an open checkbook, and allow everybody to enjoy the subsidy that other people who maybe by the time someone has lived in a council house, for example, for 10 years, they might be earning more than someone who's actually paying tax to subsidise them living in a more affordable home. And I think that's utterly wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyon. I now call on the Councillor Vernon Jackson to sum up before we go to vote, please. You hadn't pressed beforehand.
Should I give way to my colleague?
This is the last time, but in future, people, please press the buttons, because if the screen is clear and you haven't waved, we will begin to the vote. Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have to say I was expecting a slightly longer debate than this. When we resumed power in May, we discovered three interlocking issues with housing. And Councillor Vernon Jackson is absolutely right to say it's a crisis. And it's a crisis of affordability. Not enough homes Portsmouth people can afford. Note, not affordable housing, which is unaffordable for too many people. A lack of supply, although we had Empower. Me and my predecessor Steve Wiley had agreed to several hundred homes being built across the city. That took time to build. Several of them were agreed under us and built under the Conservatives. Some, like Southsea Community Centre, were left derelict for 5 years and are now being built again under us. And at the moment we have a pipeline of about 228 council homes, which is something that will emerge over the next few years. And the third issue is the planning crisis. We, as a city, are being told to build, by government, more homes than the planners say the city can theoretically cope with. That cannot be described as good news for anyone. And we did that against a Conservative government policy, well, against several government policies. The right to buy, and Councillor Lyon must understand Councillor Lyon's point about the right to buy. Part of the problem is that local government never got any money back. Under Tory and Labour governments until Liberal Democrats entered government in 2010, and then suddenly there was some but not all money back, and the Local Government Association is right to say that we should get our receipts back. As landlords, we should have the right to get all the receipts back, something which Councillor Stubbs describes as a subsidy, which is a bit like saying me, as a private sector tenant, buying back a house from a landlord and then the landlord buys a new property. Apparently that's a subsidy. Common sense does not suggest that. It's again like borrowing something and then getting the money back. Apparently that's a subsidy, according to Councillor Stubbs, and I don't agree. And this motion merely says it does not support the view expressed by the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Group. And frankly, given his incredibly wide definition of a subsidy, which seems to include Uncle Tom Cobley, I'm not surprised. But we do face these issues, and so what we have done is we've tried to do three things. Firstly, we've tried to make sure that our tenants are safe. That is why I was delighted at the very meeting Councillor Stubbs mentioned to agree that we would be spending £1 million installing sprinklers as part of a rolling programme to do that, to make sure our high-rise blocks are safe. The second issue is to build more council homes, and this motion is absolutely right. We need to do that. The housing team has recently replied to the Local Government Association saying we want to use the end of the borrowing cap, probably the best thing this government has done, in order to try and accelerate the house building programme. But we can't, again, because of the planning crisis we've got in this city, we can't do it just on this island. That is, so yesterday I was up in Lee Park, near the site of the first scale electric factory, up in Lee Park, with a family who actually are now enjoying spacious accommodation off the island. And if we are to achieve our targets, when government is telling us to deliver, even though they want us to build more homes than we theoretically could cope with, we have and we will be doing more of that. The third issue, because of the space constraints that we've got and the fact we've passed the climate emergency motion, can only give sharper focus to that, is to use what we've got. I disagree with our Labour colleagues who seem to feel that we can only build our way out of the crisis, because for many people I speak to on the housing waiting list, the crisis is now. They can't wait 2 years. They can't wait 3 years for a home to be built. I'm not sure we're going to get to the 296 that Tom was talking about earlier on, but they wanted something now. And when I talk to people on the housing waiting list, what they want is private rented accommodation that is easier and safer, the reverse of what Councillor Lyon was suggesting earlier on. And that's why we're looking at ways to make sure we can expand the rent deposit scheme, provide guarantees, and actually adopt a Jeremy Corbyn policy of encouraging landlords to charge a living rent, and also buy back empty properties, because the crisis is now. Building new council homes, building homes Portsmouth people can afford is absolutely right. But we have to deal with the situation now, which is why we're taking action with private rented properties, buying back empty properties, making sure that void properties are empty for less time, which is what we're doing at the moment, but also working with housing associations as well. And I'm delighted to say that the only sensible thing out of the application of Kingston Prison is now actually the chance to have 187 homes Portsmouth people can afford on that site. Would developers do more? Yes. We have to make sure that when we build homes, they're not only homes Portsmouth people can afford, but particularly now that we have declared a climate emergency, they're as green as possible. That's something I intend to do with housing colleagues, and that's something I hope developers will do. So we have adopted a pragmatic approach based on the situation as it is, not the situation as we would like it to be. It's about looking after our tenants and our leaseholders to make sure that they are safe, which is why we're installing sprinklers. It's accelerating and using the end of the borrowing cap to accelerate a programme of council house building, not just within the city boundary, but outside too. And finally, it is also making sure that we can deal with the housing crisis now by intervening in the private rented sector to make private renting easier and safer, so that we can get the waiting list down now rather than just build our way out of a crisis. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Councillor Saunders. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. The principle behind the motion, I think, is obviously a good one. It's about having more council houses. It's about making sure that there is adequate housing for people in the city that can't afford to buy or would struggle even to rent in the private sector, which I think is an honourable thing for obviously any council to do. It goes without saying. No government is perfect, and governments of all colours have tried to do what they think is right over the years. We've heard from Tom pledges that his party, with Councillor Cole, that his party would like to do to address housing issues going forward, and also acknowledgement about what the Labour government, past Labour government of 10 years did as well and achieved, and I think that's entirely fair enough. Now, one of the things that obviously happened under the coalition government and then was formally rolled out under the Conservative-only minority government is the spare room subsidy. And whilst controversial, why did that happen? Well, it happened because there are not enough houses owned by the state across the whole of the United Kingdom to keep up with the demand for the growing population and therefore housing need. And actually, if you've lived in a council property and brought your family up there and you had 3 or 4 children and they're now adults and they've moved out into their own homes and you're still living in a 3-bedroom house as a couple or maybe even just a single person, is it right that you keep that 3-bedroom property when it's actually owned by your local council and there is a family that could go in there? And we've heard from the leader of the council about the family from Cosham that he was in contact with. And I've had a very similar family living in Hilsey Crescent in my ward Howard Road in my ward, a postman who had 3 children under the age of 5, and they were living in a 2-bedroom flat, 2 boys and a girl, and they really needed support. And this is a family that were working, trying to do their best. Mum had worked as a carer in an old people's home before she had the children, and so her wages wouldn't have been commensurate with her going back to work and paying childcare for 3 children under the age of 5. Hence, she was a stay-at-home mum, but he was working, and they were trying to do their best. And actually, they've been on the housing waiting list for something like 2.5 years, and they came to myself, as their ward councillor, to ask for help and to find out where they were on the waiting list and how long they were likely to be on it. And I have to say, the news I went back to them with was not happy news. And I wish I could have given them more happy news. Now, you know, we tried to build as many houses as we could. We built 204 homes, as I've told this chamber previously, but more important than the number of homes we built was the type of homes. And actually, as Councillor Sanders has said, some of these ideas were planned by the Liberal Democrats, so credit where credit's due, and we delivered some of those and then developed some of those concepts ourselves further. Likewise, they're now building things, and some of those were things that we had planned, and, you know, they're carrying on. So that's just, the cyclical position we're in. But we did build some purpose-built accommodation, which actually I'm proud of for this council. And an example of that is Corbin Lodge behind the Good Companion. And, you know, that we've got some people in this city who are extremely disabled, both mentally and physically, and the ability to be able to live on their own is simply not a luxury that they have. And some of those cases were so hard to satisfy their needs, to care for them properly. We had to place them in accommodation outside of Portsmouth, and it was extremely expensive. You know, one case I think we were paying something like £10,000 a month accommodation costs for a very physically and disabled person who had to have 2 carers 24 hours a day, severe fitting. It was a very, very, and this is a person literally in their early 30s, so not someone who's particularly elderly, someone who will be alive for many years, we hope. But, you know, it was right and proper that we built something within Corbin Lodge for that person to be nearer their family, not in Oxford or wherever it was. We'd had to move them, sadly, having them here near their family so they can have the help and support that they need, as well as us obviously caring for them. I think that the Conservative government bringing in the one-for-one replacement, so when a council house is sold, we have to spend 80 or 85% of the receipt on a new home within 2 years, otherwise the Treasury takes the capital receipt back. And I think that that's the right thing to do because it encourages councils, and, you know, I can say, oh yeah, we're great at generating money and we found money to build 204 homes. Actually, we've paid for those 204 homes by capital receipts because the government brought that in 2012-13, and we then were able to start delivering that in 2015-16, 17-18, which is what we did. So, you know, again, I would love to blow our own trumpet, but that was the reason why we were able to do so much. I'm being very honest about that. I think the HRA borrowing cap, as Councillor Sanders and I think the leader said, is a very good thing, and I lobbied, obviously, myself, previous Secretary of State and the current Secretary of State for communities and local government to get that lifted. I think it's a great thing that happened. I do believe, however, though, that building properties, building council houses in any council area, anywhere in the UK, without public subsidy is impossible. You do need some form of subsidy. We're not trying to be awkward with the motion. We're trying to simply state that, yes, let's do it, and let's, if we can make all the money work, fantastic, but to give people the impression that we as a council can do it without any public subsidy whatsoever is simply misleading, and as we've had confirmed from a council officer, it's simply not true.
Thank you much, Councillor Jones. We have Councillor Horton, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought I missed the boat then. Thank you. So just to do what Councillor Ferret sort of alluded to, really, which is to speak a bit more towards the spirit of the motion. I think when I left university, it was pretty standard for anyone who wanted to work hard that they would own their own home. I started my career in London, and I was able to, as a single person, work hard, save hard, and own my own property. And I know that's not the case for everybody, and even people within this chamber. There will be lots of us who have benefited from that opportunity, and some people who are working who are not going to get that opportunity. And the reason that's so important is that actually having a house or having a home is not just about, obviously, the bricks and mortar. It's about identity, it's about family, it's about safety, it's about having your own space, and it's also about mental health and physical health. I agree with Councillor Vernon Jackson when he says that actually it should be seen as a right. It should be at least to have some space that you can call your own, but more importantly that it should be of a decent quality. And for people who are not in the position to be able to do what I did, which is to buy my own place, then actually the properties that we build and offer to people should be of a high quality. And obviously the decrease in council house building has made that more challenging. I remember, and I can't believe this, I think I've just checked, it was about 2012, so I'm not quite too sure where all those years went, but I remember when Invincible Terrace was opened up, and I think Councillor Wood was down there, we went down, and I remember the tenant who was moving in said that she felt like that she'd won the lottery when she opened the door. And I remember that comment particularly because her husband says, well, it's even more of a miracle because she never buys a lottery ticket. But actually, it's always stuck with me, the emotion around her and walking around what's high quality accommodation and actually just feeling like she had won the lottery. And what a privileged position we're in to be able to do that for other people. So, obviously, being able to be in charge of our own destiny in terms of how we do that, in terms of new builds, in terms of repurposing empty properties, in terms of building outside of the city boundary, etc., is all the better. Now, we've had loads of things today which, for me, sum up what politics, particularly local politics, is about, and it is that real stark difference between the complexity of something and the simplicity of it. So saying simple things like build more council houses and then knowing what the complexity of that is, and a lot of that has come up in the comments that have been made. We've just been hearing issues about climate change. We've been hearing issues about green spaces. We've been hearing issues about air quality. And we know that when we talk about building more properties, that you're going to get people who say more cram them in, taking up green spaces, etc. And our job is to navigate what this real complex situation is. But on the other hand, when people are trying to make a compelling argument, they go to the individual. So we've been hearing stories about individuals. And that is what I would like to sort of conclude on, is this notion as although the politics of it, the money of it, the complexity of it is very, very real, I think that we should all be proud to say that we can allow people to be able to have their own home and close the door at night like many of us do.
Thank you very much, Councillor Horton, and I call Councillor Young.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm going to be honest here that housing is not actually my policy area. I don't know a huge amount about it. I do know that it's important that we ensure that people do have somewhere that they can live. And today we've heard lots of different stories about different situations that everyone has heard as casework. In Cottenham, we don't have a huge amount of social housing in the ward, so it's not an area that I deal a lot with. But something that I think really does stink in this city is politics, because here we have a really good notice of motion, something that's really positive, that is trying to make a difference to the people of the city. And what do? We try and make it political. And it probably says more about the moral compass of whoever wrote this, and that is for them to decide, and I'm not going to judge them, that's for them to decide. But actually, what we've done is we've degraded the issue by getting into a fight about something which, let's be honest, most people out there don't understand the nuances of it all. All they want is to live somewhere where they can live in a comfortable house and they can live a peaceful life. Instead, what they're getting is a notice of motion here, which basically is saying, yeah, you know, the spirit of it is fine. But then we've got the last paragraph. And all this Brexit stuff that's been going on has really sunk my heart, because we've seen lots of division and lots of backbiting. And then we're doing it again here in Portsmouth. So maybe, just maybe, we can support what the Conservative amendment says, because it's not throwing stones at anyone. And maybe, just maybe, we can learn from this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. I now call on Councillor Vernon Jackson to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and it's been an interesting debate, and I think I take John Ferrett's point about the personal stuff. I think you're right, and that's things to be learned from. I think there are bits that have been said by different people. I think, Luke, I think also Councillor Stubbs, we have slightly different vision of what a subsidy is. Section 106 money is a tax on developers. The NHS is paid for by taxes, it's not paid by a subsidy. So I think there is I think we have a slightly different view of what a subsidy is. I think we need to put on record thanks for where it's due. I think it is really good that across party in this city there has never been the suggestion of selling off our council houses. And we have been resolute across all parties that that's just not an option. I think we need to be grateful to Gordon Brown's government that they started to allow council housing to be built again. It didn't actually happen until after 2010, but it did then happen. I'm pleased that under our administration it started, and I'm very pleased that under the Conservatives it continued, and that we will continue. So I think there is a great deal that we do together. But I think it's right that we recognise that it is a really important thing. I was very interested in Councillor Coles's contribution, and actually the list of things he came up with I agree with almost completely. What I think slightly strange, the million council houses I presume is over a parliament. Now that I think is, my worry with that is it's unrealistic. 10 years. Okay, so that's 100,000 a year. At the moment, in this country, we're building around 200,000 houses a year, everything. So to be able to do that, it's a great ambition. My worry is that it's a number plucked out to look interesting. At the moment, as I understand it, I think there were only 26,000 built on average over the last few years. I think one of the really bad things the government has done, the current government, is that a few years ago, we and many other councils bought ourselves out of obligations to the government. So we went and borrowed 80 million quid, which we gave to the government to buy ourselves out of obligations to repay money out of every council house that was sold. We did that in good faith, and what happened? After 2015, the government changed the rules and said, thanks for the money, but we still want you to keep paying the subsidy. Anybody else, they'd have been arrested for theft. But government ministers can get away with it. So I hope we're going to work with this. I think the bit Councillor Coles I was disappointed with is a nice list of things, but what I didn't hear, and maybe you can help, is the specifics about what you would do here in Portsmouth. And that's what I didn't hear. Because I think we need both the words and the actions. And from Labour, we hear the words, but from the Lib Dems, you get the action.
Well, they live in government nationally to approve that, obviously, but anyway.
We got a point of order calling Councillor Smythe. She hasn't spoken.
Is it clarification or she's not spoken?
39B.
I just wanted to correct Councillor Jackson
And say that between 1946 and 1976, we did, whatever government, build in excess of 100,000 a year and nearer 200,000 a year of genuinely affordable housing, a record I'm really proud of. And we can now use much better technology to build even quicker if we want to.
Okay, we move to a vote now, first of all, on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please show.
Lord Mayor.
All those against the amendment, please show.
Lord Mayor.
And all those abstained.
5, Lord Mayor, so the amendment is lost.
Okay, moving on to the the original. All those in favour, please show.
Lord Mayor.
All those against? And all those abstaining?
Do you want me to count the abstentions?
No, do you?
No, I don't need to.
So that motion is carried, and we now move on to motion C. Motion C, Paul's Grove splash pool, proposed by Councillor Gemini and seconded by Councillor Hooper. Can you please confirm that you're proposing and seconding?
Proposing, Lord Mayor. Happy to second and reserve my right to speak.
Members, the mover of the motion now has up to 3 minutes on a question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand to referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Gemini, please.
This motion's pretty straightforward. I'd really like it to be debated today, please. Yeah.
Okay, those in favour of debating it today, please show. Okay, you now have not quite 94 minutes, it just feels that way. You now have 6 minutes on the motion, please.
Thank you, Lord. As stated before, this motion is pretty straightforward, simple and self-explanatory, but let me just take a moment to give you some context on this. Portsmouth Splashpool was left for many years to just rot. It was untouched, unkempt, derelict and unused by the association that previously run Paulsgrove Community Centre before the council, quite rightly, took it back in-house to run. Just locked away, out of sight, many excuses made as to why this, along with the Mugger, was also closed, meaning the community of Paulsgrove were unable to access and use this facility. In fact, tension in Paulsgrove was rising and many complaints were made about the running of the community centre provision, which the splash pool was part of. An intensive council investigation helped to change that and assisted in getting the splash pool reopened. Paulsgrove Splash Pool was a much loved and missed facility within our community. The Mugger was also closed and locked behind a padlock. Covered in moss, totally unrecognisable as a Mugger. Children missed out yet again, which I thought was totally inappropriate. Under the Conservatives, our administration set to work as soon as it found out about the abandoned splash pool, still being a viable facility, and set about giving a new lease of life. Many contractors, such as Mountjoy, Liberty, were involved, along with the council's very own Green and Clean team in Paulsgrove, which I'd like to place on thanks for all of their hard work in helping bring Paulsgrove Splash Pool back to life with the Mugger, which is well used now. After the repairs and maintenance work were carried out, Paulsgrove Splash Pool was finally ready to be reopened in May 2018 half-term to reinvigorate the community's facilities within the neighbourhood, offering a much-needed space for families to spend time and enjoy the space. The community of Paulsgrove are extremely pleased to have the facility back up and running, functioning in full operation with ease of accessibility for pushchair and wheelchair use too. In February 2019, the Conservative budget was voted down. In our budget, it allowed for some equipment such as picnic benches and parasols for Paulsgrove Splash Pool. So therefore, the Council requests the Cabinet members for Culture and Leisure and Housing to work with the Paulsgrove councillors to find a solution to provide this equipment for Paulsgrove Splash Pool from either the Housing Revenue account or any in-year capital underspends in Culture and Leisure. Thank you.
Thank you much. Do we have any amendments? Councillor Smythe, are you happy to have it circulated out?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Councillor Smythe.
People, as they work with me more and more, will realise that actually at heart I'm a project manager, and I don't like to see motions that don't have dates by which they'll be executed and the actions that need to be taken. So what I'm doing here is very, very much trying to support the motion. Portsmouth has been neglected by central government and the administration for too long, but I'm really hoping that we can agree this amendment, which will give a timescale for this work to be done so that children in Portsmouth can enjoy the facilities, including parasols and the other things that you want, by the school holidays. At the moment, it's too open-ended, and it may be that it won't happen, therefore. Thank you.
Thank you much. And is that seconded?
Formally seconded.
Thank you much. I now call on Councillor Hooper, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you so much to my ward colleague for proposing this investment today into a facility that was so long forgotten that many families in Portsgrove were robbed of the knowledge that it even existed. Highly problematic in itself. Families with young children who were forced to trek down to Hillsey Lido when their own facility lay needlessly dormant. Astonishing. Indeed, I first discovered the splash pool was closed during my campaign when the gates were adorned with a bulbous padlock that embodied connotations of closed for business, not welcome, and get out. Opinions that were reinforced by residents in the area who had alleged a number of unsettling, spiteful and unnerving events had occurred in this part of Portsgrove. After talking to my ward colleague, who gave me extensive context on the issue and related matters, I felt so strongly about the denial of this facility to Portsgrove youngsters and their families that opening it up became an integral part of my campaign. A vibrant facility at the centre of our community that had become a no-go zone, when it should have been a haven for families and importantly offered the first essential introduction to water for infants, a precursor to learning to swim. Thankfully, the splash pool is now back in use for our community after the wilderness of the no-go years came to a grinding halt, following a protracted struggle and an in-depth council investigation into the whole running of the community centre provision. Our residents pleaded for change, and despite deaf ears muting the sound for far too long, they were finally listened to. I hope the Council have learned a valuable lesson and in future will ensure that all areas in our city are treated equally. And so now, finally, Portsgrove is being allowed to repair and rejuvenate. My colleague and I would not settle for anything less, but the scars and memories remain, wounds that will take a long time to heal. And this Council has the ability to enable that recovery. Part of that healing process is the provision of this pool, which in itself is part of the catalyst that has allowed a new culture to be ushered in. However, the provision needs improvement to facilitate family use. There are currently no seating facilities for the elderly or disabled residents, or for parents accompanying their children for a family-friendly day out. Asking residents to bring down portable chairs is just not fair or feasible. So some sturdy benches and parasols would be the ideal solution to truly ensure this facility is fully inclusive. Sitting on the paving slabs just isn't comfortable or practical. Therefore, Councillor New and I feel that pursuing the provision of this outside furniture is part of ensuring that the hard-fought battle for dignity and respect, which our residents so deserve, is maintained. We cannot change the past, but with the help of the portfolio holder, we can ensure positivity is maintained here and now, and moving into Portsgrove's future. I hope he feels able to support us in this very human investment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hooper. I now call on Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and I'd like to start by saying thank you to the Housing Revenue Account staff and to the Green and Clean staff to mirror what Councillor Gemma New said, because without their help and support, and actually without them raising the issue with us in the first place, that they actually did in 2017, end of 2017, we had some members of staff who brought this to our attention, and it was one of the plans when the community centre transferred back to the HRA directly to be run, that these were some of the action points that the HRA staff themselves were keen, and obviously Councillor Gemma New, and then lately Councillor Joe Hooper supported, along with Councillor John Ferret as the ward councillors for that area. It is a fantastic outdoor space up there. It is right next door to a big common piece of grass as well, where there is a community football pitch. There are toilets there. There's safety and security because it's not too remote. It's just off the back of Alloway Avenue in Marsden Road. So actually the site had been massively underutilised, and it has been a real opportunity. And, actually, for those of you that remember the pictures that were in the paper, their waterfall that goes into this splash pool is actually a giant tap. I mean, it's not quite as tall as one of those pillars, but it's a really big tap, and it goes over into the arm of the splash pool. So it's actually quite a unique design as well. It's good fun and very safe environment, especially for toddlers and young children. If you're a mother there, an enclosed space where they can't just run off into a field and you've got to constantly watch where they are, it is safe, and the water is very, very shallow. So, the danger from the depth of the water is also not there either, which is fantastic. It is important that we continue to spend money, particularly in areas where we're trying to tackle systemic long-term issues around neglect or around lack of aspiration. And we have had some amazing, again, thanks to the HRA staff at the Hillside Centre just down the road. And we actually put $250,000 in our 2016-17 capital budget to build a new all-purpose multi-surface basketball court there, and completely re-landscape the garden there, and they've got an arts and crafts area for the summertime, and there's like wooden seating, and it's so lovely. So if any councillor hasn't been up there, you should go and have a look, because it's amazing. But then to tackle some of the success stories elsewhere in the city, such as at the Somers Town Hub, we had artists like Carl Rodziak, who then his We Don't Need Culture art project that he did for Somers Town, he then moved that on up to Portsgrove, and he's been painting, well-known characters in the local Portsgrove area, including children, and other kids have watched how he sketches out someone's face when they're there in the youth club in the evenings, and then they'll sit next to him, and I've been there, I've watched him sketching them, and then kids that are really into art watching, and he'll explain how to draw a nose, and it's very, very, it's great. And then after that, he's having a game of pool with them, and then he's, and those kind of people, the kids flock to them, as well as the brilliant play leaders that we've got up there. So there are some great things going on. I still think there's a way to go with the Portsgrove Community Centre, the Moat Club. I think it's getting to where it needs to be, and I hope that we can all support that. In terms of Councillor Smythe's amendment, I have had the benefit of talking to Councillor Gemma New, and of course she'll talk for herself in a moment, but I think this is great, because it just makes it clear that, through Cabinet Member or whichever portfolio holder it ends up being, but I'm assuming HRA, but obviously identifies the community infrastructure levy, different funding, and actually draws to the point that this is quite urgent, and actually we don't want to be talking about it for too long, we want to get on and do, and I think that's absolutely right. So I think that adds to, and I would like, obviously it's for Councillor Gemma New to decide, but I would certainly wish that to be supported and subsumed, and I will certainly vote for it, so thank you very much. So finally, hopefully, a fairly innocuous notice of motion, something that talks about celebrating some of the good stuff, talks about supporting some of the people in our communities that do need that support, and I would urge you all to vote for this today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. I now call on Councillor Robert New, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just really to echo many of the things that have already been said, but I remember this facility from when I was a young child, and what was quite interesting...
Just stop you, because we seem to be getting a bit of feedback on that, and I'll try to turn the microphone on again. It might be, you might have your laptop slightly too close to the microphone.
Happy days. Yeah, I remember this facility fondly from when I was a child in the summer holidays, and it was a great place to go. And it was actually amazing speaking to residents last year during Councillor Hooper's campaign, how many people have fond memories of this facility, and I'm sure that's probably true across the city in people's respective wards where they have water parks, certainly down in central Southsea, St Jude, etc. And I think it's something that would be great to see more of across the city. So where we had a derelict and abandoned splash pool, it was amazing to see the passion of the two Portsgrove councillors, supported by Councillor John Ferrer, to see it come back into life, and it did pretty quickly. And I know it was a hard campaign for them, and so I'm really pleased to see that they are championing this and looking to improve it for local people to enjoy for this summer. But I think also what's important to recognise is that people have been feeding back from last season, from over the summer, on how it could be improved, and they were grateful that it was reopened. And I think it will send a great message not only to one of the poorest communities who often feel cheated, and actually I do agree with you, Councillor Smythe, with regards to your amendment. They often feel like they're the forgotten community because they're so far removed in the city, whether on the mainland, heading towards Portchester, and then when you look to the immediate other area going to the east, it's one of the most affluent wards in the city. So it's a strange situation, and I can understand why they feel that way. And I think that this will send an absolutely a really positive message to not only them but to other parts of the city as well, that we do value our community facilities, we do want to look after them, we want to improve them, and actually the City Council is behind you.
Thank you very much, Councillor New. Councillor Ferrer, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Clearly, I feel duty-bound, but to support my fellow councillors on this and commend them for the work that they've done in bringing this facility back into operation. And also in terms of, I think we've all been focused on the Portsgrove Community Centre and trying to get that better utilised. The council, or the former council leader, will know that I was raising this issue with her in respect of Portsgrove Football Club a number of years ago, and the barriers that were put in place of the football club being able to operate. And I think at that time we discovered that the community centre was only being utilised at about 30%. So there were severe issues with the community centre. I think my two colleagues have alluded to those, so I don't really need to elaborate any further on that. But I do get the sense that the community centre is now a totally transformed place. You know, you can tell by walking in there, it's a lot more vibrant, there's more happening. There seems to be a willingness now in terms of properly involving the community, which wasn't there before. And I think it has been very positive. And clearly the splash pool has been one of those positives in the last year or so. I support the amendment because I think it's very helpful that we've got some timelines here in order to get this work done, and certainly it makes eminent sense to have that done before we get to the summer. And I think it is a small ask of £12,000, and I put that into the context of £1.5 million that was given to the pyramids. Everybody knows my view on that. I was the only councillor to vote against it, and I said I would vote against a capital budget that had a significant amount of money for the pyramids, because we are then in a position where we can't spend the money on other valuable projects which are a relatively small amount of money elsewhere in the city. But that relatively small amount of money can give a great deal of utility and pleasure to people in those parts of the city. And Portsgrove is forgotten. Portsgrove is not only forgotten in terms of accessibility. Someone has mentioned Drayton and Farlington being just down the road. Clearly people there are able to access the rest of the city far more easily than lots of residents living on the Portsgrove estate, which is one of the poorest parts of the city. And the lack of cultural facilities in Portsgrove is manifest. You can see that. We had a campaign a few years ago when the Liberal Democrat administration then tried to close down the library, one of the few cultural facilities that we had in the ward, and there was an attempt to close the library building and move it into a small shop on the parade. Fortunately, the campaign was successful in preventing that from happening. So I'd like to think that we can all support this motion. We're not talking about a huge amount of money here, and it will make a huge amount of difference.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I now call on Councillor Saunders.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. This is a situation that I inherited when we resumed control in May 2018, and I would like to add to Councillor Jones's comments about the staff who've done a great in the housing team and the clean and green team, done a fantastic job in terms of actually trying to improve the centre. About £20,000 has been spent on the splash pool, and when I showed them this motion, they made some suggestions as to ways forward, which I hope will help. And many of them are actually featured in Councillor Smythe's amendment. And in fact, I've asked them to plan now, to talk now about work that was done. I didn't specify, Councillor Smythe, the 20th of July 2019, but I think it is important the work is done soon. So I'm in this odd position of actually backing the original motion, but having some real problems with one word in the amendment, which is the, which is in the final line. It talks about the administration. Now, I think from what Councillor Ferret has said, quite rightly, many administrations past have neglected Portsgrove. It is out on its own. To suggest, as Councillor Smythe's amendment does, that somehow the work stopped on the 15th of May 2018 is simply not true. Work is going to carry on. I've already asked work. We've looked at ways in which we can improve the space in Portsgrove Community Centre. We're looking at ways we can try and improve King Richard's. We're looking at making sure that we can actually put people into some of the empty shops that are up on Alloway Avenue, which Gemma, John and Joe know too well. So to suggest, as the amendment does, that somehow the administration, as opposed to all administrations, is neglecting Portsgrove is sadly not true. And I think would be difficult for us to accept. However, I suspect it will go through regardless. And rather than sort of become childish and sort of say, well, let's just vote against this all, I think we may well abstain, and that will mean the motion will go through. Because there are many, many, many good points in what Councillor Smythe has suggested. I was hoping to spend half of my time talking about the SIL money that's left in Portsgrove. Which is well over £100,000, I think about £113,000. And again, council officers are very willing to work with the Portsgrove councillors to try and help them plan for the SIL cash. And it's disappointing that the use of one word, which I believe can be interpreted, and I'm being charitable, as undermining the good work that has been done by the Housing Revenue Account team and by the Clean and Green team, not just before the 15th of May 2018, but after the 15th of May 2018. I wouldn't want that, though, to get in the way, so I suggest that we vote against the amendment, not because we think it's bad, but because we think it undermines the work that has been done since the 15th of May, and then we as a group may well abstain on the main amendment, just so that we can actually get some plans through, and we can use some funding, and we can get this sorted, which is something we all want to do. Thank you.
Stuart Aglin would like to give some clarity on that process.
Well, if Councillor New is looking to subsume the amendment, and I don't know that until you say so, obviously there'll be only the one vote on this item. So, just...
You don't need to decide yet, but... we now have Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's an interesting notice of motion, and I congratulate people for bringing it forward. But, colleagues, I think as I understand it from Councillor Ferret, this is about £12,000. The solution is entirely in the hands of Portsgrove councillors. There is, as I understand it, I think it's entirely. So the solution is entirely in the Portsgrove councillors' hands. There is £112,000. There are 100. Councillor Ferret, I didn't interrupt you. I hope you will have. So, because
we just have one debate for you.
So there is £112,000 sitting in an account with the word Portsgrove over it. I will make sure that tomorrow we have sent to the 3 Portsgrove councillors a letter for them to be able to release £12,000 of that money to do the work that they want in their ward. That is the point of these funds. So, just to give you an idea of things that we've done in Milton with our SIL money, Milton Village Hall kitchen, the Christmas lights at Milton Market, new path at Bransbury Park, new cycle rack in Bransbury Park, new paths at the allotments, 2 new classrooms at Wimborne Junior School, new equipment at Milton Park Skate Park, new playground equipment at Milton Infant School. All of those things, I could have come to the council and say, you fund. But actually the point of us having money from developers is to be able to do those things in our wards. So if the cost is £12,000, for the last year, you've had way more than that sitting in an account that you can immediately get access to with a piece of paper, so I will send that to you tomorrow so that you can make this happen. It's entirely in your hands. So, my Lord Mayor, personally I think that the amendment is interesting, because on the whole I think there has been investment from people, from both the administration and government. When the council looked at secondary school provision, and we had to choose one school in the city to invest in, the whole council decided that King Richard's was the priority. And I've had my ears chewed off by Priory School for years because this council made the decision to invest in a new secondary school in Paulsgrove. And we've also built an entirely new primary school in Paulsgrove. And then we've built an entirely new youth centre in Paulsgrove. And people in Cotner, yes, but it included way more money being put in, Councillor Ferret, than the insurance money back. So investment by this council into Paulsgrove. And Cotner doesn't have a youth centre. And people there can rightly say that the investment has gone into Paulsgrove and not into Cotner. So there has been investment. So I think the amendment is incorrect because there's actually, on a factual basis, the council has made the decision over many years under different administrations that Paulsgrove is a priority, and the money has followed that and the investment has gone in. So actually, Paulsgrove has had way more investment than other wards in the city. So the amendment is factually wrong, although we are allowed to vote.
Gerald, if I could just, I've had a point of order being raised by Councillor.
Lord Mayor, far be it for the leader to knowingly mislead us, but it seems to me, and I've asked this of our officers, how much SIL money there is available to spend in Paulsgrove, and it's £7,462. So it's not the vast £130,000 we've been told. So I think the leader now needs to correct himself.
So, Mr. Ward, would you like to enlighten us?
I believe that's the amount of money that's been spent out of the whole 123,000 that's been collected. If I'm looking at the same report that you are, Councillor, the total amount that has been collected is 123,000. The total amount that's been spent or approved is 7,000.
It's the wrong way around then.
Sorry? That's the neighbourhood element.
Yes, the ward cell.
Just the neighbourhood
I
element.
put a note of it and everybody's pigeonholed.
I have another point of order.
Yeah, point of order, I had actually recently, last week, one of the officers from the finance department had emailed me to say that they'd made an error on the finance report that they'd sent out to all of us with regards to SIL, and that they'd transposed the columns. I assumed that they would have notified everyone about that, but clearly they didn't.
So I think the figure I've been given is 112,000. If the figures that I've been given from the finance officers are wrong, I think we're all in trouble because it's held positive amounts of money in each and every ward for us. And if that isn't, then we've all got trouble. But we'll rely on Chris to let us know. If there isn't 112,000, there's only 7,000, I'm sure that your 7,000 could be equated with 5 of somebody else's to get to the 12,000 you require. No, not allowed to do that, Simon. That's not the rules, and we have to follow rules. I'm within the council, Simon. We have to obey rules. We're not allowed to do that, Simon. So there is a way of doing this. I think it's been available for people in that ward all year. We can give you the piece of paper for you to sign tomorrow, and it can happen tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Councillor Van Jackson. I'll now call on Councillor Stupit.
Well, this is all a bit confusing, isn't it, Lord Mayor? Actually, Councillor Harris, it's the asset, Peter Harris, sorry, the asset is now in the HRA and not in CNL. I won't be supporting taking money from CNL to support an HRA asset on this occasion. But I just think this is a very odd situation. We've heard really impassioned pleas to the council today from the two Conservative councillors in Paulsgrove about their own administration, because for almost 4 years that splash pool sat empty and neglected and growing mould and had green algae all over it, wasn't used, and the whole thing was very sad. And I don't dispute any of that, but it sat there for 4 years. And to say that this administration in this amendment has neglected the situation, it is just not reasonable. I've been up to Paulsgrove, I've visited the community centre, I've seen what's happening up there now. A lot of improvements have been made that were made and authorised by the previous administration, which was a good thing. As the Cabinet member, Councillor Sanders, has said, there is ongoing improvements and works up there to make things better. So we seem to have a campaign by two councillors against the former administration for not doing what they wanted them to do when they wanted them to do it. And I think we're getting dragged into something that is actually not this administration's responsibility. Now, we need clarification over the ward sill, because we don't want anything said that misleads the council. But we asked specifically the council's Section 151 officer if he could confirm, please, what was in the Paulsgrove sill. And we have been told the exact figure I was given was £116,060. And if that money is there, then it absolutely should be the sort of thing that the ward councillors would support and use their money for. In Central Southsea, we get very little sill because we're already a concrete jungle, there's nowhere to build anything. So I seem to remember when I joined the Central Southsea team, we had about 10,000 in there. It's now risen to the heady heights of about 23. And the 3 ward councillors, including Councillor Fielding, have signed off on 6.
Excuse me, Councillor Pitt, I've got a point of order being raised by Councillor
Yeah,
Neal.
sorry, Lord Mayor, but 39B, I'm a bit confused because we've had 116,000, 122,000, 7,000. What is it?
I think that it might be one that Chris Ward.
I believe the figure quoted by Councillor Pitt is the right figure, £116,060.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We seem to have finally cleared that up. So we know that that money's there and it is able to be used for that purpose. As I was saying in our ward, we wanted some vehicle-activated signs to add to a scheme that the council had done for traffic calming in Francis Avenue. There wasn't enough money in the scheme pot to complete that and include those vehicle-activated signs that were important for the school. So we used our community sill to do that. That's what it's for. So there is no reason at all that this cannot be used for that purpose, and I would encourage the ward councillors to use it for that purpose, because I totally agree that would be a wonderful outcome for Paulsgrove for this summer. There is one word in the amendment that I also have an issue with, and that is neglected by the central government and the administration. I won't be voting for an amendment that says that an administration that I've been part of has neglected Paulsgrove. I personally have been up to Paulsgrove every year for many years and volunteered in my own time to support a community event up there, and I'm not going to vote for an amendment that calls me a liar.
Councillor Jones, point of order.
It's just a point of clarification. I'm not sure which one that is, so I'd look to someone in Democratic Services to help me. It's one of them, between 1 and 70, I think. Anyway, a point of clarification. I'm sure it wasn't intended, but Councillor Pitt did say that for 4 years the Conservatives did nothing about it. Technically correct, okay, however, we weren't able to because it wasn't an HRA council-controlled asset. It was controlled by the Portsmouth Community Association. Therefore, the HRA and me as leader of the council, or our cabinet member Steve Williams, had no ability to get in there and do anything. It was only when the Portsmouth Community Centre were removed, and that was on the 9th of March, the chairman was no longer the chairman, the HRA took over from 9 a.m. on the 9th of March under Michael Lawther's direction, and we had already set about getting the mugger and the splash pool back in place from January with Joe Bennett after site visits. We'd got costings and we'd already started working to start from the 9th of March onwards. So I appreciate what he's saying is technically correct and that we hadn't done anything, but that there was a technical reason why.
Thank you very much. Moving on, Councillor Rob Wood.
Sorry. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just really wanted to clarify a few things here, and the use of the administration, I agree, is disingenuous. I've got a picture of me here opening the Paulsgrove Centre back in 2013, and I can quote from the news that we actually spent 1.4 million developing what was a hit with the young people who attended this grand opening. So as a member of the past administration, we did invest in Paulsgrove and we did spend money, and we have the evidence here. I don't think we have to dispute the figures because they've written down 1.4 million for me. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you much, Councillor Wood. I now call on Councillor Luke Stubbs.
The debate has rather moved on since I pressed the button and we've had this great argument about how much money is in the pot. But I would like to make just one point on this, which is just thinking about it. When Councillor Vernon Jackson refers to the Audi store, I think the wall boundary is the railway line, so I think that would be in caution. And if you think about the level of development in Paulsgrove itself, it's quite limited. I mean, there's been a few next to Farmley Road down the back. I can't think of much else. So I struggle to see where 100 and more thousand of community seal would have arisen from.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. I now call on Councillor Dowling.
Lord Mayor, again, the moment has come and gone, and unlike Councillor Stubbs, I'll happily sit down on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you much. I now call on Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I am enjoying being worked last nearly 4 years as a councillor in this cabinet and our city council in Portsmouth. And I just hear that what's going on with this mission, which is we put from the Labour group. I just like to remind and I like to request from my ward, with nearly 2 months, we apply for this community. One of these is called Buckland Academy, another one called Modena Academy, another one Portsmouth Jami Mosque. All those organizations, and there's small children, they're coming educated for the cultural and religious, but there is very filthy situation. There is not a good environmental for the bathroom, heating, all these things. We apply for they apply, they come to us, we forward it to the officer, still hang position. So I like to request to the full cabinet and leader for the current administration to make sure this good enough to proceed quick as possible. That's all. Thank you.
It's the same point of order that Councillor Jones used, which was somewhere between 1 and 70, I think she said. And I'm sure that the same thing. Just to help Councillor Stubbs, my understanding is the ward boundary is not the railway line; it's Southampton Road, so that building north of the Southampton Road is within the ward. Which is where.
Okay, thank you much. I've got Councillor Hockaday.
Thank you. I think the debate has sort of taken away from the work that Councillor New and Councillor Hooper have been doing, and until we get it resolved about the seal money, I can't really comment on that. But it's a shame that it has become a bit of a heated one. I fully support it because for quite a few years I would actually drive down to Canoe Lake or to Southsea coming from north of the city, so actually having something in the south is really positive, and for this area in particular it's going to be great for families that they have a safe area that they can enjoy. Last year we had the best summer that I can remember for God knows how long, so I think we need to realise the importance of having shade for families, which will prevent people getting sunburnt, especially if it gets really hot, should be taken into account. So I'm going to fully support this notice, and congratulations you two for bringing it to the council.
Thank you very much. We worked out it was actually 39B you were both using. So.
Oh no. Change your minds.
Oh.
We've decided it's 39A.
39A.
Yes.
Okay.
Just like to, we're on the ball over here.
We're on 39A.
I'm still awake.
You have to write it. I'll get the bio.
We'll write that one tomorrow if you like. Yeah.
I'll call on Councillor Ryan Brent, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's only a quick one. I think there's definitely a nice bit of Liberal Democrat hypocrisy coming from the last notice of motion where Councillor Vernon Jackson said, he's going to learn from his lesson and he's not going to mention make this political. If you look at what he had said in his previous notice of motion, which was in his name as a proposer, he had said, the Council does not support the view expressed by the Deputy Leader, specifically picking on one member of this Council. And then actually, the irony that some of the senior Liberal Democrat councillors are picking on one word, the administration. So actually, if they were willing to hold to their point, to hold to their words, to hold what they say, to not play politics with all of this, as we all know here they do, and all of the lovely audience that we have, I'm sure, then I think that they should do the honourable thing and vote for what's right for the community. And also, if you think it's all good and well saying that Portsgrove have all of the seal money, as the Cabinet, you have the opportunity to take this into your hands and actually say, do you know what, we do care about the community. If you abstain on this, if you vote against this, what does that say to the community? That says, actually, do you know what, we are putting politics first, and arguably that's what you're going to do.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ryan Brent. Councillor Peter Harris.
I'm going to keep it brief, Lord Mayor, because this is detracting from a motion brought by Gemma and Joe, who I know have actually put a lot of time and effort into Portsgrove, and and I think they need a lot of credit for that. I could talk about seal money and how we're going to spend it here and how we're going to spend it there, and they should be doing this, they should be doing that. But actually, I'm going to get a plug in for Hillsey Splash Ball because it hasn't been mentioned at all. We've got a great splash ball in Hillsey that also needs to be used quite a lot. We're lucky that we have had good service over it in the last 3 or 4 years. It is used every summer. Only last summer it was open pretty much all year, and hopefully Portsgrove can aspire to be like Hillsey Splash Ball and have the amenities and the ice creams being sold, the hot dogs being sold, the same sort of thing. So I wish you luck, guys, and you've got my full support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Peter Harris. And since I don't have any other flashing lights, I now call on Councillor Gemma New to do your final summation, and also if you can confirm whether you're going to assume the amendment or not as well would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, I'm happy with the amendment. I'm going to subsume it. I'm going to take it on. It just clarifies onto my own one. So yes, I'm very happy with that. Thank you. I also welcome all of the positive responses today. In response to the offer made by the leader, who yet again is neglecting Portsgrove. It's just a disgraceful, absolute disgrace. This is one of the poorest wards in the city. Just 24 months ago, we had 2,000 in our seal. and now we've got a bit, he can't help us. No? Okay. So the Lib Dems turn their back on the people of Paulsgrove yet again. Shocking. So Gerald Vernon Jackson, I'll send you a letter tomorrow, and Councillor Sanders, offering you a 50% of the 12,000 of the for the tables and chairs, the picnic tables, the parasols to go towards Paulsgrove Splash Pool. We will be seeking a contribution from the HRA, the hundreds and thousands of pounds each month paid in rent to the HRA. And all we ask for is a small sum towards this. I think it's only fair that the people of Paulsgrove get to benefit a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you much, Councillor Gemini. As been said, we are now voting on the amended...
Yep. It's the motion with the amendment incorporated.
Amendment incorporated, so it is the full thing. So, everyone happy they know what we're voting on? All those in favour, please show.
Well done, Leo. Well done, Thank you, Leo. Thank you.
21, Lord Mayor.
All those opposed? And all those abstaining?
So that's carried.
That's carried. Thank you much. Moving on to item motion D. If I don't have silence, I will call another break, and you'll all be moaning then when we're here later. So, moving on to the next motion D. Motion D, MA parking zone, proposed by Councillor Stubbs and seconded by Councillor Jones. You now have up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Parking is a red-hot issue across Southsea at the moment. All sorts of problems have arisen from the piecemeal introduction of residence parking, both large and small, and people are angry about it. Both colleagues and myself have made our position clear on that, and we've made numerous representations on the big issues. But today I'd like to talk about some of the small issues, and that is what is on the agenda today. There's a few minor consequences of this I would like to mention, and the reason for wanting to do it now is simply that a decision about MD is coming up, so it needs to be done soon.
Thank you very much. We now have, is that formally seconded as well, Councillor Jones, if you nod?
Happy to second and reserve my right to speak.
Okay, can we now have a vote on whether it's going to be debated today? All those in favour of debating today? Anyone opposed? Abstentions? Okay, it is now debated. You have 6 minutes on the same subject. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you. I mean, I've had resident complaints from residents in Beatrice Road and Leopold Street about the consequences of the MC zone for them. So these are two cul-de-sacs just off of Albert Road, and they have had their own small residence parking zone for a long time. And the hours of operation of that zone are 24 hours, but there's a 2-hour grace period for non-permit holders. The MC zone operates on quite a different basis. That operates as an exclusion zone between 4 and 6 o'clock at night. And the effect of that is that people, shop workers, visitors and so forth are unable to park in MC for that time. And so I've had complaints to the effect that vehicles are crossing over Albert Road, jamming those two streets up. And it makes it difficult when people are getting home from work at, say, 5 o'clock, that they cannot park. Now, I did speak to Councillor Stagg about this earlier, and I'm sure she's going to make her points, but this is the representations that I've had. I would also, in respect of MD and some of the consequences of that, like to bring up the issue of the cat clinic. So the cat clinic is a cat-only vet's practice in Albert Road. Now, it's one of the things, I must admit, I didn't appreciate this. I thought veterinary practices would have done most of their business in the morning. That's not true. They do most of their business in the afternoon when people have got home from work. So I have been told that they do half of their business basically within the hours of operation of the proposed MD zone, 4:30 to 6:30, and they are worried that if their customers are unable to park, that they won't visit it. And it's, when you're thinking about people there who are taking pets in a cage who are going to be quite distressed, and they're not going to be travelling by bus, they're not going to be walking large distances. If they are unable to park, they'll just find another practice to use instead. And so this is something which worries them greatly and is a threat to their business. The third one, really to mention, is Mayville School, which, as you know, is a middle-east sized public school just off of Carrington Road, and there have been concerns there. They have over 100 staff. Now they don't all drive to work, of course, but a number do, and each one could be looking at a bill in excess of £500 per year, which could then be, well, that's what the school have said. Well, I'm just saying what the school have said, and I look forward to hearing from yourself and Councillor Stagg. So they are concerned about the costs that could arise from this. Again, I mean, it's another worry, and in fact for schools as a whole also, state ones, not just for the teachers, but for where you've got pupils who are doing an after-school activity of some kind, they get caught up in the exclusion period. Now I know, and I've raised this point with officers before, that officers will try to be pragmatic in that, but particularly where you're dealing with younger pupils, you can't necessarily say, well, I'll meet you at the car. You can't necessarily do that. You might have to go into the school, and then that runs a risk. So those are some of the issues which have come up, some small ones. Not all of them are easy to predict in advance, perhaps. I would be interested in hearing any thoughts from the administration.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. I now call on Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a slight clarification on the timing for MC zone. It's actually 5 till 7 p.m. as opposed to 4 till 6. We know that the reintroduction of MB and MC zones have been particularly challenging in Central Southsea and the surrounding wards. The situation is a large amount of displacement has taken place, and this is affecting people's livelihoods, people's ways of life. We need to look into this greatly as best we can to achieve a resolution for the residents. We've already talked about the proposed MD zone that's coming in. I know that my colleague may speak on that as well. But I've spoken to a number of residents outside of the parking zones and inside the parking zones. The main concern outside of the parking zone that I've had from a number of residents is the proposed introduction of the ME zone, which I'm not sure the timescale on that, and perhaps clarification can be given as to when consultation will be taking place on that. But the situation is we've got a number of residents who rely heavily on care workers, and care workers often come to people's residences in the operating hours of the current parking zones. Now, we need to have some form of exemption for these people, because otherwise, for all care workers in the city. Right, well, that's absolutely fine. But we're aware that the piecemeal approach has been taking place is not working currently, and we need to come up with a solution. And we look to the administration to lead best on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fielding. I now call on Councillor Winnington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And can I first thank Councillor Fielding for showing this motion is actually completely inaccurate, because it can't even get the times of MC parking zone rights. You would have thought that would have got through the proofreading. It is indeed 5 till 7. I know, because I live within that zone. Quite frankly, this is a really odd motion. This is saying an area of the city that has had a parking zone for many years, which has a 24-hour zone, which is absolutely right. There's only a few places in the city that should really do, at all costs, need a 24-hour zone, and MA is one of those, because if you don't know where it is, it's 2 cul-de-sacs that come off Albert Road, and because of Albert Road and because of the nature of where they are, and there is no other parking on that side of the road because it's all off Albert Road, etc. It would mean that, and 24 hours a day, people would go out for a night out in Albert Road, and they would go away, and they would sort of leave their cars, etc., and people there would never be able to park. So 24 hours is absolutely appropriate, plus, of course, the shopping traffic. But I remember having this conversation that's actually saying pretty much the same thing about 2 years ago, because the only people in this city who have considered getting rid of MA parking zone was the Conservative administration. Well, they asked the people in every parking zone in the city, you can either pay for your parking zone or we'll take it away. That's what they said. That's what they said. Fortunately, enough people in MA said, actually keep our parking zone, but then of course we know the Conservatives, even if areas said, we want to keep our parking zone, they get rid of it anyway. So quite frankly, for them to be saying we're standing up for the people of MA parking zone is rank hypocrisy. Rank hypocrisy, my Lord Mayor. So what we have here is a nonsense. It's saying that people who have a 24-hour parking zone where no one else can park there for more than 2 hours at any point in the day are being stopped from parking. But of course we know that given the 2 hours, they will go away and then they will be able to come back. Occasionally this will happen, but this happens anyway. If there's an event on the Wedgwood Rooms, this kind of things happens anyway. If there's an event, if there's a large shopping party, if it's a Saturday afternoon, this will happen anyway. The fact that MC parking zone has come in, it's fundamentally made little difference. And do you know how many people I've had coming to me and saying we've got a problem? None. Not a single person. No one has come to me about that. No one's come to my colleague, Councillor Jenny Brent. Not one. And I've been down that road time and time again. Not one person. So, my Lord Mayor, what is this all about? I think we've had it from Councillor Stubbs. Councillor Stubbs has made it absolutely clear he does not want anyone else in Southsea who doesn't have a parking zone currently to have a parking zone. He lives in a parking zone, but he doesn't want anyone else to have a parking zone. There is the area around there has just been asked, do you want a parking zone? This is the rolling programme that we will say until we're blue in the face. It is not a piecemeal approach. Everything that's gone before is a piecemeal approach. What we've actually come to is saying the only way that you give a people the say on their parking zones is do it systematically. That's what this Liberal Democrat administration is doing. It is doing it in a way that is giving people the say. It is democratic. It is saying if you want a parking zone, you can have it. But it's also making sure people are absolutely aware of the circumstances of what having a parking zone next door, which, of course, a lot of these places have had for years, including MD, because down the south of MD, they've had a parking zone next door for years, as have other parts of MF as well. So really, my Lord Mayor, that's what this is about. It's not about MA. It's not about standing up for those people in those two streets. That's what I've been doing for the last 7 years. Under attack in the last 4, or up until a year ago, 4 years, under attack from the Conservatives, who are making absolutely clear that they will only put parking zones in where they want them, where it's politically convenient, and also they will take away parking zones from areas where they don't care about the people in those areas. Absolutely clear, my Lord Mayor. So I urge everyone to reject this motion. It is nothing more than a piece of politicking, which isn't actually about MA, it's about everything else to do with parking, and it's just using politics, yet again, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Willington. I now call on Councillor Smythe.
Thank you. I would just like to point out from the very many meetings we've had about the misery that's being felt by residents in MD zone. We had 260 people attending 2 public meetings, of which about 100 were MD residents, and I've since spoken to over 500 people that I've met in the last few weeks, and I've met very few who like the proposed scheme. The vast majority didn't want a scheme at all until they were seriously disrupted by displacement misery and are now suffering from third cars and vans clogging up their roads. Most of these do not want the 4:30 to 6:30 proposal. They say, and I'm reporting a series of conversations, that they do not get home from work until later than 6:30, that they'll be prevented from using the car evenings for work, for family visits like visiting an elderly mother or going to see a grandchild or something, and pleasure. Most of these suggest that a 724 scheme with 2 or 3 hours for visitors would be preferable, as we have to the south of us. Many people are furious about the charging policy, especially households which have 3 or 4 cars, when adult working children are still at home. What I'm talking here is about where there are children can't afford their own housing, so they are living in homes with people and are working people. Some of them junior doctors and nurses I've spoken to. I'm not advocating multiple car ownership. I'm just saying that there are a lot of young people living at home with mum and dad still who have to use cars for their work, often in vital caring services such as doctors, nurses, carers. And I'm just doing reportage here. They resent having to pay these fees when they may not be able to park at all during the time zone 4:30 to 6:30, and when they themselves will hardly ever be parking at that time themselves. This is just reportage. And I did say that when I received this information from others, that I would add it into this motion because it's highly relevant. Thank you.
Thank you much, Councillor Smythe. I now call on Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, I'd like to start with a political thank you, and that is thank you to the Liberal Democrats for creating probably the biggest political issue leading into the elections. It's doing you a lot of damage. I love it. So, thank you very much for having Toilet Gate Mark II. It is true, exactly what Councillor Judith Smythe has just said. We have knocked on many doors in the area, and particularly where the displacement parking comes in. And actually, speaking about Leopold Street, a tiny road, my dad used to live in Leopold Street, and actually I've had a lady who lives in that road who really, even though you think she would benefit from this, she really doesn't like it at all, and she's made her feelings very, very clear. She says she's communicated it to her ward councillors. I don't know if that's the case or not, but there are many people in the area who you may surmise would love the fact they live in a parking scheme. They don't. And the feedback is this. It doesn't make any difference. You still can't park your car in a lot of areas. You pay the permit price, which you wouldn't mind if you can park your car, but then the parking wardens never come round and do anything about it anyway. Then we move on to MC and MD. And again, as a councillor that represents the middle of the city in Hilsey, I've never had as much casework from Southsea residents as I'm having right at the moment. So it's great for me because I'm getting to know people and they're, sharing their problems with me, and it's giving me an opportunity for them to get to know me, including local schools who are irate and have hundreds of parents who are very, very apprehensive and frustrated by what they see is yet again another piecemeal approach, as we've heard from Councillor Fielding. Piecemeal approach. And what frustrates me most is that the Scrutiny Management Panel, 18 or so months ago, decided that they were going to look at this citywide issue. Every door you knock on, once you've got past Brexit and a couple of other things, the one thing they will moan about is parking, particularly if they live on the island. It's the recurrent theme, please do something about parking. So thankfully, Scrutiny Management Panel decided that they were going to look cross-party at this issue. And in May 2018, when the Liberal Democrats became the administration, they had 2 choices. One was plough ahead, full steam ahead, and put back in MB and MC and roll MA, MB, roll out MC, then move on to MD, or to have a citywide approach and allow people to have their say, which is what we're advocating, which is what we put into our budget amendment. Now, when we put in money aside into the Conservative budget amendment for a citywide parking referendum, we thought that it would be hugely popular in terms of the outcome would be that people would be saying they wanted to have residence parking zones across Portsmouth. Yes, in their individual wards. It doesn't mean you live in Portsmouth, you get a pass, you can park anywhere. Of course, zones like in London, but so that, like a patchwork quilt, every part of the city was covered by a zone, so that you're not simply shifting. If you create MC, you're not simply shifting the problem to the 4 or 5 roads that are directly outside of the parking zone. And what we have found from talking to people in Waverley Road and Herbert Road and all of those roads around there is that actually People don't like it, and they're saying, no, we don't want to have a residence parking zone. And I think it's right that we allow people to have their say, because there's been far too much piecemeal approach to this, and the scrutiny management panel agreed that the Tech Committee would do this report. The Tech Committee's carried out the report, it's come back with some sensible decisions, and yet they're being ignored by the Liberal Democrats. I also want to just dwell for a moment on Councillor Winnington's comments, and he used the words rank hypocrisy. I'm so pleased about that as well, so thank you, that's my second thank you. He talked about how terrible it was that the Conservatives introduced a first permit charge for cars and a second, so that you have to pay if you live in a residence parking scheme. So I will look forward to them removing that cost and subsuming it within their in-year revenue budget, because obviously Councillor Winnington has stated policy today here in the chamber for the Liberal Democrats that they don't like parking permit costs, and that he thinks what the Conservatives did was
If I could just stop you for a second, Councillor Jones. Can you remember which point of order it is?
I believe it's 39B, because I have spoken before. Just a point of clarification. It was in reference to the previous administration effectively saying you either pay for a parking permit or you lose a zone. It wasn't about whether I think that was paying for a parking permit was the right thing or not. That was what I was saying. So it was either you pay for a parking permit or you lose your zone, was actually what was asked at the time.
Thank you much. Councillor Jones, would you like to...
Okay, great. I take that then that he supports the payments that residents have to make then for their parking permit. So the next time I see that in a Liberal Democrat leaflet that they don't like it, or they say that, I'll make sure I repeat back to Councillor Winnington what he said today. Then we move on to the whole legality, the questionable way in which MA and MB was reintroduced. Now, normally, as we know, we have guidance, MB and MC, we have guidance and protocols set down on how consultations should be carried out. It's very clear. We do it through our very capable and excellent officers. Why? To remove any doubt or to have any finger pointing about politicking on this. But guess what? The Liberal Democrats are so clever and so knowledgeable and so capable that guess what? When they became the administration, they didn't ask our transport team to carry out a consultation to reinstall MB and MC. They just did it off the back of the focus leaflets that they did with surveys with through their Liberal Democrat office. So no question marks against any of that, no validity issues around any of that, of course absolutely genuine. But finally I want to say this, we've heard about rank hypocrisy today, and I think that Councillor Winnington and Councillor Vernon Jackson and the Liberal Democrats who support these schemes should be speaking to Councillor Hugh Mason. And they should be asking Councillor Hugh Mason what his residents think about MB and MC. Do they like it? Do they think it's a good idea? Because actually it's people on this side of the chamber, and from what I can see with Labour, who are standing up, the real councillors who are standing up for the people of Portsmouth, because these people, particularly in MC and MD, are being attacked by the Liberal Democrats by introducing parking schemes that are not being done in accordance with the protocol and procedures of this council, and they are yet again giving us another political issue leading into the set of elections, and I hope that this will lead to yet another change of administration.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. I now call on Councillor Scott Page-Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, I'm going to defend my colleague and my friend Luke Stubbs, because I actually think Councillor Winnington, I think you're out of order, to be honest, saying that Luke Stubbs doesn't care. He does care. He's been here for 13 years, and that's a testimony to Luke in the city. You know, doesn't always smile, Luke, but, you know, doesn't mean he doesn't care, bless him. So if you buy him a beer, you'll get a smile out of him. I'll tell you that now for free. You say no one contacted you. I'll tell you the reason you probably didn't contact you, because they'd probably vote for Luke, you know. He doesn't survive all that time if he's not a good councillor, you know. Sorry, what was that, Matthew? I was speaking, sorry, I can't hear you. So, Luke, you owe me a beer for that now. But I'm going to go into a history lesson, because I like history. In this zone that we're talking about, MA, you've got 82 spaces with 61 permits issued. And that was as of November, so that could have slight change. That was the data I've got at the moment. So there has been a problem from MB and MC coming in. And this comes back to the scrutiny management call-in. So when we had the scrutiny management call-in, there was an increase of 18% in the roads because there was so many roads not surveyed. And that clearly shows there's a knock-on effect of the operation of the zone. And I'm just going to cut to the chase, and Councillor Hugh Mason actually predicted this was going to be the case, that there was going to be problems. And I'm going to quote him. His exact words were, for calling it in, for me, in terms of the MB and MC zones and the increase of properties by 80% is a very telling point. And on this basis, it's actually changed the areas, so I do not think the surveys itself can be considered to be adequate. So you've got the Liberal Democrat councillor for St Jude Ward telling you that the surveys are incorrect and there's going to be problems. Did anyone listen to him? No, they didn't. And look where we are.
Thank you much, Councillor Peter Harris. I now call on Joe Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's been an interesting debate, and I'm sure we will hear more of it. It's been interesting to hear some things where people have got things wrong. It's been interesting to see, even in the motion from Councillor Stubbs, looking at this, that he's got the times of that zone operating wrong, even though he's meant to be councillor. With looking at it, it's across the road, but you could have got it right. We got Councillor Donna Jones getting the names of the zones wrong, and Councillor Fielding saying that it's a problem for care workers when we allow care workers passes to do. And then we have Mayville School who've been quoted. Interesting that Mayville School say they came to advice for Councillor Donna Jones. Councillor Donna Jones. Former leader of the council will know how these things operate. And so they think, they've been told to scare them, that it's going to cost their teachers 500 quid a person.
Point of order.
Councillor Jones.
39B. I have never discussed a single penny with Mayville High School about how much it will cost them. I have not had any conversation with them about how much permits are, how much it might cost them, how much it might be to their staff, their teachers, their parents. I would ask the leader of the council to remove that comment. They simply phoned up to ask me when the consultation was ending and how they could make an objection. That was it. I've not discussed anything financial with them at all, and I'd ask him to retract that statement. It's simply untrue.
Then I'm very happy to retract that, and I'm sure that she would have told them that it's £30. £30. No, that she would have done, because you would have wanted to make sure there's an accurate number of £30, not the figure that Councillor Luke Stubb quoted of £500.
Point of order. Can I make it clearer? I didn't tell them £31. I didn't raise money with them. I didn't discuss anything about any cost. I didn't even know if there would be a cost to the school. It's not my point to surmise that.
Said, but I'm not going to be. So Luke has been happy to. Luke is happy to quote a figure of £500 for people parking, for teachers there, when the actual figure is £30, and it's been the council policy for some time, Luke. And I'm disappointed as deputy leader of the council you didn't know that. I think there's lots of things. George, Councillor Fielding, sorry. The ME consultation, as I understand, finishes on, I think, Monday of next week. And MD is on the 21st. MF is on Monday of next week. So ME has, I think, is on. It's been surveyed. Residents have said they support having a residence car parking zone because that's what they wanted, and therefore that will move forward. But there will be a report. So I think there is a basic principle here. The basic principle we have is that we think that the people who are best able to make the decisions about what they need are the people who live in their local area. Now, in Old Portsmouth, the first parking zone was brought in because of the problems of ferry traffic. In the middle of the city, one of the reasons we've had parking zones is because of university parking. So, as Donna Jones says, that's a piecemeal approach that reflects the needs of various communities. By saying we're having a vote across the whole city, it says that people in Cotner have the same issues and the same problems as the people of Old Portsmouth. And the people of Cotner should have a vote equal to what the people in Old Portsmouth do about what's right for them. So I think we do have a really different philosophical view here. We view that we should listen to local residents, what's right for their local area. The response is coming from both Conservative and Labour that the councillors know best. And it is just a different philosophical thing. And if people don't want, and Judith, in your area, if people don't want a residence parking zone, and they say they don't want it, they won't get it. Because we're absolutely clear, we will not impose, but if people do want it, then we will give it to them. So so it's an absolute clear thing. So I think when we accepted the tech report in full, which came to Cabinet, we reflected, because in both under the Lib Dems and under the Conservatives there had been a piecemeal approach to putting in parking. We accepted it completely because there had been, under both Conservatives and Lib Dems, a piecemeal approach. The way in which the parking zone was brought in Cosham, under the Conservatives, completely unconnected with anywhere else, is a piecemeal approach. We've replaced that with a rolling programme of asking areas. So if one area is getting a parking zone, there is a rolling programme of asking surrounding areas of what's right for them. So we've moved away from the piecemeal approach. The other thing that's interesting, Luke, is there seems to be a slight disconnect. We've had a statement of people saying, since the parking zone's come in, I have nowhere to park. And then I read Conservative leaflets saying there are completely empty streets where there is a parking zone. So I think there's a slight disconnect. So I think there is a thing. This proposal, this motion, is so inaccurate. It can't even get the time right that we're talking about. It is that inaccurate. I don't see how anybody can vote for it. And so I don't think we will. I'm happy to look at problems, because I think there are some, and I think we can look at them. Businesses, I think, it's a real issue, and I think we need to come to a solution where businesses are able to get permits, because not only the Catholic, but other people, and I think that's a flexibility, it's learning. It's also, I think, we're right, and I'm very grateful to Lynn Stagg for looking at fuzzy borders, because the actual hard borders also cause problems. So all the time we will learn and things will get better, but the basic principle should be that we listen to local residents and provide them with what they want. And that, I think, is the difference between us.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vernon-Jackson. And Councillor Bosher, point of order.
Point of order 39A. Councillor Vernon-Jackson has just stated that the Cabinet accepted the text report in full. I think he said it at least 2 times. He has actually misled the City Council, because the Cabinet did not accept the text report in full. They chose to not accept, which I think was recommendation 3, which talked in terms of the piecemeal approach and that a citywide strategy should actually be applied. They accepted that all the other parts of it were okay, and they were currently working on some and plan to introduce others, but that was specifically excluded, and I think the Cabinet minute actually reflects that.
Sorry, but 39B, that is completely inaccurate. Simon Bosher is completely right that the
Inaccurate and right, Lord Mayor.
If you'd let me finish a sentence. Okay, Simon Bosher is completely wrong and was at the meeting and should have heard that the report from the officers did not include accepting item 3. So at that meeting, I proposed, at a meeting that Councillor Bosher was at, but clearly not listening, that we would accept item 3 as well, because we no longer did a piecemeal approach. And that was accepted by the Cabinet, so we've accepted it in full. I'm sorry he wasn't listening when he turned up.
Okay, we're moving on to Councillor Young.
I think I'm becoming a grumpy old git. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I've heard such utter hypocrisy. So let me just get this right on the parking zone that seems to be done on the back of a fag packet, just for a moment. So what you do is you consult everyone who lives in a parking zone. Yes. But you don't then ask the people who will actually going to be affected, which are the people who live around it. So what we have is we have displacement, but then we go, I know what? We're going to ask them if they want a parking zone. So then we spread the misery even further, so that then we slowly get a citywide strategy. Why don't we just ask people across the city what they want? Rather than what we're getting at the moment is, we'll do it for you, and then if you have a few problems, we'll sort it out for you. That seems to be the strategy. And it seems utterly bonkers. And I think that what we're seeing when we talk to residents is there's no rhyme or reason to it. What we need to think about what people want. Parking in this city, we have to accept that we're an island city. We have to accept that. And we've heard today about climate change. And we do need to encourage people out of their cars to try to improve air quality in this city. But to do it in the way that they're doing it, it just makes it's utterly ridiculous. And I don't know who thought it up, but, well, I mean, if we asked anyone to come up with the more ludicrous situation, then we would ask you to do this. I mean, Gerald, do you honestly think this is the right thing to do for the city? Or is it that you think it's the right thing to do politically at this point in time? Because this will affect you. That will affect the Liberal Democrats when it comes to the ballot box. I'm sorry, but, you know, in Cotner, we are already getting concerned residents worrying about the HC zone because we know that there is going to be displacement. But it's all right because, you know, that's the way the cookie crumble. I'm lost for words. It's utterly ridiculous.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. I now call on Councillor Stagg.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Let's put a few things in context and correct things. Right. The piecemeal fashion was introduced in 1999 by, I don't know if it was Labour, I don't know who was in power, I think Labour in power at the time, and every single administration has used a piecemeal fashion, including the Conservatives, since then. So, Councillor Young, you are totally wrong there. We've actually gone one stage further and said that if people want a residence parking zone and the areas either side are affected by it, then we will survey them.
39B. What I actually said was that we don't consult the people who are actually going to be affected, which is the people who are being displaced with the displacement of cars. They don't.
Right, I've got a long list here, so it might take a while, Lord Mayor, I'm terribly sorry. Citywide scheme is great if you want to impose it. What you do otherwise, I think Councillor Vernon Jackson has said, if areas, for example, Hillsey, people there probably wouldn't want a parking zone because they haven't got off-street parking. Anchorage Park the same, Cranes Water, etc. So what you do, you then force no parking zone on the rest of the city because it will be outnumbered by the people who've already got off-street parking, or do you do it as Councillor Jones, I think, suggested, which was area by area across the city? Well, you're still going to get borders, you're still going to have displacement. Let me go back then to a bit further. Right, you're actually not required by law to have any kind of survey at all. The only part that is legal is the traffic regulation order, which is the consultation. Now, when we go back to MBMC, people were really angry when it was taken, when they were taken out. And the ward councillors have been inundated for 4 years with requests to have the zone put back in. We had lots of evidence from an informal point of view that people wanted it, but we still went out to consultation. So we went out the formal bit, the consultation, and if people had not wanted it, they wouldn't have had it. So it was only when it came back, and that's the only thing in any of these zones, it's the formal consultation is the bit that actually makes us decide whether they have a parking zone or not. Go back to the point of this, the very first bit of this about MA. I asked the parking manager to send out some of his civil enforcement officers to check on the situation in those two roads. They have been out 4 times, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday, and they had the most cars, and I may have got the numbers wrong, but it's about right. The most number of cars that weren't registered to the area was 11 on one of the days. And they went back before the end of the MC limited time zone, and all but 2 of the cars had gone. So they were obviously not coming from MBMC, because they would have, if they'd have gone back there, they would have been going back when they didn't have permits to be in the zone. So they weren't there from MB and MC. The CEOs also asked residents, local residents, well actually no, I put that correctly, 2 local residents came up to the CEOs and asked them what they were doing, and they explained, and both of them said they didn't have any problem at all there. Now I know this is only from 2 people, but that's what came back. Right, coming back again to MA, I said to Councillor Stubbs today that we would give them the option, it seems sensible to me, that they get incorporated into the new MD zone, if they so wish. If they don't wish to have it, then they don't have to. But they have a residence parking zone, which is allowed to park for 2 hours, and then you can't return for 4 hours. That's very difficult to enforce. You've got to have your civil enforcement officers hanging around all the time. To count them coming in and count them going out, and that's not a good use of time. When it comes to the charges, it was actually the Conservatives who introduced the charging. I believe the original residence parking zone in Portsmouth, they were charged £25 a year. Then I don't know who it was who took that out, but then back in 2012, because we were the scheme was £186,000 in debt. That's when it was decided to bring in the £30 charge, and that's to cover enforcement and setting up the scheme. The second and third ones, the really high ones, were introduced by the Conservatives. And it was Councillor Jim Fleming who introduced those. And the reason for those was to deter people from having more than one car. Right, some of the things that were brought up... yes, sorry. Right, Mayville School, parents can park on the zigzag lines after 4 p.m. They won't get any tickets, and the CEOs have said that they won't ticket people. Care workers, have permits. I'm looking with the parking manager at business permits for people having to move around. For example, there are dog walkers, people who that's their job and they have to move around, so if they can have special permits. And also some special permits for people who are working, say, after 7 o'clock in the evening, and they've got business like vets, which I totally agree with. And there's also possibility of having cheaper scratch cards, because £1.20 for 12 hours, people don't necessarily want to pay out £1.20 if they're only going to be there for an hour, so we're looking at the possibility of having much cheaper scratch cards. I can't think of it. I think I've got... Oh, I just want to say, well, fuzzy edges are very difficult because they need traffic regulation orders, but we could do it, but you have to resurvey the whole area. Can I just say that in 2007 there were 108,000 cars registered to Portsmouth, and in 2017 there were 125,000. That's 17,000 additional vehicles, and with not 17,000 additional parking spaces. So it is very difficult. I'm not saying it's easy. I think we're doing it the best way we possibly can. But it's the way that
I'm not turning you off. I did give you a few more sentences to finish, but I did let you go on afterwards, but please go do it fine. Okay, next we have Councillor Udi. Councillor Eames, point of order.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson made a comment that the Cabinet had not removed one of the recommendations of the Tech Committee. Yes, I'm looking at the minutes of the Tech Committee. It says the current piecemeal approach to RPZs be reconsidered with a view to introducing a city-wide strategy, or alternatively remove all parking zones. Now, I point this out to the leader because I'm sure he didn't want to mislead the council.
Thank you much.
Just to help, as we don't have a piecemeal approach anymore, since the new Lib Dem administration came in, we were happy to accept that because it's changed. And we've learned from the previous piecemeal approach to make sure it's better.
Thank you much. I now call on Councillor Udi.
Okay, so I'm quite nervous speaking about this. I feel quite angry at the moment, so please bear with me, and I'll try not to swear, but like I said, I feel quite aggrieved. When Councillor Jones brought up the fact that this has turned into a really big political thing that you've been campaigning on, because we've seen the Tories, the Conservative group campaigning in central Southsea where I live. But I'd like to bring up a point about some photos that were posted to your social media over a week ago, and now you all lock up, don't you? This is what makes me angry. For some reason, the Conservative group, including someone's dog, who you know who that is, thinks it's perfectly okay to take photos of campaigners and a councillor's dog outside of my house and post it on social media. And then the leader of the Conservative group the next day go running, crying to the media saying how she's bullied.
I've had the...
No, I'm not having it. It is disgusting behaviour.
The lawyer has... The city lawyer has asked me to step in. Do you want to...
Councillor Morgan's house, he will phone the police.
Do you want to...
Councillor Rudy, if I may.
Outside my house, and posting them on social media. It is disgusting, vile,
Switch her off.
Due to the current state, I'm going to call a 10-minute break and adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.
Take the photos down of my house.
Please be seated, members. I believe Councillor Jones wants to say something.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Through you, and if you don't mind, I'm not being rude, but this is more aimed towards Councillor Udy than it is yourself. Councillor Udy, I absolutely give you a pledge that I have no idea about any targeting towards your home. However, clearly there is a photograph in existence on some kind of Conservative social media that causes you some concern. I'd be very happy to meet with you straight after the meeting with David Williams, the three of us. You can show me the picture, or I can show you the three that we have that are, I've been told by the leader that you live in Central Southsea Ward. I didn't know what ward you lived in until then. I actually thought you lived in Charles Dickens. So we can look at them, and if there is anything on there that causes any offence or anything like that, then we can take it off. Likewise, if you have any other concerns about targeting of any other kind specifically, please let me know, and I'll happily look into it.
Thank you much. Moving back to debate. All of the requests have been you've got it in. All the speakers are gone, but we're also entered into delegate mode. What have you been doing to the system? Leave the room for 2 minutes and...
Lord Mayor, I understand it's not Councillor Pitt has requested to speak on the system.
On the system?
Pushing the button.
Yes.
It's okay, it's coming back.
It's coming back now, but we had lots of people indicated and they've all been deleted.
Disappointment.
People can remember.
Yeah.
People can remember. Can they
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, Councillor Pitt.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm not going to speak for very long because it would take hours to actually go through all of the misinformation that's been spread around the council meeting today, and I don't think a lot of it is being propagated deliberately. I think that this is quite a complicated issue, and I think that it's quite clear from some of the comments I've heard today that a lot of people just don't understand it. However, one particular thing I would like to draw your attention to, and that which may be helpful to Councillor Bosher in his role as the Conservative spokesman for traffic and transportation, and to the ward councillors Cosham, because the one parking zone that was introduced under the previous administration in Cosham Ward by Councillor Fleming was an example of exactly why you don't do what was happening before. That parking zone abuts Mulberry Lane in Cosham, and Mulberry Lane was not asked if they wanted to be in the parking zone. They weren't told there was going to be a parking zone in the adjacent streets, despite the fact that they contacted the ward councillors and at the time the cabinet member to say that they did wish to be included in the zone. They were ignored. So they've approached the current administration and asked us to correct that, and we've now added to the, we've now decided that what we will do at the next time this is reviewed is we'll have to add them to the list to be consulted and correct that mistake. So while they're running around Southsea trying to cause endless problems for the people who voted for something, got it, had it taken away in summary decision, voted again to get it back, and are yet again being used as nothing more than a political pawn in a process, they need to look a bit closer to home and have a look into Cosham, and they'll find that they made a rather serious mistake there. And if they go and knock the doors on Mulberry Lane, as they say they have in Beatrice Road and Leopold Street, they will find that I think it's 23 out of the 24 residents are extremely cross about it. So it is clear that that piecemeal approach didn't work, which is why when MB and MC were introduced, immediately surveys were triggered to happen in MD zone, the land surrounding north and south of the King's Theatre, in ME, the area to the east of Bath Road, and now another survey in MF, so that we continue to talk to people and we continue to get their feedback until we end up with zones covering the area of the city that wants parking zones. Now, if you were to do what's being suggested by others, who obviously haven't thought it through, and you did break them up into areas but then do one big vote all at the same time. What do you do if 4 areas say they want a zone and they surround a zone that says they doesn't? You cause a mass displacement into that area, causing you to have to start again and do another TRO with that area. So what you end up with, Lord Mayor, is exactly the same thing. So if the other parties would like to do what we've done, we've said we have an area-by-area approach, which is a rolling programme. If you would like to go to www.portsmouthliberaldemocrats.org.uk/parking, you will find that we have fully articulated our policy on our website. So my challenge to both the Conservative group and the Labour group is, instead of coming up with very simple win headlines that look good on leaflets, you articulate your policies and how you would implement them, and then we'll let the public decide whether they work or not.
Councillor Jeanette Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I had real high hopes for this council meeting, and the very first motion was about climate change. And we declared an emergency, and part of that emergency was too many cars in Portsmouth. And here we are, and we debated that for an hour and 45 minutes. We came to a consensus and everything else. And here we are now talking and rowing about parking zones, when it's clearly obvious, because of climate change, we have to reduce the use of cars. And Councillor Oudey was absolutely right in her speech about our love of cars, and yet a few hours on, we're rowing about parking zones. I don't even know what zone I'm in. I think I'm in the Twiglet zone or anything else. Because if we can't do this, and we can't discuss sensibly parking and trying to get people away from cars, and do 7, which was in the climate change, develop and implement a community engagement plan, fully inform residents about the need for urgent action on climate change, offer a vision of healthier, more child-friendly and greener city. If we can't do that 2 hours on, we're not going to get 25%, we're not even going to get 50%, you're not going to get anywhere near it. So what I'm saying to you is, if you pass the climate change with all the speeches that we had, for goodness sake, be sensible about what you're saying about parking, because actually one of those motions is now being subsumed by parking and all that row. And really, we owe it to the people of this city to do climate change. It's an emergency, and 2 hours on, we've even forgotten it's an emergency.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I now call on Councillor Hugh Mason.
My Lord Mayor, I want to do something rather strange. I want to get back to the motion. There are 2 parts to this motion. One is to say that there are certain problems in a particular area of Southsea, which has been expanded by a number of members, and the second one is to say what should be done. The problems which have been raised about Beatrice Road and Leopold Street, I know well. I talk to people in Beatrice Road and Leopold Street, although it is not in my ward. And they feared a problem, and because they feared a problem, they find something which is not very much different from what they previously had. It hasn't changed very much. Another area where there is fear being engendered, Project Fear, is Albert Road. Yes, I know the Cats Clinic. It's in my ward. It goes on until 6 in the evening. Yes, but there is, of course, parking for shopping and the like on Albert Road anyway, 2 hours. That should address their problem, and if it doesn't, well, we will come back and have a look at what can be done. Then there was Mayville. Mayville, lovely school. The staff can get parking permits, and they do get them, will get them at a reasonable price. So there are problems, but there are ways to deal with them. And the sensible part of this motion is, asking the Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation to bring an urgent report detailing how these problems could be mitigated. There are problems. Yes, there are bound to be with any form of rolling programme. There are going to be things in the area into which you're moving which you had not thought of. And indeed, you can deal with some of them. It just needs goodwill to address these. The best example I can think of in the immediate past, or the immediate future, is the work which we're doing to have a fuzzy boundary along Campbell Road. Because Campbell Road is the boundary between two parking zones, allowing people in each side to park on the other side, that they have the ability to park in either parking zone because they are a boundary and because they have such little parking. We can work things out. What is sad about this debate is the way in which we've had fixed positions thrown around, then Project Fear ran about this is going to be dreadful. It isn't going to be dreadful. It's going to create some problems. There are going to be problems coming up. But the one thing which I do know after many years of having my ear bent on this is that there are no parking zones in this city that have come up and said, oh, please take our parking zone away and let us get back to a free-for-all. They are liked. And so I think I shall just have to abstain on this. I think that the motion, as it was originally put, has merit, and there are a lot of sensible things in it. But the way it has been presented in this debate is such that quite frankly, I could not vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I now call Councillor Bosher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, I did have a few notes written down, but as the debate has progressed, I've got several different coloured pens here as we've been going through. Let's just roll this back. We had a programme that we were actually looking at, but I seem to remember that about this time last year there was a Lib Dem charge to reintroduce MB and MC. Such a successful campaign that it got Councillor Lee Hunt re-elected, or did it? But what we got from those two are displacement consequences. So in each area, you now have areas that don't have residence parking, where people are driving around and around. And Councillor Smith, Jeanette Smith, was very right in what she was doing when she was talking about the climate change debate we had earlier on. But one of the consequences of a piecemeal approach to residence parking zones is that those people that aren't in it are now driving round and round and round, burning fossil fuels, looking for somewhere to park. So we're actually creating a situation that everybody unanimously agreed that we should be addressing in the first debate. I always find it very interesting when Councillor Vernon Jackson starts a debate with, it's been a very interesting debate so far, which is his way of saying, I'm in deep doo-doos here and I'm not really quite sure how I'm going to dig myself out of it. But the piecemeal approach clearly isn't working. We had a cross-party committee, including members of Councillor Vernon Jackson's party, and we spelled it out unanimously that it wasn't working, that you've persisted in going forward with something, arbitrarily redrawing zones as you see fit, and we've also seen your own Traffic and Transportation Cabinet member trying to introduce one into our own road, that clearly we have a piecemeal approach that's going forward here, and I don't think the Liberal Democrats have a coherent plan in any shape or form. We've had several Liberal Democrats stand up and talk about fuzzy boundaries. The Cabinet member has said fuzzy boundaries are very difficult with traffic regulation orders, so even their own group don't know which particular way they're actually going. But let's come back to MA zone, which is clearly a consequence of a piecemeal approach in the fact that, irrespective of the timings, it's the polar opposite to what's happening in other residence parking zones around the south of the city. So it is suffering from the displacement parking. Now, one simple solution would be to subsume that into a bigger zone. That's a solution that we could have going forward, so it's equitable with everybody else. we've had it suggested by the Cabinet Member for Culture and Leisure and Sport and Traffic and Transportation, big job title, I guess, that everything is addressed as we go forward as part of the programme and that we can actually revisit MA. Well, let me just highlight the programme that originally went to Councillor Stagg but was eventually considered by Councillor Dowling, which approved the programme of consultation. We've done MH, that was the new programme, that's the Twyford Avenue.
I've got Councillor Pitt wants to do it.
As a point of order, Lord Mayor, I never said anything about MA.
Councillor Bosher.
We have we considered MH, which is the first one, 18 properties adjacent to the Mountbatten Centre, where everybody's parking their second cars in the Mountbatten Centre car park now. We then brought back MB and MC, which were the two that we actually had, and we're now consulting on MD. We're nicely following the programme. Well, areas ME, which is Hazelmere Road, and MF Craneswater, are two of the areas that are complaining bitterly about displaced parking. So in theory, they'd be next on the programme. I would assume that councillors would recognise that. But actually, no. The next priority after introducing MD for a traffic regulation order is HC zone. Now that's the little island in Baffins where the Cabinet Member lives. So that is being prioritised over ME, MF, and for those Labour members, GB, Alverstone Road area, around Fratton Park. So areas where you have pressures of parking, you have a nighttime economy, you have Fratton Park, you have Albert Road and the shopping areas, they are being bumped further down the list in favour of something that is purely a residential area, and I think that is fundamentally wrong. But we come back to MA, we'll build that into the programme. Well, MA features on this particular report as well. It is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's 15th on the list to actually be reconsidered, councillors. So, officer advice on that says it's not likely to be considered for at least a couple of years. So I'm sorry, Councillor Stubbs, but the current Liberal Democrat programme means that the residents in Leopold and Beatrice are probably going to have to put up with the displacement for at least another 2 to 3 years because of the Liberal Democrat programme that we have in front of us. I think when you actually look at it, and Councillor Winnington talking about rank hypocrisy, I'm sure he would agree that when we're talking about parking zones and a piecemeal approach and what's affecting Southsea, that perhaps it is rank hypocrisy to jump out of the programme of Southsea and actually go and stick one in the middle of Baffins and cause displacement there into areas of Baffins and Copner Road and not actually address the issues in hand. And it just goes to show it is a piecemeal approach that is causing misery for people in the south of the city.
Thank you much, Councillor Bosher. I now call on...
Standing Order 39. But just to reassure Son Bosher, as we take this seriously, we're tripling the number of people working on it, so it'll be much, much, much quicker. It's only slow under the Conservatives.
Point of order 39B, for clarification, Lord Mayor. There's currently one member of staff. She has a brand new member of staff that is joining her shortly, and on that basis, that new member of staff actually has to be trained by the single member of staff that's currently trying to do this as well.
I'm sorry, that's factually completely untrue.
We will end up going...
It is just completely untrue, and it would be helpful, Simon, if you didn't say things that are completely, utterly baseless and untrue about the number of people working here, because it's just not true.
Order, Lord Mayor, I actually spoke to the officer about midday, so I will pass on the fact that she's actually lied to me by Councillor Vernon Jackson. I'm sure she'll appreciate that.
I think we will stop. I think we will stop at this point because we've had tit for tat back and forwards, and I don't see any end to it. So we have to draw a line somewhere. I now call on Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I just wanted to reaffirm, really, I think the piecemeal approach clearly is controversial and isn't working. But furthermore, I met with the officers last week, specifically with regards to zones. Councillor Bosher and Councillor Neil Young have both raised about the HC zone. And while I can completely understand that residents across the city are fed up of let's just be honest about this. There is no silver bullet to parking. There are too many cars on the road. However, I do think that it's time now that we take an approach where there is either a citywide strategy or we have to really seriously examine this piecemeal approach. And my concern specifically with my patch is that the Cobner Road is a main road, is one of the main through roads of the whole city, and it's a large road, and it really is a dividing road, not both in terms, least of all in terms of being a ward boundary, and people on one side are in Baffin's ward, people on the other side are Cobner ward, and the proposed zone goes all the way from, basically from the Cobner Bridge all the way up to Burfields Road, Stubbington Avenue. And so my serious concern is that displacement is going to go right away across into all of those roads, from Powers Court Road up to Stubbington, also from Burfields Road, Vernon, Dartmouth, and all of those roads along there. And I think it's a great shame, because when I put to the officer, how will my residents know about this zone, she said, they will be consulted, and we're due to go to a formal consultation soon, and that possibly may be this side of Purda once the MD consultation is finished, or it may be after Purda. And when I said to her, okay, but it's actually really going to affect a lot of people, and we know on average in a permit zone, around 80% of the permits, I understand from the officer, are first cars, so therefore there are a lot of second cars that will be displaced, and third cars, I guess. And I think that residents need to be better informed around this. I don't think that we can rely solely on lamppost notices, I understand, are going to go up on the Baffin side of the road. And while I know that there will be some mums that cross over to use the school, the vast thousands of people that live in that section of my ward are going to be really screwed. And a lot of them won't know, other than from the political leaflets that we put out, that this is going to be taking place. So I guess this is really to make a bit of a plea to Councillor Stagg to please reconsider this piecemeal approach on behalf of my residents. It will cause real misery, and I hope that you can do the right thing by both residents. Thank you.
Thank you much, Councillor New. I now call on Councillor Ryan Brent.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I didn't realise necessarily how insightful that this notice of motion would have been for the Liberal Democrats' view on the democratic process. I think, as Simon Bosher has said, if you look at the priority of the not piecemeal plan, and actually it's personal interest that informs the priority, as we've seen. It's political surveys that inform decision. As Councillor Winnington said, no one is unhappy. But then you wouldn't know that if they don't vote Liberal Democrat, then their voice isn't listened to. So therefore, if you do vote Liberal Democrat, I presume they're the ones who aren't happy, who are happy. It's everyone else who's unhappy. Do you know what, Councillor Vernon Jackson? You do amaze me. Some of the things that you say. You said that quite a lot of Conservative councillors are talking false information. But actually, I was trying to think of the best phrase, but I think it would be too much of a disservice to say you're a master of semantics. I think you're more of a trickster of words. I think if you were to look at a jigsaw puzzle, and if you were to empty it out of the box and you were to make a jigsaw puzzle, as I'm sure we have all done, then that would be a piece by piece where you would create the solution. You would create the map of Portsmouth, if that's what you think what it is. A non-piecemeal plan would already been completing the puzzle, and as the Conservatives would and have said that we would do, we want to consult everyone. It doesn't matter who people vote for. We will listen. We will have a citywide strategy. We will look at the whole puzzle when it's already put down. We won't say, oh, do you know what, actually, this isn't piecemeal. We're going to just do it bit by bit, but it's not piecemeal. And I just hope that people who listen to these council meetings do see you for your words, Councillor Vernon Jackson, because actually we all know between us that it's not true, and I hope that they do too. My last point would be, I think it's whether or not I've missed the sound of his voice, but Councillor Stephen Morgan, or Stephen Morgan MP, obviously has an invested interest in the South constituency, and I'm sure we would all love to hear his views. If it would help, I'm sure someone will take a picture for literature, but I believe I'm the last person indicated, so that gives you 30 seconds or so to indicate.
If only you were the last person indicated. Thank you, Councillor Brent. Now call in to Councillor Sanders.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I have to say, having been a councillor twice in two different authorities, and having effectively devised a parking zone of my own, working with local people in London, I'm all too aware of the many, many issues that face our city. And Councillor Rodney was absolutely right. There is no silver bullet to parking in this city. There are two politically incorrect truths about parking in this city. There are too many cars for the island available, and everyone wants to get rid of everyone else's. And it's those two things that have to guide us, particularly now we've been driven by the climate emergency. Essentially, solving parking requires one of four options. You either remove everything, you either have one citywide zone, regardless of whether people want it or not, you have several citywide zones, regardless of whether people want it or not, or you have what pretty much every other council in the country does, which is what we're choosing to do, which is a rolling programme of consultation. As Rob has said, none of them is perfect. All of them have issues. The question is, what is the least worst? Now, I read not just Councillor Bosch's text report, I read the 2017 survey that accompanied the text report. And that, to me, was a huge missed opportunity to provide the certainty that we are now trying to get. What that survey should have said was not, do you want 24-hour parking, do you want it to finish at 6:30, do you want it overnight, but to outline those four options. Do you want to remove all zones? Do you want to have one zone across the whole city? Do you want to have a series of zones? Or do you want to have a rolling programme? And frankly, I would have backed whichever one emerged, because I'd hoped when approving that survey that we would have the chance to actually go into the 2018 elections with some certainty. That never happened. All I know is that in the recommendations of that scrutiny panel, the citywide referendum does not feature at all. It is not a recommendation of the scrutiny panel, which, as Councillor Boscher has said, agreed everything unanimously. So therefore, that option doesn't happen. The only time any of the options have been asked was when there was a single citywide zone in the 2016 survey that is mentioned in the scrutiny panel, whereby people said no to a citywide zone. So we know what they don't want, but we don't know what they do want. Sounds like Parliament, Stephen, doesn't it? Again, I think one of the issues that's been pointed out is that the piecemeal approach, which happened under all administrations, was wrong. So I'll take Rob's particular point around his part of Copland. Now, I may have trundled down and spoken to some people in Boston Road and Funtington Road and Portsmouth Road 2-3 years ago. Guess what they were saying to me? I can't park. I have to drive round and round and round and round, and that came long before the HC zone was ever a gleam in somebody's eye, except being on a list, because it's been on a list for 7 years. Your former councillor, well, I'm about to say former councillor Fleming, maybe former as of tomorrow night, actually, as Councillor Pitt outlined, introduced 2 zones in Caution. Did he introduce one? The next one on the list? No. What is the next one on the list? The proposed HC zone. We have zones that are 1 road. We have zones that are 2 roads. We do need to have a proper approach, a city-wide approach. And because we haven't been given any indication as to what the citywide approach was by the scrutiny panel, I'm not blaming Councillor Bosch for this, he's inherited a bad situation, we have to therefore go with what the least worst is. And the least worst for us is to have this rolling programme of consultation and to pick up issues as that go along. And I think Councillor Vernon Jackson and Councillor Pitt were right. Some people clearly don't know what the situation was. I was a bit surprised that Councillor Fielding, who normally knows a great deal about things, actually didn't know that we actually gave parking permits to care workers. And that, to me, says that we all need to learn a bit more about what is going on. So there are real issues in our city. It requires detailed and serious thinking. It requires a steer from people. But there is no commitment to a referendum in any of the recommendations of the scrutiny panel. There was a chance with the 2017 survey to give us the political steel we need to stop us having these debates in the first place, and unfortunately we're not there. So therefore it is the least worst. And for me, the least worst is what the administration is doing. There will be problems with anything, but unless we do, but the alternative is to do nothing. And politicians in this city have done nothing for too long. And the climate emergency that we face means that something has to happen. It won't be perfect, it will not be ideal, but if we don't do it, the problem will just continue, and we cannot afford that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Saunders. And now call Councillor Hockaday.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to drag this on for too much longer. Echoing what you've just said, Councillor Saunders, that actually is quite good. It's not perfect, and I think one way that it can be resolved is to speak to everyone in the city and find out what they would like. Just following on from Councillor Pitt earlier, you mentioned Mulberry Lane in Caution, which we have spoken to residents, and I have an email here from February from an officer advising that you're working through the residents' parking programme from the consultation in July 2018, which made key changes to the programme in 2015 and includes areas prioritised by the new council administration. We've advised residents of Mulberry Lane that we will add their area to the programme when we're in a position to do so. We are following on approved residents' parking programme, which has been confirmed through the democratic process, and we're unable to give Mulberry Lane priority over those areas identified for a survey sometime earlier. However, it has been agreed that Mulberry Lane will be included on the programme when we're in a position to do so. So you're in a position to do it, so I'm hoping now that actually this will be carried out. Unfortunately, with some parking areas, it is going to cause displacement, and I know in 2016 Magdala Road had a survey, and actually a lot of the residents didn't want a parking zone, so you do need to take into account displacement, which is why I actually do think that having a complete survey for the whole city actually will be beneficial for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hockaday. I have no more people signalled, so therefore... If you want... I now call on Councillor Stubbs to summarise before the vote.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There seems to be some, I don't know quite how it's happened, but there seems to be almost an implied change in the standing orders where we have people sort of interrupting and cutting in during speeches, and I would appreciate if anyone wants to make any of the points of order, they could all be dealt with at the end. This debate was not what I expected. I had quite a reasonable discussion with the Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transport this morning, and I actually came into this meeting thinking that this part of proceedings may have followed that tone. That certainly wasn't what happened, though. And I've had to listen to the council's chief displacement denier, Councillor Vernon Jackson, go off on all sorts of rants, and I think that sort of set the tone for the last hour. I just want to say, just pick up a few points on contributions people have made. Let's have a quick look down the list. Councillor Hugh Mason, I mean, I think I thought the tone of your speech was good, and so, but I don't really think it's fair to say that someone worried about their business is just project fear. I think it's a much more serious problem than that, and it needs a solution of some kind. Now, I'm hopeful from the conversation I had with Councillor Stagg earlier, there may be a way of finding one, but it isn't project fear to be afraid that if half of your customers aren't able to access your business anymore, that is a mortal threat to your business. Councillors Smith and Sanders made related points about tying this whole thing back to climate change, and I thought that was interesting because there's a lot of an implication there that parking policy is being used to reduce the number of cars on the road. And is that the case? Because if it is, then how are people supposed to get around? People don't get in the car, drive around just for the sake of it. They make the journeys they need to make. And while, yes, some could be made on foot or whatever, an awful lot can't. Councillor Winnington, that was an interesting contribution, not what I expected. I have to say I'm quite happy to go and tell the residents that have spoken to me, and there are a couple of them, whether you believe it or not, I should tell them that the Liberal Democrats say you don't exist, because you haven't been in touch with the Liberal Democrats. See what they make of that. And As to Councillor Vernon Jackson, well, there's really quite a lot to say, isn't there? Sorry, I missed one out here. Councillor Pitt, in terms of, I mean, I'm not. You seem to be misunderstanding our policy here, and then you did the East South Neighbourhood Forum as well, but in two different ways. And I'm not quite sure why, because it's quite a simple position. We are advocating having a vote, and if not for one zone, but for multiple zones, and either you implement them all or you don't implement any of them. That's the vote. It's not complicated. That is the position we're putting forward. Now, there is a Facebook group with quite a number of members on called Southsea Parking Crisis. This is not a fan club for the Liberal Democrats. I mean, it is not there because people are delighted at how things are going and are welcoming the strategic approach now adopted. No one sees it like that. People see this as what they're actually living through is parking mayhem with no strategy behind it whatsoever. Now, I may have misused the word. I may have put the wrong times on the leaflet. On the motion, I accept that. But that was my mistake. Your mistake's much bigger. Your mistake is not understanding what the word piecemeal means. Piecemeal means trying to look at a complicated problem one little bit at a time. That is exactly what you are doing. You are dealing with this on a street-by-street basis, and that is causing a massive amount of displacement. You are the council's chief displacement denier. It's a pretend choice to tell people. Do you want a residence parking zone, or do you want a tidal wave of third cars, which the Liberal Democrats are creating, dumped in your street? Because that is the option people are getting. And they don't want either one. That's the whole point about asking them the real choice. Do you want to expand residence parking zone enormously, or do you want to leave it as it is? Because there's no notion of just doing it a bit. That's the whole point. And in the spirit, and if you truly believe what you're saying, I'd like to propose the LS zone. Outside of the block of flats I live in, there are 4 parking spaces in the street. I would like to propose a zone just created for my flat, which has 2 spaces on it just for me. And
you need to join the Lib Dems for that.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying I'm sure you would consider that to be a strategic approach, not piecemeal at all. And it is in line with your thinking. It is, of course, also absurd, and what a fascist policy is.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. We are now moving to the vote. All of those who are in favour of the motion, we are moving to the vote. All those in favour of the motion, please show.
(19), Lord Mayor.
All those opposed?
(16), Lord Mayor.
And abstentions? 1. Thank you very much. The motion is therefore carried. Now moving on to the next motion, motion E. Motion E, stray dog kennel service, proposed by Councillor Rodney and seconded by Councillor Hockaday. Are you still proposing that, Councillor New? And are you still seconding it, Councillor Hockaday? In which case, members, the mover of the motion now has up to 3 minutes on the question only as to whether the motion should be debated today or stand referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Hopefully we can have a very short debate. I think that many of us are dog lovers in this room, and I think that as a city we've done a lot actually, certainly over the last 4 to 5 years. A lot that we can be proud of as a gold standard, and that work continues under the new administration, and I think it's something that we can be proud of. I think we've got an excellent team of officers working to improve and expand and create a further outreach, especially around hard to rehome dogs, and some of the partnerships that we've set up with Battersea's Dogs and Cats Homes has meant that we haven't had to put dogs to sleep. It means that we've taken in dogs that have been through trauma, that have been bred for all sorts of reasons, bait dogs, etc., guard dogs for drug dealers in the city, who've turned out to be very soft, lovable dogs, but abandoned. And I think that as a city, we can do a lot more as well to expand this. And I wish that we'd been able to do it sooner as well, but at the time there was only one senior officer and 3 support staff working on this, so there was only so much that we could do. And I'd really like to work with the Cabinet member to look at creating a city-wide charter to make the city even more dog-friendly. And it's explained within the actual motion itself what my aspirations are for this. Thank you.
Yep. Can I see all those in favour of debating this tonight? Anyone opposed? Abstentions? Therefore, you now have 6 minutes to propose your motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Again, just to reiterate, I know that there are a lot of dog lovers in this chamber. In fact, actually, Councillor Stagg and I bumped into each other at Fox's Forest only last week, didn't we, Councillor Stagg? And it was lovely to meet your new rescue dog, who's an absolute beauty. But there are lots of dogs who are less fortunate, not only across the city, but across the wider area. And Portsmouth really is the gold standard in the area. And we've taken a lot of dogs from the surrounding councils as well, from Havant, Southampton, etc. And we have spare capacity in our excellent stray dog home and kennels here. The work that the team up at Burfields Road do is sensational. And frankly, I think that they go above and beyond, and they do more work than perhaps what actually they're paid to do. And we should be all very grateful to them. But I still think that there's more that we can do. I think over the years we've seen aspirations cross-party to look to do more, but as always, money is always an obstacle. And I think that some of the things that continually come up are around safety for dogs. We've seen animals escape, etc., and all sorts of other things, and they end up coming into the stray dogs home, kennels up at Burfields Road. And I think it would be great if we could look to create a city charter to make the city as dog-friendly as possible, and that should look to include some proper bylaws where appropriate in terms of expanding parts of the beach that dogs can go on and times throughout the year. I know work has been done around this already, and it continues as well through the administration, but also other things like having parks, for example. So I know that there's been a contentious issue with the park in Milton, but it's an excellent park actually, and many dog walkers use it on a daily basis because it is actually the only dog park in the city that has it's fenced all the way around and has lockable gates that can be easily opened and closed to ensure that dogs don't escape. And while that's great being down in Milton, it would be fantastic if that was also available elsewhere in the city. I know Councillor Hockaday is going to talk on some plans for up in Cosham. And so I think there are so many people across the city who would really benefit from having a place that's safe, I guess, just on this specific point, to be able to look to take their dogs so that they can feel secure, so they know they're not going to be run over. There possibly might be some work that we could do together as well around road crossings. So, for example, I use the crossing to go across to Milton Park every single day outside the Milton Arms. And it's really treacherous because it's a main road and it's a pelican crossing. It can be really dangerous, and quite often because people have very busy lives. Even I'm quite a fierce and robust person. Sometimes it feels quite dangerous, and I fear for my dog because one way or another he's facing oncoming traffic as you go across those two lanes. And I think there possibly might be some work that we can do there, cross-party hopefully, to build this into the charter and see what we can actually do. And I think that there would be a lot of goodwill for this, and I hope that you'll be supportive, and I look forward to hearing the contributions in the wider debate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Robert New. Do we have any amendments being moved? No, in which case I'm calling the seconder of the motion, Councillor Hockaday.
Thank you. I haven't spoken this much for I don't know how long. Well, life actually does change when you get a dog, and I'm really going to embarrass Ryan and say that actually we are dog parents. Which you'll hate me for. So I can't see any political issues with this, hopefully, and I can only echo what Councillor News said, as I think it's excellent Portsmouth is recognised for the Gold Award with the dog kennels. The work that they carry out is so beneficial to the stray animals, and they can be there for a long period of time. So it would also be good for Portsmouth to be recognised as a dog-friendly city. And I had a look online, and actually the closest one to us is around Dorset, but the actual best being in Bristol. So I think this would be really great if we can get us on the map, because to dog lovers, it is like having a child. You do treat them like that as well. At the kennels, some of the dogs do need extensive rehabilitation and vet care, and just as a little plea, anyone's able to make donations, sponsor a kennel for £10 a month, or even volunteer to walk them, which is a great way to get exercise. Having a dog, you do tend to go on a variety of different walks for a change of scenery. So sometimes we'll take Larry down to the beach, which is great because it gives him a bit of a wash as well. But we're going to Cosham Park at the end of our road. It isn't enclosed. And actually only a few weeks ago, a dog ran out of the park onto the road by the train station, and I was in the car, so unfortunately I couldn't get out as I was just about to drive off, and I hope to God that nothing happened to it. But what we are hoping for is to look for a dog agility area in the old disused bowling part there, and because it would be closed off, actually it would be fantastic for dogs to be able to do a bit of a dog agility. They have one up at Queen Elizabeth Country Park. I think this is one of the closest areas, and actually you've got the tunnels and the jumps and things like that, and I can't say that Larry would even be able to do any of it, but it might be good to try and get him to do it. So, and it's a safe environment, it's enclosed, so people don't have to worry about a dog running out through an open gate, as sometimes when they are off lead, they do want to go in different directions. But alongside this, and we do have quite a lot in Cosham, I'm not going to sort of start talking too much about dog poo, but I think actually making it dog friendly, it would be really great if we could look at getting some, not dog bins, but dog poo bag like posts, especially around some alleyways, because I've lived in Highbury forever, and one of the alleyways is known as Dog Something Alley, which is actually sort of backs onto the nursery, and it's really not pleasant for parents walking down there, for people not picking up their dog waste. So I think some of these bins, if they can be put around the city, Councillor Ashmore, we look towards you for that, and I think it would be a really big benefit. So I look forward to seeing what everyone else has, but I'm fully supportive of the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Alcaday. Councillor Ashmore.
Me again. I'm not going to say too much because you summed that up really well. This is a really good motion. You say we're all dog lovers. I'm a dog lover. We're a city of dog lovers, a country of dog lovers there. You mentioned about the Gold Service Award being given to our stray dog kennels. I think the staff and the officers there, I think they do deserve the credit. I went up to the award thing this time. You've been up there a couple of years ago. It's a really good thing to be recognised. It really means a lot to them, and they should be formally thanked for them. Also, I'm very happy in principle to agree to this dog-friendly city chart, and I'm really happy to work with you on that. I know that your dogs are pretty much your life, isn't it? So yeah, I'm happy to work with you on that, and Hannah on that, and so yeah, I'm happy to support this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ashmore. Now call Councillor Pitt.
Thanks very much, Lord Mayor. After the afternoon we've had, it's nice that we're all violently agreeing about something. So a great motion. I don't have any resources at the moment, particularly to look around developing a dog park with agility in it, but I think that's a really good idea. So I'm quite happy to make an undertaking that that's something that we could look at during the next municipal year, and very happy to talk to councillors about that. The main reason I got up was as part of another piece of work that I've been doing for the council. I stumbled across something which seemed absolutely ridiculous, and that is the fact that the police officers who attend stray horses and need to be able to scan them, find their chips, find out whose they are, use the same scanners to scan stray dogs, except they don't have any scanners, Lord Mayor. There are two currently, and I think there's one in Portsmouth, I'm told, which is just crackers. They're not even very expensive. So the voluntary organisations weren't aware of this. I wasn't aware of this. So as part of a discussion that we were having about having better systems in place to deal with stray horses, we said, wouldn't it be good if we made sure every car had a scanner? Because what currently happens is somebody's dog's running loose in a close in Cosham, for example, and they take it to the stray dog kennels in Burfields when it could be missing from that closing costume and they could just go straight to somebody's door and knock it and the dog's back, the stress relief that that would have on the owners would be immense, and it would be far less stressful for the dog as well. So this is something that's happening, and I'm waiting on, there's a couple of voluntary organisations who sourced the scanners and are looking to actually make sure that that can happen, and I have said to them, if they fall short in their target of resources, which is just a few £100s, then to come back to the council, because that's something that we should make happen, because apart from anything else, we don't need the police driving all over the city for no good reason whatsoever if they can just quickly take a dog back to its owner. On the other points, I think it's really good. We have already, by a new PSPO which has to replace the old dog control orders, extended the amount of times that dogs are allowed on the beach, which is now from the end of April, and that they're excluded, not from the end of March as it was before. I did have some concerns when the report was written because it actually made it look like we were going to prevent them being on the beach for even longer because they got the dates the wrong way around. So there is validity in Cabinet members checking reports sometimes. But other than that, a good motion. Rob is very well aware, Councillor New is very aware that I'm as much of a dog lover as he is, and I'm rather fond of Crixus. So I think on this one we can all violently agree with each other and work together to achieve what the motion intends.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pitt. I now call on Councillor Chowdhury.
It is very good motion and happy to support that as well. But I'm a cat lover, so I've got 2 cats as well. So I like to get a scanner as well. The police not around everywhere.
I'm also more of a cat person, I have to be honest. So, Councillor Brent.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a great motion. I'm sure this motion isn't trying to be catist, but I think it's just important as well just to reiterate that people who are dog owners obviously love their dogs, but it's important to be a responsible dog owner, and that's why I know there is an alley in Cosham which is renowned for potentially having a little bit of dog poo down it, and I'm sure there's a place in everyone's ward where it is. So whether or not Councillor Ashmore would want to think about another, like, cough, cough, turn your engine off, ooh, ooh, pick up your dog poo, but I think there's definitely something that people just need to be aware that they've got to be responsible dog owners, because not everyone does like dogs, and actually our city doesn't want dog poo all over it as well. So.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brent. I'm sure you and Hannah both pick up the dog smiths whenever you're out. That's what you... we have no further... Oh.
30 seconds. Councillor New has already spoken, but he's asked me to request that, I guess it would be Councillor Ashmore, could speak to whoever manages the My Portsmouth app, might be Councillor Jeanette Smith's team, I'm not sure, about adding in where the locations around the city of the current dog poo bins are, because sometimes when you go out with a dog and you've got some dog poo in your little bag, you don't know where the local closest bin is, and if it's on the app you can then zoom in and see. So if it's not on there, could you look into that maybe? Thank you.
I've got Councillor Vernon Jackson before you, but it is resources, so...
Just to be helpful, my understanding is that the process has changed now, so you can use any bin for anything. So it's not just dog bins, it's any bin. I think that's right, isn't it, Rob?
But what it is, so for example, with my ward, if you're going along, say for example, Kirby Road, there can be quite big strides in between bins, and it's just to try and really eliminate any excuse for people to not be able to dog foul. I absolutely get what you're saying, but a lot of people, even though we've put the badges on the bins, they still don't make the connection that they can use them.
Thank you very much. Call on Councillor Janet Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to propose that as part of resources, because my Portsmouth app comes under my portfolio. I'll get on to that tomorrow. That's fine. And it'll be all bins.
Thank you very much. Finally, a loving of the council. I now call on, since there's no flashing lights, I now call on Councillor Robert New to sum up prior to the vote.
Thank you. So that was really kind of you for your input tonight. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, we're not catists, but thank you so much. And actually, I think it's important that with this work, one thing that we do recognise is that with all animals, of course, they're vulnerable and they can't speak for themselves. And so the work, again, just to come back to the dog kennels, is really, really fantastic. And I think as a city, it's something that we can all be very proud of, whether you're an animal lover or not, that these animals aren't being destroyed, and the fact that we are giving them forever homes elsewhere, and we're doing huge amounts of work to try and improve people's lives along with their pets. And thank you for your contributions.
Thank you very much, Councillor New. We move to the vote now. All those in favour, please show. All those opposed? Abstentions? That's carried unanimously. We're now moving on to notice of motion F, dignity and social care, proposed by Councillor Fielding and seconded by Councillor Swive. Is that still proposed and seconded?
Proposed, my Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Seconded and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you much. Members, the mover of the motion now has up to 3 minutes on question only as to whether the motion should be debated tonight or stand referred to another council body for consideration. Councillor Fielding.
Thank you very much. I'm not proposing to go into great detail at this stage because I think we can leave that for the debate, but I'd hope that we can debate this and talk about the merits of both the Ethical Care Charter and the Residential Care Charter. Thank you.
Thank you much. All those in favour of debating tonight? Anyone opposed? No, in which case we're debating tonight, and back to you, Councillor Fielding, for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. In 2012, Unison wrote a report on the state of the home care sector entitled Time to Care. The home care system is in a state of crisis where the poor treatment of the workforce is having a detrimental impact on the levels of care they're able to provide to elderly and disabled people in their own homes. Home care workers are routinely given insufficient amounts of time to care for people, often receive substandard levels of training, and are often employed on 0 hours contracts. There are also endemic levels of low pay, which lead to many care workers being unable to afford to continue to do the job. Furthermore, the fact that many care workers are not paid for the time they spend travelling between jobs means it is estimated that between 150 and 200,000 care workers are routinely paid less than the national minimum wage. It is sadly no coincidence that the workforce is overwhelmingly female and in many cities has a large number of black and minority ethnic workers. Unison believes that for too long councils have overseen a decline in the standards of home care and the treatment of the workforce. It is campaigning for councils in England, Wales and Scotland to adopt its ethical care and residential care charters, which are a system of standards which will improve matters for both the people receiving care and for those providing it, and will stop this race to the bottom. To date, over 45 local authorities and home care providers have adopted the ethical care and residential care charters across the UK. The overriding objective behind the charters is to establish a minimum baseline for safety, quality and dignity of care by ensuring employment conditions which do not routinely shortchange clients and ensure the recruitment and retention of a more stable workforce through more sustainable pay, conditions and training levels. Rather than councils seeking to achieve savings by driving down the pay and conditions that have been the norm for council-employed staff, they should be using these as a benchmark against which to level up. If adopted, it will mean no more 15-minute visits, improved levels of training for the workforce, continuity of care, no more 0 hours contracts, payment for travel and at least a living wage. Employers will maintain adequate staff ratios that enable quality care to be delivered. That must be care that extends beyond basic tasks and includes a social dimension. Care workers, residents and families must be given information about how to raise concerns and protection if they decide it is necessary. If adopted, it will draw a line in the sand and help to stop this truly shameful decline in how people receiving care are treated and, just as importantly, how the workers that provide it are treated. If we are to meet the needs of our ageing population to a standard that they deserve, we must rewrite the current social care system. The ethical care and residential care charters provide a good foundation upon which to start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fielding. Just pausing quickly for a declaration of interest.
Yeah, apologies, Lord Mayor. Looking at the motion, I'd assumed it was only related to councils, but actually the reference to encouraging union membership in the wider sector applies to my employer, so I have a pecuniary interest, so I will leave this debate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purvis. Now call on amendments. I have 2 people indicating. So I call Councillor Vernon Jackson. Actually, are you both happy to have your amendments circulated now? That'll save time doing them together, I think. Okay. Unless someone's going to shake their head vigorously that they haven't got the leaflets, I'm going to assume that they're all circulated. Therefore, I call on Councillor Vernon Jackson, if you'd like to introduce your amendment, please.
Thank you, my Lord. I absolutely agree with the proposition that's been put forward, and I'm very grateful it's come forward. Actually, I had forgotten that 4 years ago that we proposed exactly the same. Maybe because I'm getting older and I'd forget things. But we did, and I think it's one of the things that I most regret in the previous administration that call was rejected. We could have been doing this for 4 years, and I'm very grateful you brought this back. I'm very happy to support it. It seems to me that a council that just understands the costs of everything but the value of nothing is not a council I want to be part of. So I'm very happy to support this. I hope you're happy with the amendment. I just think it puts for the record what happened, and I regret the fact that it was voted down 4 years ago.
Okay, thank you much. Councillor Stack, do you second that?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Councillor Stubbs, I'm going to propose your amendment.
Yeah. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Care workers perform an important role, and one in which many ways is becoming more important. It's certainly a truism that as far as managing costs in the NHS over time is concerned, that necessarily involves doing more at home. It necessarily involves doing more things to keep people well, active and out of hospital, and domiciliary care is very much a component of that. However, so far as the motion is concerned, while I have no objection to the aspirations behind it, they're expensive. I mean, they're expensive. That's why in 2015, when this came up, we were not able to support it, because the Unison Charter, I haven't read it since, but I did read it at the time, and assuming it hasn't changed, it talked about no visits being under half an hour, It talked about, I think it talked about everyone getting living wage. It talked about people being paid for the time travelling between appointments. All of these things would add up to a very considerable increase in the cost of providing domiciliary care. And without an answer to the question of where's all that money going to come from, then you can't actually implement it. So unless you can come up with the money to do it, you can vote for this because council decisions don't carry that much weight. Most decision making rests with the Cabinet collectively or members of the Cabinet, but you won't actually be able to implement it. And I think it's much better at this point, when we're debating things in full council, to be honest about it and say that we're not sure we can do it because it's expensive. So that's what this motion says. I'm not terribly optimistic about its chances of passing, nonetheless want to make the point.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. I now ask Councillor Jones, are you formally seconding this?
Yes, happy to formally second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I now call on Councillor Morgan as the first speaker.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I wish to speak in support of this very helpful motion from my group, and thank you to Councillor George Fielding and Councillor Judith Smythe for preparing it. Specifically, I want to address the concerns expressed with regards to the need for sustainable additional funding contained in the body of the motion. 1.4 million of older people are left to struggle each day without support. We need to ensure they can access the care that will help them stay safe and prevent even more strain on the system that is on the edge of collapse. And as Age UK have helpfully said a number of things. One, we have huge challenges around underfunding. In the past 5 years, there has been 160 million cut in total from public spending on older people's social care, despite rapidly increasing demand because of our ageing population. Secondly, we have a postcode lottery. Despite the 2014 Care Act introducing a national system of eligibility, local variation is still leaving many older people without any support. Thirdly, unmet need. 1.2 million people aged 65 plus don't receive the care support they need with essential living activities. And fourthly, declining access. Cuts in local authority budgets and in social care have placed increasing pressure on unpaid carers. The Prime Minister, my Lord Mayor, therefore must keep to her promise made last year to put the state-funded system on a more secure and sustainable footing. So, my Lord Mayor, what we need is the government to follow through on its commitment for a green paper on social care, which is now much delayed. And this green paper, in my view, is an opportunity to set up the kind of society we want for ourselves, our parents, and our children. This is a social care crisis, and it's a scandal that's been neglected for far too long. So this motion today is a right step in the right direction, and it has the Labour Group's full support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morgan. Now call on Councillor Smythe.
Earlier in today's debate, I mentioned my granddaughter. I'm now going to mention the very many elderly relations that I have, and I'm sure all of you have the same. If we just think about the pure human side of this job, this is a vital job. It's a job that relies on people being able to assess whether somebody's well enough to be left. It involves enormous amounts of sensitivity. It involves an enormous amount of skill. It involves an enormous amount of patience and reliability. And I think anything that can improve the conditions of work of these people that we really rely on in our society to keep people safe at home and in other settings is really important. So I commend the motion to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smythe. Do we not have any further? No. Oh. Okay, Councillor Winnington.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'd just like to speak to specifically to the to motion as a whole, but also the Liberal Democrat amendment. So I had a really good meeting with Unison last year, and we discussed about both the ethical care charter, and it was actually at that point, as Councillor Vernon Jackson had said, it had been something that I remembered about, but hadn't actually remembered that when it came back from Cabinet to Council in October 2015, it was actually myself and Councillor Ben Dowling who proposed the response to the Cabinet report, which at that time was unfortunately to not bring in the ethical care charter. At that point, of course, the residential care charter not existing, which has only been in the last couple of years. And so we were having that conversation, and as a result of that meeting, I then asked officers to start doing some work towards what we're doing, which comes within what we're already doing, and then also to moving forwards on that. So that was the catalyst then for the response to this motion, because a lot of work has been done. I'll have to say, in particular, for council officers Simon Nightingale and Marie Edwards, who have worked really hard on this in terms of looking where the care charters fit in with what we do at the moment and what we're looking to do in the future. And I do remember going right back to 2015 when the Ethical Care Charter first came to us, and it really it really became obvious at that time that having some kind of framework for doing things better for care out for in domestic settings was really, really important. And I know the group at the time, the Liberal Democrat group at the time, thought that was very, very worthwhile. And then, of course, now we've got this residential setting as well. So I do completely support the motion. I think it's really, really encouraging that it's been brought up again. As Councillor Vernon Jackson said, it was just important to get what had happened in the past, and I thought it was really important to share what is happening now. And actually, in terms of Councillor Stubbs' amendment, which I think is unnecessary, I'll be honest, but in terms of we are looking in this summer, so the June decision meeting for health, wellbeing and social care, we'd look to sign these two charters and then we can start moving forward on that. So at that point you would have all the ability to scrutinise any costs involved, how that would work, what's already been done, what's within our cost base and what would be extra to that, Councillor Stubbs. So I do think that our amendment provides what you need. It takes this a stage further, and I'll just say, so in paragraph 2, for example, remove in principle, because we don't need to say in principle. This administrator is committed to the ethical residential care charters. There's no in principle about it. We've been committed to the ethical care charter for the last 4 years. I do hope that our amendment will be voted for and accepted, and then we can vote for a substantive motion, including all of that. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Winton. I now call on Councillor Horton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to speak to this really about the people, and I really do thank you for bringing this today to revisit something. Some people might remember last year my grandmother came and spoke at full council. She's now 100. My mum's a full-time... She enjoyed it very much. My mum's also, she'll probably kill me for saying this, but she's just coming up for 80, and she's a full-time carer to my grandmother. They, in turn, have carers, and have done for a number of years. And notwithstanding the issues that Councillor Stubbs raises around, we can't just be overly sentimental about these things, we have to look at money. I actually take on board the point that Councillor Morgan was saying about actually this can be a crisis, but I actually just want to highlight a couple of positive things, because I have seen obviously a number of carers for nearly a decade now coming through my mum's house caring for my grandmother. My level of respect for them couldn't be higher. They are committed, they are dedicated, they, as we know, are very poorly paid, they are frequently vocationally driven, and actually they become part of your family when it works. So we've had periods of times where the turnover of carers was so rapid, the impact on my grandmother's mental health, these become her friends, was noticeable. And actually, I have to say that the restructuring around carers in Portsmouth, actually, on a personal level, what I saw was actually better organisation, less travel time, more consistency, and actually carers feeling they had more autonomy. Also, the other thing is, and I think this is really crucial, is the use of technology. They used to have to come in, ring out, check in, then stay for a certain amount of time, whereas now actually the digital world has made that a lot quicker. And actually, the whole issue around the length of time for a visit can be a bit controversial, because sometimes they'll come in and, they don't need to do much with my grandmother, let's put it that way. But actually, what they do now is they stay and they chat. And this is really crucial time for her. And I have got no doubt whatsoever that the relationships built up by really high-quality carers has actually contributed to the fact that she is still alive, without being too dramatic. They're a really important part of her life. So, please accept the amendment, because I know that a lot of work went on with this before, but I think really the gist of it, and I really do thank you for bringing it, is the fact that actually this is people's lives and we need to have respect for them at every single age. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, Councillor Horton. I now call on Councillor Hugh Mason.
My Lord Mayor, very briefly, I wanted to address one part of the motion. Councillor Smythe talked about our older relatives. I have only one older relative. I wonder why. And I have had to move him from a very poor residential home to a very good residential home. And one of the really noticeable differences between the two residential homes was that the one which was poor dissuaded its care staff from joining a union. It dissuaded them from seeking to improve their own conditions. The one to which I have moved him is fully unionised. It is a happier place. It works better. I think the points 1 and 2 are very important, and I commend them.
Thank you very much. We have no more indicator. So, therefore, we move on to the voting process. Starting. Yes. Yep. Councillor Fielding to sum up.
Thank you. I thank everyone that's involved themselves in the debate today. What we're conscious of, that this is about looking forward, looking ahead, not to what we want to achieve, not looking back or looking to make any party political points. We can assume that the financial implications will be considered by the relevant cabinet members. Personally, I don't feel we need to make the Lib Dem amendment, and I would hope that everyone can show their support for this by voting on the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you much. So you're not assuming either of the motions?
Either motion, no.
Okay, thank you much. So we have to vote first on the Councillor Vernon Jackson amendment. All those in favour, please show.
Lord Mayor.
All those opposed?
Lord Mayor.
Any abstentions?
1.
So that one falls. We now move on to the Councillor Stubbs motion or amendment. All those in favour, please show.
Lord Mayor.
All those opposed?
Lord Mayor, so that's lost it.
Yep. Any abstentions? No. Okay, and therefore we are moving on to the original, which is now standing alone. So all those in favour, please show.
Lord Mayor.
All those opposed? And abstentions? So that is carried. Thank you much. We are now moving on to notice of motion G. It is notice of motion G, flag representation in the council chamber, proposed by Councillor Harris, Peter Harris, and seconded by Councillor Lyon. If you're not, yep. Are you still wishing to propose it?
I am, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lyon, you still happy to second it?
Yeah, and reserve my right to speak later, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Or you now have 3 minutes on the subject as to whether we should debate this or not tonight.
It's quite self-explanatory, to be honest, Lord Mayor. I don't see any reason why this motion shouldn't be debated today unless people are worried about talking about flags. So I'm just going to put it out there, so if we're happy to debate it.
Thank you much. All those in favour of debating it tonight, please show. Anyone opposed? So we are now moving on to 6 minutes for the actual proposal.
I'll be honest, Lord Mayor, I don't need 6 minutes, but I'm grateful for the opening of the debate today. It should probably be quite short. I can see everyone's getting a bit tired and they've had enough, to be honest. So, in all honesty, I've been across the country. When I go away with my wife, we visit various different centres and we do actually look at some town halls and stuff. It's quite boring and I apologise to her for that. So I have seen some council chambers across the country and across other countries as well. So, for example, in the United States, state flags are quite prevalent, and you also have like the Stars and Stripes. In Barcelona last year, there was the Catalan flag in the council chambers, but then at the same time, their politicians were arrested. So, probably not a good example to use on that occasion. But the principle of it comes down to obviously being proud of your locality, proud of your city, and proud of your heritage. And that's where I'm coming from on this point of view. Just a few examples of towns and cities which fly their flags and their city crest in their council chambers. For example, Cardiff City Council has crest in the middle of the chamber and it's dotted around it. Fareham Borough Council, only down the road, has the Union flag either side of the crest in the chamber. And we have South Edmondsbury, which has a town crest in the middle. There's loads. I mean, I could just go into them. I mean, you've got Middlesbrough, you've got all different authority controlled. I think it's something that would be good for the city. It'd be good for us to obviously have it in our chamber. And also, I think what I would like to do is the Holy Trinity of flags. That's how I look at it. You can have the Portsmouth City crest, you can have the Union flag, and also the Royal Navy ensign, as we are the home of the Royal Navy. And I believe that we should reaffirm our commitment as the home of the Royal Navy and show that we're always going to fight and be proud of them. I'm just going to keep it brief because I know everyone's been here all night.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any amendments? No, in which case I call the first speaker, Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I really welcome this too as well. I think probably most of us here, and I know some people in the chamber, even the Navy brought them to the city, and I think we're all incredibly proud of our heritage here, naval heritage, and so I think that this is a good homage, actually, and it's the right thing to do. And of course, with the city crest in the centre, I think it will look pretty cool as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor New. If I now call Councillor Inline.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Clearly, this is not going to be a very controversial subject, but it is a good reminder, having the flags as described, of the Union flag, Portsmouth City flag, and the Royal Navy. And it's interesting to look at them as what lies behind. The Union flag describes a country that has an unwritten constitution. The Portsmouth flag, one could argue, is very much like the French. It is run by énarques, namely bureaucrats who tell us what to do but would pretend that we're actually in charge. And the Royal Navy is an autocracy beneath the national democracy. And I think it is important when seeing these flags to remember where our freedoms are, which is under the Union flag, where our authority is derived, which is from the people of Portsmouth, and who protects us and our freedoms, and does so for the rest of the country, but particularly in Portsmouth. So when we look at those flags, let us remind ourselves that even if we didn't agree with John Bercow yesterday, arguing perhaps rightly that you can't shoot the same shot out of a cannon and expect it to arrive at the same place. But it was the legislature, i.e. the equivalent of us, turning round and saying to the executive, hang on, we are actually the authority. And I think it is a reminder to me, having spent 4 years sitting here and listening to somewhat pointless debates most of the time, that actually our constitution was written by officers, for officers, and governs officers and the rest of us if we're lucky. And I am absolutely convinced that it is our torpor, our lack of ability to go around and either agree as parties, which is a sensible thing to do, because after all, divide and rule is definitely the order of the day here. But it's also our inability to read these blooming documents and say that is not what we intended. And today, for example, there's an example, quite rightly, in a document that, as usual, is incredibly easy to skip over, and until you actually think about it, it doesn't tell you, there's no glossary, there aren't any helpers who read them and say, actually, if you say that, this is what's going to happen. We push through in this council chamber so many things because we don't read them properly, or because they are written in such arcane and difficult language that it is hard to see the point, or indeed to understand the pitfalls. That's not because we're all stupid. Well, I mean, no, it isn't. But it is because we don't have the time, because we are all doing other things, and we rely on the people who are in the offices to guide us, but actually they instruct us. And my argument for having these flags is that the one most important thing should go above the city solicitor. It's the union flag. It is a democracy. It should be a legislative democracy, and it isn't. And I think that the one above the mayor should be a reminder of the authority, the Lord Mayor should be a reminder, I beg your pardon, should be a reminder of the authority vested in us through him or her. And the Royal Navy, actually it would look very good just above Stuart Agland to remind us that there is some autocracy somewhere beneath the democracy. But it is symbolic, and this is one of the things that, if it is my last council meeting, it may well be, I would, and I'm sure there are plenty of people here who would be delighted if that were the case, but what I would like just to remind everybody is what we are here for, and how to wrest back the power of 42 people from the power of, say, 5 or 6. And to ensure that when the Constitution comes to be rewritten, which it needs to be quickly and well, we actually look at a cabinet government as an instructive, good performance instrument, and not what it currently is, which is sending the officers' desires through individual politicians. And the only example in the whole 4 years where the politicians have said no to the officers is the one decision with which I have completely disagreed, which is Vessel. And though I do agree that the Cabinet had the right to make that decision, I think they were wrong. And the problem was that this council, when it voted in a majority that they didn't think it was right, were not in a position or didn't have the power to change what was a bad decision. So, those 3 flags will be a great reminder of what we're here for and what we should be doing. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you much, Councillor Lyne. I now call on Councillor Ferret.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That did sound like a valedictory, if you can call it that, from Councillor Lyne. So I wonder what it had to do with the actual motion itself in terms of flags. But there was a tangential link to the motion. I've had my fill of flags, quite frankly, in these last couple of years, and people wrapping themselves in the flag. I think it's a great thing that we don't have that here. I'm a secular type of guy, and it's good. We've managed to cope all this time without these symbols in this chamber, and I don't see why we should change it. And I certainly wouldn't want to see one extra penny spent on that we can't then spend on the things that are really important in this city. I'd like this city to have symbols such as we were just discussing about. The symbol being that we can provide decent health care, decent social care for the citizens of this city. There's, quite frankly, too much frippery, too much frivolity when you come to a motion like this, and not enough concentration on the serious issues. So I shall treat this motion with the disdain that I think it deserves.
Thank you much, Councillor Ferret. I now call on Councillor Jones.
I haven't got your support then,
Councillor Jones.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Sorry, Lord Mayor. I was just going to say that it's a shame that Councillor David Tompkins is not here today, because actually this idea emanated from him. He very much wanted to bring this forward. He's not someone who has spoken a huge amount in this chamber over his 4 years on the council, but this is something he feels strongly about, patriotic maybe. I think he went to a meeting at another council and had seen the flags and thought that that was something, being a military city, you know, flags play a big part within military life, and he thought that it would be sensible for us to do. I think he specifically wanted to lay down a motion that was not massively political in his mind, that was something that he thought was in the spirit of civic life, and that's why he erred away from anything that he thought might get a slightly negative reaction. So sorry about that, Councillor Ferret. Anyway, unfortunately, when he tore his Achilles tendon a couple of weeks ago, he had already spoken to me about this and to Councillor Stubbs, but then obviously prevented him from laying it down himself today. And thank you to Councillor Scott Pater-Harris and Ian Lyon for taking over the reins on this one. I hope that members of the council can see the merits in it. It's not meant to cause offence to anyone, but simply as a mark of the city that we are and the history that we have, and I hope that members can support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The motion actually mentions resources portfolio holder asked to meet the cost for portfolio reserve. I'm happy to do so. I don't think this is contentious. I think the contentious bit is doing some officer bashing, which they seem to have had all night, and I, for one, find that quite distasteful. But this is a motion, it's a simple motion, and I also ask Councillor Pater-Harris to work with me on the design, and that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. No other people having indicated, I now go back to Councillor Pater-Harris. If you'd like to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be honest, my ward colleagues have stole my thunder, because I was about to say about David Tompkins and his idea. This has come from David, and to be honest, me, David and Luke are a bit of the Conservative drinking club, to be honest. We go out and we have a few drinks, and this is where it formulated from. So, in all fairness, David Tompkins is a great idea from him. I'm just bringing it forward, and it's something that I've got an interest in. I think I'm going to get support across the chamber, apart from Councillor Ferret, which I'm very upset about. I have to admit, when Councillor Lyon spoke, I got really confused and was sure that I might vote against it, because I didn't understand a word he said halfway through. It was interesting. You'll have to talk me through it after, Ian, because I'm a bit lost still. But yeah, I just hope this gets support, and thanks, guys and girls.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pater-Harris. All those in favour, please show. All those against? Any abstentions? The motion is therefore carried. Moving on to the next one. Yes, H. I understand that motion H, Library Services, which was to be proposed by Councillor Robert New and seconded by Councillor Swan, cannot be put to today's meeting as Councillor Swan is absent and then therefore unable to attend second the motion. So we move on to the next motion. We now move on to motion I. St James's Hospital, proposed by Councillor Jones and seconded by Councillor Stubbs. Can I just have clarity that you're still both proposing and seconding?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Motion as it stands.
Okay, in which case can I now call on Councillor Jones to use her 3 minutes to speak as to
That's
what we should
it.
do.
Motion in my name, yeah.
Okay, all those in favour of speaking on it tonight? All those opposed? Okay, that is carried. Therefore, Councillor Jones, you now have your 6 minutes to speak in favour of the motion.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I mean, this motion is here today, regrettably, because I don't think that this is the best way to achieve outcomes in a democratic, cross-party, open and transparent way. I think the best way for us to work as 42 elected members is by communicating with each other as grown-ups and human beings outside of this chamber, which can sometimes do strange things to people. St James's is a really, really key site in Portsmouth. It's key because of its future uses, it's key because of its beauty, it's key because of the nature, it's key because of the cricket pitch and the history. It's a very beautiful building, the original hospital itself. And, you know, this is going to play a part in life in the southeastern side of the city once it's been redeveloped, whether we like it and support that or not. When the NHS Property Services decided to put the site up for sale, and we knew that there was interest from the private sector, I actually very much welcomed the administration submitting their bid when the bidding process started some 7-8 months ago. And I thought, great, fantastic. I didn't want to get involved at that point because, of course, it's down to them to work out, you know, it's down to the executive. But once the bid had been submitted, as you know, not trying to be in any way attacking, I simply asked for a copy of the bid, both as opposition leader and also as the Conservative spokesman for planning and regeneration. I didn't think I was being unreasonable, and I actually thought I'd be given a copy of it. I was quite surprised with the reply that I got, having spoken to the senior officer involved, Tristan Samuels, who didn't think it would be too much of an issue. He said, I'll have to check. Of course, he would say that. And then the response I got was, there is no reason why you can't have it technically, but of course it's a political decision, and so he battered that back. So I then obviously spoke to and emailed and copied all members of the council in. And unfortunately, the Labour groups and Conservative group have continually now, it's been 6-7 months, have been denied any information, any copy of the bid. We don't know how much was submitted to purchase this site by Portsmouth City Council. We've got very scant information about what they would propose to do with it. And the reason that I was given initially was that, sorry, we're subject to a commercial bidding process, and we can't share it with you because it's commercially sensitive. And if we did and it got out to the public, it might jeopardise our bid. So, okay, I didn't agree with that. I'm not a member of the public per se. When I stand here, I'm an elected member of the City Council, and I think I'm entitled to lots of privileged information as leader of the opposition, some of it extremely sensitive information with regards to terrorism briefings and child protection stuff. So I was somewhat perplexed to not be afforded the information about a bid for a really important housing delivery site in our city. Nonetheless, we waited. We waited until the closing of the bidding process. We then found out that Portsmouth City Council was unsuccessful in its bid, and so once again, politely, I went cap in hand to ask if please the opposition councillors, Labour and Conservatives, could be afforded the information about St James's. And once again, I was told, no, absolutely not. Officers have said it's not appropriate for you guys to have it. So I spoke to the city solicitor, custodian of our constitution and all things commercial, and said, you know, Michael, can you please explain why I can't have this? And he said, well, it's not down to us officers, it's a political decision, and it's the will of the administration that they don't wish you to have it at this time. And I said, okay. So I go back to the leader of the council, please can I then have it on orange papers? I won't share the information, I want to help. I think I've got experience in working on housing delivery stuff and on business cases and risk management. Please can I help you and work with you? No, I'm told, because if that bid falls through for the company that have been successful thus far, the council's bid may well come forward. Okay, so we wait once again, we're battered off again, and now I have information that company, buying St James's Hospital, have exchanged contracts and are planning to complete in July. So, you know, my bid, once again, without any laced intention whatsoever, other than to want to work with the administration, I'm happy for the information to be given to me on orange papers if that's the commercial decision that the leader of the council and Councillor Dowling is the relevant cabinet member take. I want to simply sit down with them, go through the bid, look at the numbers. I'm not asking for anything extraordinary here. I know that there are other people involved in politics in Portsmouth who've also sought the information. Cal Corkery, for example, has put on social media that he has submitted an FOI request. There are genuine members of the public out there who are trying to seek the information that I think they're entitled to. And all that we've had since May last year is openness, transparency, cross-party working, let's work as one big team. Okay, so my challenge here to the Liberal Democrats is this. Great, let's work together. If you are true to your word of wanting to work cross-party, in an open and transparent way, please do share the information with me, whether that be open or on orange papers. I don't care either way. It doesn't bother me. I just want to sit down, have the opportunity to sit with Gerald, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Van Jackson, Tristan, and maybe a couple of the planning guys to say, look, if for any reason any other parts of the site do come forward, is there anything we can do? How about we go and speak to the company that have been successful in buying the hospital or exchanging contracts thus far, so that we can maybe try and influence what they're going to do. I know they're looking at a flat conversion for the hospital. I'm not asking for anything extraordinary. I'm simply asking for information that I think as a democratically elected individual and leader of the opposition, and more importantly, cabinet spokesman for my group for planning, regeneration and economic development, that I'm entitled to. So I'll leave that with the leader of the council to demonstrate to the city council his commitment to cross-party working.
Thank you much, Councillor Jones. Do we have any other? Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. Inevitably, this is something that's very important to me. It's in the middle of my ward and it's been going on for a long time. So I was pleased that with the new administration coming in, we were able to put in a bid. I'm sorry it hadn't happened before, but we chose to put in a bid and make that commitment to people to be able to buy the old hospital site. I'm sure we all regret the decision of the NHS to pull out from St James's. It was built to give people space and greenery to be able to recover their mental health, and I really regret the decision of the NHS that they've pulled out of the main hospital. So we did put in a bid, and we then there was significant toing and froing. And then there was a phone call that came through to both David Williams and myself from the Chief Executive of NHS Property. And he came back to say that our bid had not been successful and they had got somebody else who they were going to sell to. During that conversation, we were able to probe a bit, and that came with the we were able to find out from the Chief Executive of NHS Property that that they'd sold it. They hadn't just sold it; they'd sold it subject to planning, so that if the developer doesn't get the planning permission that they want, they're not committed to buying it. Now, having looked at the prospectus that the NHS Property Company put out to people of what they thought was possible on the site, both in terms of new build and new parking on the site, I talked with planners here at the City Council who said that around 70+% of what they want to do, in our planning terms, they wouldn't be allowed to do. And this is a developer from outside of the city. And the advice I have is that because this is a contract that is subject to them getting planning permission, it only comes into effect when they've got planning permission, that if they don't get the planning permission they want, they are not committed to anything. And the advice I have is that we are then the underbidder, so that our bid is still alive. I have a letter from Mr. Lawther as City Solicitor, which I'm happy to circulate to everybody, but I will read it to members now. Dear Councillor Vernon Jackson, re St James's Hospital. Based on information previously supplied, I do not believe that the parties have yet exchanged contracts. Further, I understand that the contract arrangement is to be a conditional contract, conditional on a number of material issues, including the grant of planning permission. It is my advice that the Council must not, at this time, release details of the offer made to the NHS as part of the bidding process, as the contractual position is yet to be concluded, both in terms of exchange and conditionality leading to completion. Until such time as all conditions precedent in the contract are complete, the Council remains effectively an underbidder on the site. Yours sincerely, Michael Law, the Deputy Chief Executive and City Solicitor. Peter, if you wouldn't mind, it seems to me, Lord Mayor, with such clear and strong advice, very foolish of us to decide to ignore that advice, as it comes from the City Solicitor, and therefore I think we should listen to that.
Thank you much. Do we have any further speakers on this? Okay, we'll have a 2-minute hold while it's being dispensed.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. It's actually a question through you to the City Solicitor here. Now, in the past when these sorts of things have occurred, you've been well aware, like everybody else in this chamber, that the notice of motion has been on the order sheet published for at least a week. In the past, we've had a situation where the City Solicitor has either advised in advance of the meeting or actually stood up at the meeting and proffered this advice to the whole council, i.e. the City Solicitor has stood up and said, in his opinion, because, I don't think this should be debated today. Now, perhaps I'm not the only one here, but to send a letter like this about something that's on the Lord Mayor's agenda just to one councillor and not actually from the Lord Mayor, I think is a touch inappropriate at the very least, and the City Solicitor should either have written to all members of the council before we got to this meeting today, i.e. when it was originally published, or alternatively the notice of motion was submitted a good 10 days before that. There was another point there where it could have been addressed because it's gone through democratic services, or alternatively stood up here today and made the advice. So perhaps I'm incorrectly smelling a rat here, but I'm of the opinion that it should have been dealt with through traditional protocol rather than a single letter being addressed to one individual in this council chamber and not to everybody.
Thank you much. Would you like to reply to that?
Certainly I wouldn't have been in a position to be able to provide this information to members much earlier than today. In fact, probably, it was yesterday, because one of my colleagues in the Regeneration Directorate was still trying to establish the position with the NHS, and that information only came to me yesterday afternoon. I do apologise that I didn't actually make it known to all members before today's meeting, which I could have done, and that's my fault.
Again, Lord Mayor, if I can, if that is the advice that the City Solicitor had, could I ask through you then why the City Solicitor did not send a letter to all 42 members of the Council putting that case forward yesterday? Then we wouldn't have actually been in a position to debate this today, rather than produce it at the start of the debate.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much. Mr Lauder's letter does not state that this information cannot be passed to myself and Councillor Morgan as opposition leaders on orange papers. It states that it should not be, the Council must not at this time release details of the offer made, i.e. make them public, which I completely fully support Councillor Vernon Jackson and Councillor Lauder's position on that. Should the initial bid, as Councillor Vernon Jackson has quite rightly said, fall through, and the planning not materialise, and that company not purchase the site, the council could be back in the offing. It's entirely sensible what Councillor Vernon Jackson and the advice that Mr Lauder has said. However, I have spoken to Tom Southall, I've spoken to Michael Lauder, and I have spoken to Tristan Samuels. And on each occasion, they have said, yes, it's part of a commercial process, ongoing, still is now, well, not really, but it could be, it's in the reserve. I acknowledge Councillor Vernon Jackson's point. However, the decision not to release it to you, whether that be confidential or not, is a political one. All three of them have said that to me on more than one occasion. And in fact, both Michael Lauder and Tristan Samuel said to me, we're going to check and come back to you on that, which they did. So I appreciate the advice here. I think it is very sensible. This has come from Tom Southall speaking to Michael Lauder. He's just told me it's part of a commercial process. I understand that. So once again, my request is if myself and Councillor Stephen Morgan are able to receive the information on orange paper as part of the group leaders meeting, if you wish, and Councillor Morgan and I have both said in emails in writing to the whole City Council that we are more than happy to work cross-party with the administration to help them should the other bid fall through, or in case there's any other opportunity to work in a joint venture or cross, with the private sector. So all I'm saying is I don't want to make a big issue out of this. I'm happy if it just... I'm glad that democracy is so funny to everybody, because I actually think it's really quite offensive that Stephen Morgan and I are both being deprived of this information. We both want to help. We've raised this across the council. We've done it privately, not in the public. I've tried to do this via email to the 42 members of the City Council. Okay, all I'm asking, I haven't gone off to the press. All I'm asking for is the information so that we can help. I'm not asking you guys to jump through hoops. I'm not asking you to sign away the Magna Carta. I'm simply saying, can we help? Can Stephen Morgan and I both have the information on orange papers so that we can feed back into this process? Please, it's a very simple request.
Did you wish to respond at all? No.
I think the rules of debate say that I'm not allowed to.
If only everyone took that advice at all times. Michael, did you have anything else you want to say?
I have nothing further to add at the moment.
Okay, in which case it's no one else has indicated to speak, so it's back to Councillor Jones to sum up.
I think I've just done my summing up. Thank you for allowing me the time, Lord Mayor. Simple request. Can Councillor Morgan and I meet with the leader, have the business case, sit and go through it with other officers he wants in the room? We'd love to be able to help you. We'd love to work cross-party. This is not a majority administration, it's a minority, and I think you owe it to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to the vote. All those in favour... Are there... Is it 3 people? 8 people standing to show they wish to have a... I see more than 8, therefore we will be having a recorded vote. Yeah. Can we have all those in favour of this motion, please stand. Councillor Lyon, Councillor New, Councillor Hooper, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Coles, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Young, Councillor Ferret, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Chowdhury, Councillor Mason. Got those? All those opposed, please stand. Okay. Councillor Udy. Councillor Udy. Councillor Ashmore. Councillor Fuller. Councillor Horton. Councillor Jenny Brent. Councillor Winnington. Councillor Purvis. Councillor Dowling. Councillor Tom Wood. Councillor Smith. Councillor Rob Wood. Councillor Madden. Councillor Sanders. Councillor Stagg. Councillor Pitt. Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Hugh Mason. Is there anyone wishing to abstain? recorded voting shows 18 for, 17 against, 0 abstentions. Therefore, the motion is carried. That concludes today's motions. We now move on to item 17, questions from members under Standing Order 17. Members, there are 3 questions under Standing Order 17 that have been previously circulated to you. As you know, there's a total of 45 minutes allocated within the standing orders to deal with questions. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. I now call on question 1, Councillor Smythe, to be answered by Councillor Stagg.
Question 1 in my name. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've been through this before in the previous motion, but yes, I am aware that there is displacement. There is always displacement with any residence parking zones. It's happened in every one that's been put in place in this city since 1999. I think one of the things, and I will willingly admit this, that we didn't take into account is the fact that the zones are much bigger this time. They haven't been piecemeal. There are 2 big zones. The number of cars has increased dramatically since the last ones were put in, and therefore the effect has been greater. However, having said that, I mean, wherever, if you go to North End, you will find exactly the same problems without parking zones, because there simply are too many vehicles for the number of spaces in the city.
Thank you very much. Councillor Smythe, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Councillor Stagg. I wasn't actually going to draw attention to the situation in MD zone, which I've already covered. I want to ask a second question and explain why I'm asking it, which is about the process you have used. Are you aware that the process that you've used to implement and to design and implement these zones is something the public have been appalled by? And I'm particularly looking at the public consultation and engagement, which has been terrible. There's been no reasoned statement about the schemes and why and how best to reduce car ownership and congestion. The original survey was misleading and difficult to complete, and the rate of returns very low. There have been no formal public meetings to enable proper discussion. Zones were introduced too quickly with apparently no consideration of the effect on neighbouring roads, although I accept what you've just said there. And the whole thing was not put properly in the context of an integrated traffic and transport strategy. We were advised earlier today that we should look at the Liberal Democrat website to discover the administration's policy. I don't think that is correct when we're introducing something. So, indeed, with what we've heard today is that...
I'm going to have to ask you a question.
So the question is, are you aware of the disquiet at the process, which I've just illustrated there?
Yes, I am aware of the disquiet. I mean, it has been encouraged by certain areas, but yes, I am aware of it.
Thank you much. Councillor Smythe, do you have your final supplementary?
The question concerns how you're proposing to deal with that. In particular, tell us in detail, please, how you're planning to communicate with all those who submitted emails to the engineers and account to them about your decision-making process, justifying the final decisions, even though we know that some of them are going to say they'd like a zone, but not the time that you're talking about.
I have responded to every email that I have received. Some of them are ongoing, and officers have also responded. I think Nikki Musson responded to in excess of 900 emails.
Councillor Morgan.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The Labour Group are aware of some schools saying that they've had to change the hours that teaching assistants work as a result of the scheme coming in. Could you say a bit more about how you're engaging schools in the rollout of the schemes?
Schools are entitled to permits, and yes, they are. They are. They have been issued to some. All schools are entitled to permits, and it doesn't matter how many staff there are, they're allowed to have permits. So that is incorrect if you're saying that they're not entitled to them.
Councillor Stubbs.
With reference to the MD zone, There used to be a policy that the minimum rate of response in order to bring in a zone was 50% at one time, at another time it was 35%. The rate of return from the ND zone was 14%. Would you agree that 14% is a feeble response?
I introduced the 50% rule when I was cabinet member before. That's in 2008. And that didn't work because we got, I think it was a maximum of 34% return. But it's no different really from elections, is it? I mean, it doesn't matter how many people turn up at an election, what percentage, whatever is the first past the post, get in.
Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In Councillor Stagg's response to Councillor Smythe, you mentioned about the problems of North End. Therefore, why does the Cabinet member wish to inflict more misery for these residents by the introduction of the HC zone?
When I first became a councillor in 2007, people in my area immediately got hold of me and said, can we have a parking zone? I'd never even heard of a parking zone. Never have been involved in local politics at all, and I researched it and found out that yes, there were residence parking zones, and that's how it's not imposed. They ask. We have gone around the area between Burfields Road and Copner Bridge is made up of very small, narrow houses, 4 metres wide, or the majority of the houses are. Therefore, there is only room for one car outside each house. Throughout the area suffers. A lot of the people do not have cars. It's a low-income area. However, there are lots of vehicles from the other side of the road, from Copner Road, and that's what residents are always complaining about because they're being displaced by people who live on the other side of Copner Road in North Fratton and also in Copner.
Councillor Steepett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could the Cabinet member please confirm that, further to a concern raised by Councillor Morgan some moments ago, that all teaching assistants to which he particularly referred are classed as classroom-based staff and therefore are eligible to receive £30 permits, the same as the classroom-based staff? And could she further confirm that non-classroom-based staff are able to acquire non-registration specific permits so that not all staff are required to purchase them?
That is true, but I will check again with the parking manager on Thursday when I see him. Yeah.
Councillor Bosher, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. It sort of follows on from Councillor Pitt's question, but I'll ask it again, and follows on from Councillor Morgan. Can the Cabinet member confirm that teaching staff get a £30 permit? Could she also confirm that non-teaching staff in schools have to pay for a business rate permit?
I can confirm that teaching staff and teaching assistants, classroom-based staff, are entitled to permits.
What about the other ones, Liz? Exactly the same process as it's always been. That was the question.
I think it's... Sorry. It's just carrying on from what has been done before, although we've actually negotiated a better deal this year than was previously when your administration was in charge.
Councillor Weinbrand.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think if I'm right in thinking that Councillor Stagg used to be a teacher, and she may have mentioned that in some of her previous speeches. As a teacher myself, I guess you'll know the importance of being professional, having a good knowledge of what you're responsible for, being a role model to those that you are responsible for. Do you feel that you've done that in your time as a Cabinet member with regard to consultation and TROs with parking zones and the prioritisation of the zones? And just as supplementary within that, do you feel that you are following a non-piecemeal approach?
Right, the first point, we have every household within a proposed parking zone gets a survey format, an informal survey, which is not required by law, but we do. That is to ask them, do they have a parking problem? If they do, when are the times that they have it? Is it mornings, afternoons, all day, weekends, etc., etc.? When that comes in, those then analyse and they pick out, the officers pick out the ones that are the highest on the list. So if there is a majority of people who say that it's in the afternoons, then they will then suggest. They usually have a chat with the local councillors to see what hours apply best for those areas, because no two areas are the same. For example, if you go to Fratton, it doesn't matter which time of the day around Fratton Station, the reason they wanted parking zones is to stop people who were commuters going to London, leaving their cars all day. So they have, in some cases, in the middle of the day. In other places, it'll be for different reasons. So that varies from area to area, which is why there is a variety of times that are then suggested. Then people can vote on it. So they have been consulted at every stage. They have been consulted to see if they want a parking zone. If they do, they're consulted on what times, when they want it. And thirdly, when they've actually then filled it in, they can decide for themselves what they want. If they don't want what's on offer, they don't have to go with it. So they turn it down. What was the second part, sorry, of your question? Well, it's not piecemeal. It was piecemeal before. It has been for 19 years, piecemeal. From the first one going in 1999, it was just small areas. And I've got to admit that I put them in myself. When I was the cabinet member, individual streets for particular reasons. And one of those was actually in my ward. Nobody questioned that at the time. But it's a particular road with just 13 houses in, but it has a church, it's got a pub in front of it, car sales room, and a church has got lots of activities going on during the day, and a doctor's surgery opposite. So it was very particular for that. But that was very piecemeal, but that was because that's what was wanted at that particular time. So what we have said is we put in, asked people, for example, in MB and MC, they had their zones, they were taken away. They asked for those to be put back in. So when they asked for them, we then said, well, if there's displacement, which there will be, and the surrounding areas, we will then survey. Now, there was a mistake made, I think, in that they did it before the zones went in some places, and I think that was, I can't remember which one it was, but the residents didn't, they voted against it, and then as soon as the zone came in, they were up in arms about it. And we did it again in Baffins, going back to 2008, 2009, where lots of people were complaining, so we surveyed areas, including two roads, Kimbolton Road and Lichfield Road, and Baffins Road, etc. Lichfield and Titchfield, Kimbolton and Titchfield said, Lichfield, sorry, said no, they didn't want it, and we said, well, we're warning you, if it goes in, if they do vote for it on Baffins Road, you will suffer from displacement. So what happens? They voted against it, so we just put it in Baffins and Milton Roads, and guess what? Within a fortnight they were complaining because they had displacement, which we said they would suffer. So this happens all the time, so that's why we said what we will roll it out as and when it affects people. And that's a rolling programme, not... Because they're also, it's not just the MC, MPMC, there are a list of zones which have been on the list for a long time. When the parking scheme was halted in 2012, there were areas on that list had been asking for them. So there's a list there, there's the displacement list, there's also all the existing list before that who haven't yet been resurveyed about the times they want to have their parking zones if they want to keep them. So there are three things. We had one part-time officer, she was a full-time officer, but only part of her time was used for doing residence parking zones. The rest was for doing standard traffic, TROs, traffic regulations, like your orders. We then brought in another one, the second one that Councillor Bosher doesn't seem to think it exists, and so she's a carbon cutout, I think, sitting there. But she's been trained for the past 6 months. We have another one who is due to start, I think, this week. Now, she's fully trained, so we will have 2.5 people being able to do it, so we'll be able to roll them out much, much quicker.
Okay, Councillor Robwood.
would the Cabinet member let us know, are there any parking zones that have been implemented that they voted to leave them? And is she aware of any areas where people might have had their parking zones removed from them against the democratic process?
That, I think, Councillor Wood, is a weighted question. Yes, the MB and MC had their zones taken away from them. We all know about that. As far as I'm aware, no other parking zone, residents in no other parking zone have asked for their parking zones to be removed. And they've all been reviewed.
Councillor Winton.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and I speak as someone coming on the point who's voted an award in Liverpool that had a 5% turnout for the European elections in 1999, and in the local elections had a massive turnout of 11%. So, and that was for a local councillor. So 14% doesn't quite look so bad. Does the Cabinet member agree with me that one of the reasons why the minimum percentage turnout was scrapped was because in Easton in Craneswater, an area voted for a parking zone but couldn't have one because it didn't hit the 35% turnout?
Yes, that's true, and it was also true when I introduced the 50% turnout. I had put in none while that was in place.
Councillor Coles.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Councillor Stagg, you mentioned the Fratton zone there, which has a all-day 2-hour allowance. Can the Cabinet member confirm whether there are any plans to review the 2-hour allowance in Fratton GA zone to prevent exploitation by those using the parking for match days?
Yes, indeed, that's something I've talked to the parking manager about, and we're suggesting, but we have to go to the residents to see if they approve this, of something between, say, 3 and 5 or 3 and 6 p.m. because the problem with having those 2 hours parking and then no return within 4 hours, they're very difficult to enforce. You have to have your civil enforcement officers standing around for 2 hours, clocking each car as it comes in. So by having that sort of 2 or 3 hour, and it varies. Some places in Old Portsmouth have only got 1 hour, which seems to work, you know. So, but yes, we're definitely going to do that.
Councillor Robert New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would the Cabinet member commit here today that when they go out to consultation on the HC zone, that they won't just go with the standard consultation of putting the notices up around the zone on the Copner side, on the Baffin side of the Copner Road, and that they will actually also post them into the roads where displacement will be taking place, or increased displacement, such as Powerscourt Road, Chichester Road, Stubbington Avenue, and Burfields Road and the roads off of there as well. I think that would be a fair thing to do. Would you be able to commit today that you'd be happy to do that?
Absolutely.
Councillor Udy.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Ashmore said something that totally threw me for a second there. Would the Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation please share in my disappointment that whilst we talked about one of the most important motions that we'll probably see within our lifetimes over declaring a climate emergency and going carbon neutral by 2030, that we spent longer talking about parking today over that?
Yes, I do, but I have to say that a lot of our problems are caused by the amount of traffic we have in the city. It's very simple. We have too many vehicles, the amount of space we've got for parking, and that means that people do drive around looking for somewhere to park, but also for the congestion on the roads. So our air pollution has to be addressed, and that's one way of doing it. We have to get some cars off the road, but that is actually almost an accidental result of residents' parking zones. That's not the intention at all, but coming out of it is the fact that some cars will have to come off the road.
Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you very much. To the Cabinet member, going back to permit charges for parking, do non-teaching staff pay business rate charges for parking?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I didn't realise I was next. If a resident puts down on a TRO they support the residents' parking zone but disagree with the times, is that recorded as a vote in favour or a vote against?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Happily. If a resident puts down on a TRO that they support the residents' parking zone but disagree with the times that are being implemented, is that recorded as a vote in favour of the zone or a vote against?
It's recorded as a vote in favour, but if a significant number of people disagree, then we can look at it again. There is no reason why we can't. We want to do what people want.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
I wonder if the Cabinet member would agree with me that it's very good that we've got significantly more staff doing this work than we have had before, and that's significant investment, and that if we're going to go for saying there's going to be no piecemeal approach, of course that's going to mean that the list of areas wanting to be surveyed will have to go, because that is a piecemeal approach, and which Councillor Bosher is strongly opposed to. And could she confirm whether the charges to school staff are exactly the same now as when the Conservatives and Councillor Bosher were running traffic and transport?
I have no idea if the answer to that last question, but I will check that out on Thursday, but I have no idea. What was the first one you said?
They have more staff.
Yes. Can I say here publicly that one particular officer, Nikki, I'm going to name her, Nikki Musson, has been absolutely outstanding. She has worked her butt off. She was even sending emails at 9:30, 10 o'clock on a Saturday evening to do with the parking. And we'd never have any of this if it wasn't for her. And she has trained up the second officer that's been working with us for 6 months. Absolutely amazing.
Councillor Fielding.
Just a quick question for the Cabinet member. Can you give some further detail as to how the fuzzy boundaries work in terms of the TROs and whether they're implemented on all boundaries where they adjoin the two zones?
Right, that's something I've talked to the parking manager about, because I think it's a really good idea. He said that there is difficulty because you'd have to have two different TROs, but he was looking into it. That's something, I've got a list of questions for when I meet him on Thursday. But that's something I think we should be doing, because it's sensible, you know, particularly if it's the next road, because it's the main roads which are the tend to be the boundaries, and it's very sensible. So if we can legally get around it, yes, totally. And that's one thing I suggested to him, so I'm agreeing with that.
Councillor Yahya Chowdhury.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I ask the Cabinet members to know about, I explored about Walmer Road consultation to take over, because road is too narrow and too long, both way traffic, and quite dangerous for the transportation what is going on this road car about that. So I explored that. Officer written to this matter. I saw that. I received the email. After that, I nothing here for that. Nothing get any reply about that. This is number one. Number two, someone had business in Albert Road, and their residents, he's paying the council tax, everything, so whatever needed. But he's saying he is getting very hard to get the permit dues. So this anyone's living above the shop, he got accommodation and is paying as a residential council tax. This allowed to get parking due or not?
The answer to both those questions, if you give me the information, the details, I will investigate in particular issues. And we're already looking at how we deal with some of the impact on some of the businesses is potentially quite great. So we are looking at ways of sorting that out. We've got a few suggestions, but give me the details of where the particular problems are, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Councillor Hooper.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Living in the north of the city, I'd like to just know a little more about the pain people in South Sea are currently having to endure. So, given the current piecemeal approach to residents' parking zones, what consultation has taken place with unzoned areas where displacement misery is now occurring?
I did actually say that a bit earlier, Councillor Hooper, where, I've forgotten what I was going to say now. We've already, no, I can't remember what I said. Can I get back to you?
There's a rolling programme of consultation.
Yes, repeat the question for me.
Given the current piecemeal approach to residents' parking zones, what consultation has taken place with unzoned areas where displacement misery is now occurring?
I remember what I was going to say now. In one of the areas next door to the zone going to be implemented, or likely to be implemented, we surveyed them before the first zone was put in. And at that stage, they didn't suffer any displacement. So they voted against it. They said they didn't want a parking zone. So when that zone actually went in, they then suffered the displacement. So we then had to survey them again. So that is one of the problems of surveying them before another zone goes in. Are you with me? Do you understand what I mean? Oh.
Okay. No more signals, so we move on to question 2 from Councillor Stubbs to be answered by Councillor Wellington.
Question 2.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Just a bit of background on this. So we had 56 people who were affected by the lifting of the daycare cap, and just about what happened. So letters in the usual format and in an easy read format were prepared for all these people who used the service in question. A fact sheet in usual format and easy read format was accompanying with the letter. An offer of contact with the finance team to complete a reassessment or to help claim for any benefits potentially due if individual residents affected wish to take up this offer. The finance team communicated the details of the people who will be affected to the learning disabilities team to ensure that allocated stroke name workers from within the team would be aware of the changes and be able to offer support if necessary, and be able to notify the finance team if use of the service changed as a result of changes to charging. Finance team recorded any representations received and worked with adult social care complaints to ensure any issues were picked up to ensure clients' wellbeing is maintained. The finance team undertook to notify the service if there were any concerns about the individual withdrawing from service provision as a result of the changes. So out of the 56 people affected by this, the one alluded to in this question was the only one over £220 a week. It was over £200 higher. And unfortunately, the same day as the letters were issued, they found out from a provider who had already found out, so therefore could not go through the process that we would have hoped.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a bit of a shame, really, that questions come at the end of the meeting, because this is a very important issue, and I want to explore it somewhat further. So, speaking to the family involved, when they found out about this fairly recently, despite the decision being taken back in September, I'm going to say off the top of my head about a month ago, but it's of that order, and to be hit by a bill of it's £440 a week additional cost on top of the £60 already that they were already paying is very considerable, and this is built up because they have been making an effort to save money for their son, so that in the future, assuming the son outlives them when they're not there, then there will still be provision. So I would like to ask whether, as it says on my question, whether the Cabinet member will consider providing some form of relief or extended transition.
And I thank Councillor Stubbs for obviously sharing in advance of the meeting when he first brought that up with myself and officers. In this case, because as I said, this person has the gap between them and everyone else is so big So therefore, the circumstances are different for them compared to anyone else. I am going to ask officers to meet with the family and try to sort out a transition period which would be up to a year.
I just want to nail that down a bit. So when you say a transition period of up to a year, what does that mean? I mean, so we have here, they've got a payment of £440 basically, extra per week. Are you proposing to give that a stay of execution and not introduce that additional charge for a year, or is it something else? Could you be explicit on this matter?
Certainly, yeah. So what we'd look to do is work on a staged process, and it would go from, so looking at the day they would first have to pay would be the 1st of May, which is when the bill comes through, and we would look to, so be from the 1st of May to the 31st of April next year, and look at a staged process to do that. So that is what I will be asking officers to do, because as I say, their liability is so much higher than anyone else's.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Does the Cabinet member agree with me that this family, who have saved for many, many years, the father is a teacher, these are not particularly affluent people, but they are responsible people who have a heavily disabled son who is, I think, 25, that they are clearly being very penalised here. And actually, I don't disagree with the point that the Cabinet member has tried to achieve in increasing the cap. I appreciate what you're trying to do to help the City Council's coffers, but this does seem an extreme amount of money, and a year stay of execution. If this family went and bought another home now, or went on holiday, or bought a new car and spent all of their savings, they would not have to pay the £400 a week. They are being penalised for being responsible and saving for their disabled child. So does the Cabinet member will he agree to consider not just a transition period or a stay of execution for a year, but actually a fairer solution for 13 months onwards?
I would say no, and the reason why I would say no is this was to bring daycare into the same realm as every other care in the city. So this is about being equitable to everyone who receives care in the city. I do understand the situation with the family and being frugal, but unfortunately the way that social care is set up is that if you put money away, you are going to be responsible, and this is everyone across the entire care sector. If you put money away, if you have assets, you are going to be liable for you are going to be liable for care costs, and that is an unfortunate situation, but that is the way that the government legislates, and that we then implement through there. So none of the other areas of the city are capped. I don't think it's right that we should have one service that is and one service that isn't, and this is about being equitable to all families in this city. But I think the real issue is that we have central government puts that burden on people. They do not cap things nationally, and we are stuck in local government having to work on the fact of trying to be equitable, and generally because of the social care crisis in terms of funding, this is where we end up.
Councillor Ryan Brent, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Cabinet member mentioned that there'd be a staged transition. I think it would be useful if you'd be able to just add a bit of specificity behind that, whether or not that's going to be a linear approach or a somewhat different approach.
I would like the decision on how that works to go between the officers and the family, and because I think that's the best way to do so. What works for the family is the way that I want to go forward. But obviously, we want to make this as engaging as possible and have that family to be able to work with officers to come up with an equitable solution that they are comfortable with. So I would leave it up to them how that works.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is obviously a very sensitive situation, but what I want to know is when will the family get some clarity of when this is going to happen, what the dates are, what the transition is, because at the moment they're much in the dark, Matt, and I think this needs to be dealt with very quickly, because you can't leave this family basically in the dark. You can't leave them that way.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I had a conversation with the Assistant Director of Adult Social Care this morning after my decision meeting. We talked over that we were looking at some kind of transition period, and then tomorrow I'll get onto that and get them to get in contact with the family and start that process.
No one else has indicated, therefore we move on to question 3. Councillor Smythe to be answered by Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Question 3 in my name.
Thank you very much, Judy, for this, Councillor Smythe, for this question. We undertook at the beginning of this municipal year to bring a paper to all councillors for them to decide which way they wanted council decisions to be made. There are now options, and our view is that should come back. So we will be bringing a paper to all councillors so they can make a decision for next year onwards how they think they want decision making in the City Council to be run.
Are you aware that the Constitution says that in paragraph 13.2 that the principles of decision making are fairness and equity, openness and transparency, and within the letter and spirit of the Constitution? And in part 3, see paragraphs C, D, E and G, all of which are about referring decisions back to the Council for decision. It says, the Council may adopt the Executive's proposals, amend them, refer back to the Executive for further consideration, or in principle, substitute its own proposals in their place. And in paragraph G, that an in-principle decision by full Council will automatically become effective 5 working days from the day after the Council's decision, unless the leader informs the Chief Executive in writing that he or she objects to the decision becoming effective and provides reasons why. So my question was, are you aware of that? Because I'm not aware it's happened.
Well, that is amazing.
The answer to that is yes, but the City Council is also bound by the law. And the Local Government Act 2000, brought in by Hilary Armstrong under the Labour government, set up both said that councils who moved to an executive model, there were decisions that were for council and decisions that were for cabinet. Now, my personal view, as stated here before, is that we should move to a committee system and not have cabinet. And that's what the paper that we will produce and bring to councillors will give all members the option to do. Councillor Smythe.
Thank you. I'm not at this stage thinking a committee system would be very good, but that would be something we could consider. Are you aware that the way you have handled at least 2 major strategic decisions, given that you're a minority cabinet, made here in this chamber, when it looked to all intents and purposes that the democratic view of the full council was very clear, is particularly odd, given your public espousal of inter-party working on your own party values? It's very surprising and undemocratic. And I'm particularly saying that I've been advised in this that this is an unprecedented situation, because normally the clauses apply to a majority cabinet, not a minority cabinet, and I go back to the principles of decision making that I described earlier.
My understanding of the law, as set out by the Labour government in the 2000 Act, is, and you're right, it has been amended by the Localism Act, was that councils that had moved to having an executive, and we didn't get a choice in those days, we had to move to an executive, have a list of things that are council responsibilities and list of things that are cabinet responsibilities. And the law sets that out clearly in what council's responsibilities are.
Thank you much. I've had someone signal and unsignal, are they? Councillor Ryan Brent.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Obviously, the Constitution includes that the Council and Executive should take on board the advice given to them from officers, including the City Solicitor, when making decisions. I'm sure the Leader of this Council will agree that transparency and cross-party working is vital to the success of this City Council, and there are times when then advice includes the phrases such as release details it will potentially mean to the public, and that orange papers are potentially the best way forward to share it with elected members before it releases to the public.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. It's an interesting question coming from somebody who has just voted to ignore the views and the advice of the City Solicitor, and I will follow the advice of the City Solicitor. It's written here, and for somebody who's chosen to ignore that, it's a surprising question.
Point of order.
Oh, it's not a debate, but it's your question next anyway, so...
Yeah, well, that's not my question. It's a point of order on what he's just said.
I've been advised we can't have a point of order.
What? It's in our standing orders.
No, only for debating.
We are debating.
You're asking questions and they're being answered. It doesn't apply in these circumstances.
I would just say it anyway then. We haven't ignored Michael Lawler's advice. He told it to me to my face.
It's your question.
Thank you very much. Will the Leader of the Council agree to revisit the point made by Councillor Smythe in that this Council chamber is able to review the decision of an executive around Victory Energy Services Limited, and if we're able to present Councillor Vernon Jackson with specific legal advice stating that that is permissible within our constitution, will he agree to put it on the Council agenda back here at the next meeting?
The advice I've been given is that the decision about vessel is a cabinet decision. If there's other advice, I'm very happy to look at that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Morgan.
Does the leader plan to engage residents in the process he's previously described to help increase public engagement in the decision-making process of the council?
My understanding is that if we, because we can either have a cabinet system or a cross-party committee system where the decisions are made, those are the choices, that if the council does want to move to a committee system, then there needs to be a public consultation which is set down, there's guidelines from the LGA about how to do that the council would follow. And that then commits the council to a change for a 5-year period. So once we've made a change, you can't change back within 5 years. But there is a set process of how you do that consultation. I have to say, we did do a public consultation on the issue of whether we should have an elected mayor. And we had 2 responses. One said yes, and one said no. I think Donna's was saying yes. And that's my teeth.
Councillor Oodie.
Could the Leader of the Council please try and explain to me about a company that was created within Cabinet, shut down twice within Cabinet, and yet being able to come back to fruition through a budget amendment is in any way constitutional? Thanks.
Thank you. And you, Councillor, you're completely right. There was the decision to create vessel was done in Cabinet with no consultation with Council, not brought here at any point. For an entire year, the Cabinet said nothing and reported back nothing about the activity of the company. It was held in complete secrecy with nothing available to anybody else. We've been through significant amounts of looking at this. This come to Cabinet several times. It's been to Scrutiny Management several times. It's been to full Council in various guises several times. So there's been a great deal of debate about this, and I'm pleased that that has taken place. We could have taken the popular political decision to allow this to go forward and follow all the other companies that have gone bust, because then we could have blamed it on the other parties. All the other parties, not a single one of them has made a profit of any of these companies, the municipal ones, and there are companies going bust left, right and centre. We could have decided to take a political view and just let it go forward and watch it crash around the ears of the Labour and Conservative groups. We've taken the decision that's not responsible to waste public money in that manner.
I think the Leader of the Council's behaviour is absolutely appalling. He has misled this council. members of the City Council were invited
You obviously didn't check with them because it's in my script here. Why I get made to read from a script rather than doing a thing, I don't know, but at least other people have to follow a script next year as well. So that concludes today's council meeting. I'd like to make one final comment. Actually, I'm going to make a few more final comments. Congratulations to Peter that he actually gets to leave before his birthday starts and that we don't need to sing happy birthday to him at midnight. So you're very lucky you can be in the pub rather than with us. Oh, I don't think you should be saying things like that. I really suggest you would withdraw that, Councillor. I would also like to make one final comment to wish well to all those who have decided not to stand at the next election and are stepping down voluntarily, and wish you well for your future, and hopefully your gardens improve dramatically, or if not, you can find something to keep yourselves entertained. Also wish well to all those going into elections at this time, and wish best futures to all of you. It's my last meeting as Lord Mayor. I would like to invite members back into the parlour for light refreshments for those who wish to join in, and good luck to you all next year.